You understand? You can keep you know what money. You know, you can keep all the stuff y'all stole, all the properties that you got maliciously, all that nonsense. You can have that. Because I'm going to tell you something. God's going to take it all from you. Every single one of you. You're going to end up with nothing. That I can promise you. That's obvious. You understand? And guess what God's going to do? He's going to give me everything. And if he can, he'll give me what y'all got.
Hello.
Good talk. It's all coming to me. So, like I said, at the end of the day, folks want to run their mouth. People want to say what they want to say, whatever. I don't care. I don't care how people feel, man. I don't care what they tell themselves. I don't care about none of y'all do. That'll be funny, man. Like I said, I just be wondering how people view me, like, you know, because I know, like, they ain't seen a dude that's, like, from the suburbs. Like, I'm not from the suburbs, but I'm just saying, like, kind of like a yuppie snob.
Are you talking or someone else?
No, this is Batman. This is Batman talking. He thinks he's Batman. He's a homeless bum.
You have no idea. You can never tell. That's the thing people don't get. You know how scary that makes me? Like, honestly, in the actual reality of things in the world. Like, the fact that, like, what would I do for
that guy.
Like, before I even did that, I was always in the hood. I was always in the ghetto running things.
Yeah, he thinks he's a gangster, but he's from the suburbs.
It's like, it makes me a fortune. See, folks don't get I wasn't the type of dude that was talking and running my mouth. I just wasn't, you know. Maybe we'll do one more lap. Yeah, I think one more lap. But yeah, I was never a dude that was just running his mouth or talking and yapping, false claiming or leaning off other people. I was a dude that was, I can't even talk about the walk that I came from, because what I was doing when I was young was on a whole other level, and I was the real thing, and I was just always in the realist environment.
Yo, JJ, do you know the story behind him?
It proves that.
Do you know the full story? His dad died, and he got his dad's inheritance, and he blew it all in Vegas.
Young man out there trying to survive, and that I was coming up against grown men all the time. That's what people don't get.
Yeah.
Like, when it's time to get rowdy, that's what I've always been about. That's what my family's always been about. That's what the Steve.
Yeah, he got handed like $500,000 and he blew it all.
I don't know what folks are talking about. People can't tell me nothing. Like I said, when I say I run every hood, I really mean it. There's too much ignorance in the hood, man. Nobody in the hood has the intellect to run the hood. You know, I ain't trying to run anything because it ain't none of them worth anything. But my whole point is just as far as, like, you know, streets is mine. Like, real talk. Like, you don't think, if you doubt me for a second, you're crazy. I mean, if you don't get that, like, when I went through Arkansas on the bus, when I was going back and forth to Vegas, all these different journeys, Minneapolis, and going back and forth, all that Green Bay, I met a dude from the Bluff. I think that's what it's called. Was it the Bluff? Or no? Couldn't have been the Bluff. Well, it could have been. It could have been, but I don't think it was. What the hell was it? I don't know. It's something like that out in Arkansas. I don't know if it is called the Bluff too, but I met a dude from this real notorious hood out there in Arkansas. Okay? And, like, from right there. And let me see if I can look it up. Hold on. That quick, I found it. It's not the Bluff, it's Pine Bluff. And as soon as I Googled it, it popped up first one on there. So I have homies in Pine Bluff from Arkansas. That's what homies don't get out here. Like, I'm the real deal. Like, I really be talking and meeting these folks. Like, we actually, like, were around each other for a good while. He's from the culture. And, like, I be having to sit down, like, actually talking with these fools, and, like, we end up being homies because I'm real. So, and, you know, they all look up to me. So when you got a dude like that, the dude's in Pine Bluff, like, you know, like, I'm in the suburbs, let's get real, I made it out to the, when you got a dude like that who's from my world, and dudes in Pine Bluff, from that group in the culture, they respect me, yeah, that makes me somebody, dude. And that's my point. Like, they don't just, like, they look up to me. You know what I mean? Like, I just have that energy Like, I have the energy of my father. Like, I'm basically like all these dudes, like, father, you know, not literally, but that's the way that I talk to them. I have to, because I have so much knowledge. I have to teach them, and I'm a lot tougher. I'm a grown man, you know, whether I look young or look put together or look with it and age backwards. That's true, but it doesn't matter. And that's what people don't get. You know, I treat myself and act like a grown man. I'm a man's man. You know, I don't care how good looking I am. Don't give me the stuff. You know, that's the difference. You know, some folks talk, some folks is really G'd up and really gangster. And I'm going to stay me for life. So relax. What's up? You know, because it's the only way to be yourself. This is who I really am, man. I'm not from, you know what I mean? But it's not conditional. It's not based off whether I'm scared of something or not. That's the problem with people. Like, I've seen tons of dudes fold, and when something scares them, I don't let fear stop me. That's not that, man. It's a real thing, you know? Now, there's being smart at times, you know, you can't just be reckless, but nothing wrong with being smart and working on self-preservation. It's something I work on and learn because I was never really good at it, but, you know, I'm just saying, you think I can't go be Batman out there in Pine Bluff in Arkansas? How do you know what I do? Y'all don't know what I might do. I'm unpredictable. You have no idea. See, I might go to Arkansas and have Christina with me in the nicest hotel ever in Arkansas in the rich part and say, honey, I'm going to go out on my mission, put my GoPro on my front and back, and start riding through Pine Bluff, through the hood, and being Batman out there. Who's going to stop me? Like, let's get real. Like, you know how much crime goes on out there? Like, there's hoods like that you know, these individuals, you know, these organizations, agencies, departments, they're scared to go out there. But Batman ain't. You know what I'm saying? So you got, you know, these fools running around thinking they tough on the street. I'm talking about the street dudes. And they doing all sorts of crime or whatever, and nobody's stopping them. What about if a Batman starts stopping them? You ever think about that? That's a reality. The reality now. See what I'm saying? So it's like, very powerful statement, man. Very powerful thing because it's real. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, and then get back to the nice hotel and look like a snob and go eat a nice breakfast after my beautiful night with Christina. Like, that's how I'm going to be moving. And at the same time, make homies and friends in these hoods and ghettos and everywhere I go to. In Pine Bluff, I'm going to be in the suburbs too, but the suburbs doesn't have a lot of crime all the time. They do, and when they do, it's usually the worst of worst. Because it produces these, you know, the ones that have money, too much money, they're the ones that are the craziest. Because they don't care about anything. They don't care about money. It's been too easy for them, you know. It's what the Joker video told me today. It said these folks are stopping and staring at you. You see, God answered my question immediately why these cars are always stopping and just looking at me. And that's why. And it said, you know, it took him explaining it to me. God talked to me today. He always speaks to me. And he told me it's because they come from entitlement. They come from not having to worry. They come from settling, you know, settling in life. They don't come from your walk. So they're looking in amazement because they've never seen something like you really. And you're living proof that they settled, you know. You're living proof that they live in fear, you know, that they're living scared. And the way it was phrased in that video, God couldn't have put it, you know, in a better light. I mean, he just said it perfectly word for word. And I understand it now. That's the truth. So I got to get used to it because I didn't understand why it was happening. That's the only reason I'm confused for them. And I got to get used to it and realize it's going to happen. You know, I'm a sight to see. You know, like, so, you know, I be forgetting. You know, and you can't expect me to always remember. You know, I had blonde on this girl all the time. I'm blonde. Like, real talk, my hair was like platinum blonde when I was born. I'm literally blonde. And it really is true. We really are like that. I just be forgetting stuff. Yeah. So that's why I forget, like, oh, I'm wearing all this. You know, like, I be forgetting. Because it's normal for me. I mean, I put on that suit pretty much every day now and get to work. It's everything. It's a big political statement. It's a movement. It's a lot of things. You know, but it's changing things. It's changing things here. It's changing things for the youth. It's inspiring people. It's changing things all over the globe. And, you know, I think that God is going to bring all the attention and fame and notoriety more and more because it's about people seeing it and learning something from it. And it's waking up. all the other people. It explained all those Joker videos to me as God speaking directly to me. It explained it yesterday. It said just because you want to post something at whatever time at 3 in the morning, it said that exact moment is when these folks are waking up and they're looking and they're seeing you. And it's different for each one of them, it said. But it said that, you know, nonetheless, it's, so it said, you know, it just said the truth, like, that it's different for each one of them. Their experience is different with me, with seeing me on there, but they're all having an experience considering me and my content, you know, and they're learning. My allergies are horrible right now. It's not outside either, it's just allergies, but yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, you know, I'm here to make the statement. Like it said, you know, you don't need these people to validate you. You don't need their validation. You don't need their attention. You don't need anything from. You're here to be remembered. You're here to make an impact that folks will never forget. And I keep that in mind, and I just keep trucking and doing what I'm doing. You know, I'm what all these people wanted to be. All these people wanted to be like a true political figure. You know, so a true. You know what I am. I don't got to keep saying it on here. You know what I mean? But they wanted to be that. They wanted to be that. You know, we all know what I am. You know what I'm saying? And folks wanted to be that. And that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's just that they were not that. I really am. And I've been the same thing my entire life. You know? So it's like, it's better that I don't really talk with folks too often on here. It's better that you just watch the story now because you're not a part of it. That's the thing, you know, viewers got to just, oh, that's not scary at all. You know, viewers got to just learn their place and learn how it works. And, you know, learn to play their position a little bit like Nelly. I hear it over and over again, and I keep on seeing you with him. And it hurts so bad, oh, 'cause it's all in my head. I think about it over and over again. And I keep on picturing you with him. And it hurts so bad, yeah. It's actually a beautiful song. Tim McGraw was good in that song. They did good combining them, but like I said, they're both Masons that sold their soul. That's the part people don't talk about. It was all good when we was in that time. Like, they was doing their thing, all of them, you know? The thing you gotta understand, man, all these things are happening for a reason. It's no surprise to me that you see all these celebs, you know, I'm gonna keep it real with you, going through what they're going through and dropping like flies. Because it's not a surprise. They all sold their soul. You know, as much as you may have love for them and like them, they all did the same thing and they all have to pay the same cost of price. It's just how it works. You can't sell your soul to the devil and him not come collect. You understand? Just like you can't play with people and everything they got going and then expect to control their reaction. And these are the lessons that people just have to learn in life. And well, everyone thought they weren't going to learn it, and God is showing you who's boss. It's no surprise. There's going to be another one every day, all these celebrities, every day. There's like 8 of them every day now, and it's going to pick up pace. Everything I predict comes true. I predicted it was going to happen right now before it happened. It's going to pick up pace because God is making examples of you. He's setting examples. It has everything to do with me because, again, all these celebrities harvested my energy. Whether directly or indirectly, they played a part of the plot against me. I'm truly the Messiah. The truth is unfolding of the world of how it really works. Look at me. I got to deal with a broken phone screen, and I'm happy. Don't get me wrong. I'm content. I count my blessings. I'm happy with what God gave me, but I'm just explaining to you the realities. That's what I do. I represent the realities. I got to deal with a phone screen that's messed up. I have to try to take care of this one phone. You know, I'm on a budget. I don't have a lot of money. I just do the best that I can. I work harder than all these celebrities, anyone. I have my soul. I don't work for anyone in particular, really. I just work for me. I don't have a boss. I do what I want to do. And I promote every opposite ideology of society, every ideology that represents independence and freedom and teaches self-empowerment. You know, that's what I represent. So much faith in God and self-empowerment. You know, and showing human beings they're capable of more. So, at the end of the day, like I said, I'm the true thing. You know, I'm a true revolutionary. I know what I am. You know what I'm saying? I don't got to keep telling you, but it is what it is. I just feel like I have to say it right now. I've got to put that on my heart. You know, and it is what it is, man. You know, I represent something that's a lot bigger than me. I carry my pain with me, man. It's a real thing worldwide. You know, there's things going.
Yeah, I didn't rush to talk about the South Park thing because I feel like I have nothing novel to say, you know, relative to what everyone else has already said about it. I'm also not, like, a big fan of South Park. It's just not my style of humor. I'm not saying that in a condescending way, okay? You know, I'm not saying that to indicate that I'm better than you. You know, I have also fallen prey to scrolling through short-form content and getting a Family Guy clip, and then I watch it for 30 seconds and I go, you know, I'm not saying I'm better than you. Don't come after me, all right? South Park, after Paramount, the company that recently, probably, canned Stephen Colbert to appease the Trump administration so the Trump administration would approve an upcoming merger, South Park's their season opening episode, the premiere, basically just a significant portion of which was dedicated to making fun of Trump. Showed him in bed with Satan, just showed his face straight up, not really an allegory. A bunch of it was just saying Trump has a small penis, which is probably true, but, you know. It was all like edgy 10-year-old recess playground humor, right? Not particularly biting, in my opinion. But what am I? I'm not a culture critic. Watched the entire episode. Well, there were also parts of the episode where Jesus Christ shows up and indicates that he's like scared of being sued by Trump, and that this is being done to preserve the Paramount deal, and that, you know, they probably got rid of Stephen Colbert. It was all really juvenile. Anyway, what made this actually funny to me, right? Because, you know, it stands on its own 2 feet, I suppose. What really sold it to me is that the White House actually responded to it. It was rage bait, and it worked. In a written statement, a White House spokesperson said, among other things, the show's creators are lacking in authentic or original content. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I have the actual... Here we go. The left's hypocrisy truly has no end. For years they've come after South Park for what they labeled as offensive content, but suddenly they are praising the show. Just like the creators of South Park, the left has no authentic or original content, which is why their popularity continues to hit record lows. The show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas and a desperate attempt for attention. President Trump has delivered on more promises in just 6 months than any other president in our country's history. No fourth-rate show can derail President Trump's hot streak. So, yeah. It honestly sounds like something written by Trump himself, so I don't know if the spokesman got direction, you know? You can blast them for a lot, but South Park is nothing but authentic and relevant. Well, authenticity claims aside, it is true that Paramount probably wouldn't pay $1.5 billion for licensing rights to an irrelevant fourth-rate show. I'm not here to defend the honor of South Park. It is incredibly funny that it led to a response from the White House. And also, it seems to me like a reaffirmation of a culture shift that's been a long time coming. The entirety of Trump's first term, the right was all free speech warriors, right? Like, their argument was that the left was censorious, unfunny, and wanted to make everything dull. They wanted to make everything woke. You can't say anything. The left will censor you. And it seems to me like the tide is turning on this. Even though Republicans' approval ratings of Trump have held steady, independents have not. And I think that is in large part not just because of the economy or the deportations, but also because it's getting really, really, really difficult to believe that Republicans are the ones who want to promote, like, fun as more and more of their censorious policies roll out, you know? Like right now, for example, there's the MasterCard and Visa ban of any content deemed, like, unacceptable by a bunch of prudish Australian women. Them railing against South Park? What a phenomenal way to make yourself uncool. Just on principle, who do you think would be more likely to, or which administration do you think would be more likely to publicly beef with South Park? Trump's or Hillary Clinton's? Because for my money, if you had me standing there in 2020 and you asked me that question, I would say Trump's. But back then I would probably say Hillary's. Because back then, the first Trump administration, why would he? Really? No, yeah, for sure. Because the Hillary Clinton playbook, the way her messaging was oriented, was very like tut-tut. Not like it was unnecessarily, it wasn't undeserved, right? Like Republicans deserve to be tut-tutted in whatever way is most effective, I guess. I guess maybe it would be more accurate to say that I think people would associate this kind of beefing with Hillary Clinton in the cultural space more than with Trump. Nowadays, Trump crashes out and threatens to sue everyone who criticizes him, Pretty difficult to look at that as an independent and not feel like this is the party of anti-free speech. I mean, Jesus, getting Colbert canceled? Lawsuit against ABC? Just... You insinuating she's a Karen is sexist? I'm not insinuating that Hillary Clinton is a Karen. She's absolutely a Karen. I just think Trump is a bigger Karen. Because I'm woke like that. For me, it's not a gender association, Even though it definitely is. In the episode Trump Sues the Town, yeah, I saw. And he does love to sue people. The only reason Paramount backed down on the lawsuit is because they needed the Trump administration's approval to get that merger they want. But overwhelmingly, the Trump administration does not win their lawsuits, I don't think these businesses should be afraid of Trump lawsuits, I don't think anything's going to come of them. We'll see what ends up happening with the recent lawsuit from Trump to the Wall Street Journal. We'll see how that ends up playing out. I am curious. Did I say lawsuit?
What are you making a month? How would you describe that?
Really just kind of having a lot of financial bills. I mean, it's kind of hard that, I am a provider. I guess you don't really understand that as much now that, you have this big studio and stuff like that, so maybe you kind of can't comprehend that.
I can't comprehend what?
I mean, well, look at where we're at right now. It's like a huge studio.
Yeah, that would mean I understand it more than other people because I have a big-ass bill in 20.
Hey, what's up, Hisham?
That means I would probably understand it more than the average person.
To then get that, I have
the need to budget it and have to go out there and kill things and bring them home in order to make sure people can pay their rent.
And I just have to live paycheck to paycheck to just pay for my survival needs.
I'm giving those paychecks. You don't think I understand budgeting and needing to make a bill too?
Then maybe you should pay your employees more too then.
We pay pretty well.
I mean, I know someone's here working on their birthday.
Is it someone's birthday today?
You don't even know your own employees.
Nothing, just listening to mindless self-indulgence.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Congratulations, adults work on their birthday. I'm going to cry.
I mean, I work on a non-profit, and at least they give us our birthdays off.
If he wanted to request it, he could have. That's
I wouldn't have to request it off.
Choice. Okay, if they want to treat you like children, they can.
How's it treating like children? It's more
It's
like,
a birthday. Who gives a... You have one every
it's just
single
called
year.
caring for
Do you
people. I guess you
play
don't
Need for
understand
Speed?
that.
You're right. I'm forcing him to have a week off in, what, 2.5 weeks? So I guess that's not
Good, maybe
caring.
make it 2.
And I'm losing revenue for that because we're not uploading that week.
I mean, that's totally fine. At least you still have the ability to lose a week.
I don't really play racing games. I don't like them, so I don't play Need for Speed, but Need for Speed is one of the racing games I like. I'm not a big fan of those like Forza games or whatever, like Forza Horizon. I don't like those games, but yeah, Need for Speed is one of the racing games I used to like back when I used to play them. I don't play it anymore though.
Because if I don't work a week, it's a struggle.
Yeah, but I'm making
Hence
that
the paycheck to
sacrifice of
paycheck,
me
you know, right?
making less money in order to force everyone to have time
I mean,
off.
just you saying that is very much like an out of touch statement. I mean,
What's out of touch?
out of touch just because you have like all of this money and revenue that you can then pay for others for you.
What do you think a business is that has employees?
I used
You
to
think
play on
businesses that
PS2 when I was a
Multiple
kid.
jobs to then afford taking care of themselves and their mother.
What do you mean? Well, not the mother thing, but I was there working multiple jobs in order to make my bills due.
Yeah, but your multiple jobs to make your bills due is because of your McDonald's. Isn't that what you tell everybody? You just spend money on McDonald's?
I went to McDonald's, sure, all throughout my life, but I had rent and college and utilities. I had to pay for all of that. Pay for student loans, and I was delivering and grinding on Jimmy John's.
Yeah,
Then I was going to hustle
and then you
posting.
got out of it, and now you're kind of losing that understanding that, you know, I have to
Explain to me
use
how I'm losing that understanding.
that fact that I have to, one, live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, but how
I
do
don't
I
have, like,
not understand
emergency
that?
fund.
Because you are claiming I don't understand that, but you're unable to adequately explain how I do not
I think just from seeing your past videos, like on TikTok and stuff like that, you just have this like you can use credit card, blah 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 blah. But it's so hard for me to.
Not use credit cards. Credit cards can be a damaging tool to people. And I
Okay,
always
but
say
if you have no others, it's either starve or buy some groceries. Of course, I'm gonna use my credit card if I have to
starve
pay.
or buy some groceries. Okay, she went out to eat $500. That's starving or buy some groceries? You.
Okay, obviously you don't know how it is to spend money on groceries and buying food for more than one person.
$500 eating out. That's groceries.
That's actually pretty good.
Not when you don't have money.
Especially, we live in Austin as well too. That's so expensive over here.
Okay, you don't live in
500
Austin.
yeah, in San Antonio,
A
but
much
still,
bigger city.
yeah, and that's still cheaper than how it is in Austin.
What is that point? That doesn't make sense.
I
I'm
think it's just because
confused.
you don't understand. You're just so privileged now, and now you're just feeling so out of touch.
So because
you
I've
don't
made good
understand.
money for a year and a half, all of a sudden I lose the other 28 years of my life? I'm
Obviously,
confused.
yeah.
Okay,
Obviously, by your mindset,
You
what's my
watching
mindset?
TV or
Can you-
that
something?
you're feeling like this credit card's so damaging. I mean,
Yes. Have you seen?
No, bro, I'm watching YouTube. I'm watching Financial Audit. There's this guy, Caleb Hammer, on YouTube. He brings people on. He's pretty much like the Gordon Ramsay of finances. Instead of cooking, he yells at people who are in like debt and stuff. It's kind of funny.
This show, everyone's gone into credit card debt and they're damaging their lives. How would you advocate that they're not damaging?
because it's a means of survival most of the time. I think
Okay,
maybe
but you spent
we
$500
don't have many people that
You
are.
spent $500 going out to eat when you could have put that towards an emergency fund.
How
which
if
would
it was something
max.
that I needed to
You
pay
did
for
not go out
food?
to eat. You did not need to go out to eat. Need?
Okay,
do you
but
not
I
understand
do just
what
like
need
providing
is?
for people. I mean, just living in a hell all the time, I definitely would like to
Huh?
enjoy myself. And
I'm
just
not
go out
saying you
to
don't
eat.
enjoy yourself, but now you're having two pillars, and you have to choose what you're doing. You're saying you can survive, or you need to enjoy yourself.
It can be
Survival
both.
is different. No, not in your situation, because if you're drowning in credit card debt and you have to go into more credit card debt in order to survive because you didn't save up for an emergency fund, then yes, you sacrifice a little.
That is so unrealistic.
Unrealistic. I did it.
Okay, then show me how to do it. Aren't I supposed to be here? How am I supposed to be saving?
What do you mean? That's what. How am I
If you
supposed to do
did
that
it-
when you come in and you start fighting? What do you mean?
Okay, maybe we need to take a step back then. Maybe just utilize some soft skills.
Huh?
Okay, try to help me understand then. How am I supposed to be using an emergency fund if I'm living paycheck to paycheck?
First of all, it's an emergency fund. It's for emergencies, not for fun.
Fund.
Yeah, a little slip on your end, and that makes me a little concerned seeing how you spend.
Just because I talk a little differently does not mean my finances are going to be much better.
I was totally acting in self-defense.
I mean, you just made that realization, though, because of the way I talked. That you're trying to scare about my
fund.
fund. Can you hear? You need to clean your ears. Fund.
Yeah, play that.
Okay, try to help me understand then. How am I supposed to be using an emergency fund if I'm living paycheck to paycheck?
Okay, so the reality is, if you do not have an emergency fund, that is an emergency. That means you cannot cover the expenses that pop up, especially if you are responsible for taking care of others, even if they are being financially responsible and you're likely enabling her, but that's a different conversation. So, in that case, you would sacrifice things you want, not need to do. Want! So that you save more money and you can cover those expenses so you don't have to use a credit card. Now, to address what you said about credit cards, or some people have to use them for emergencies, don't get me wrong, there are positions where someone did not save of an emergency fund, and I believe throughout this show that is more of a twist and people are willing to acknowledge. Let's say they did. Okay. Yes, you open up a credit card in order to pay for an emergency, because I'm not saying starve, suffer, don't pay for those that are relying upon you. I'm not saying that. However, if you open a credit card in order to cover that emergency fund, you do everything in your power afterwards then sacrifice, cut out your bills, and pay off the credit card debt that you use for the emergency, and then say,
You do not have the money.
you don't have the money to spend it on board, you dumb tit. What do you think? You would
I got
have
good
the
tips, but
money.
thanks. I just said I think I have good tips, but thanks. Sorry, you just got me there. Got a little ego boost.
I can bring it down real quick if you want me to.
That's totally fine. I mean, I think that's kind of like your kink. So, I think you do like to degrade people a little.
Degrade? I like a good roast and jab. Hee-haw, hee-haw.
Yeah, seems like you kind of get off of it, I guess.
What, you think I'm gooning under the table here? What do you think
Obviously
is
not.
happening?
No, you definitely wait until later on, I guess. I mean, I think everybody else is thinking that's true.
Everybody else?
The people you're looking at.
The audience?
Yeah. That's what
Dude, you're coming
gets you on
from a weird place, man. You are coming into this conversation in a really weird mindset. I really don't get it. And honestly, unfortunately, it sounds like it's coming from a place of victim mentality. And when we are in a place of victim mentality, it is hard to get out of that. Because the
very much so, but I mean, I don't think you understand that I am constantly working to
You keep
get...
saying I don't understand. I've been where you are. I've been in a worse position.
But
I've been in a
now
better
you're not.
position.
But now you're not, and I think
That
you're
makes
losing
no
that.
sense. So you're saying the moment that you start making more money, you will not be able to remember.
It really kind of
anything you've
depends,
been
but like once you get like that fame, I think that aspect just kind of tarnishes
through. I
it.
get recognized on the street, but my life has not changed.
Are you sure? I mean, you just
say
said, but you have to pay them now, or what? Once you get like that fame, I think that aspect just there you go.
See others.
But I don't want you to share your friends.
Okay, well, I don't have applications on my friends.
Do you have an application online?
For what, Justin's? Yeah. Hey, what is the point you're trying to make you keep saying these things, but I don't understand what you're trying to say?
I'm just trying to go with you. I mean, you're just kind of going all over the place. I'm here to get, a budget.
I'm just easy to get sucked down a rabbit hole, if I'm being honest.
Okay, makes sense then.
I don't even know what you said. But again, my concern is you come from a victim mentality, and because of that, it's going to be hard for you to just accept, okay, maybe you should have spent $500 last month on fast food if you were paycheck to paycheck survival. You're not entitled to that. You do not deserve that.
Well, then how do I get out of that then? Because I understand.
You don't spend money on fast food, or
Okay, but maybe change that word. I'll get your cancel. Definitely, I'm trying to get.
This audience, they don't cancel.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Right on. Just
To get help, I'm trying to get out of that victim.
why you came in and you started immediately saying, I don't understand. Why would you start with someone who doesn't understand that?
Because I'm trying to get help.
Well, why
And
would
I'm
you be
trying
getting
to
help with someone
explain to
that
you that
doesn't
you're not
understand?
understanding.
Not understanding
Just need
what?
that educational piece, you know?
Educational, but you're not able to say what I don't understand. The only thing you said so far that I don't understand is what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck, even though I did the vast majority of my adult life. And I've been successful
Have you
for a
had to
couple
care
years.
for someone else with those paychecks?
I haven't had to care for a significant other with the paychecks, but what I am able to care for now is making sure I hit payroll every 2 weeks. If revenues are up, congratulations, I get to take home money. If revenues are tight, like earlier this year, because guess what? Ads fluctuate like crazy at the beginning of the year. I didn't take home money, but I made sure everyone else's payroll was hit. There was a couple months last year I did not take home money, but I made sure everyone's payroll hits. So yes, I take care of other people.
Good, that's good then. Maybe then it's not me understanding fully then, I guess.
Well, yeah, I'm not just... I'm confused. Private student loan debt can be overwhelming. For 6 5 plans, it's a chance to regain control of your financial future. If you're ready to work toward a more manageable student loan payment, visit whyrefi.com. Discover how their tailored approach can reduce your stress, lower your interest, and simplify your repayment journey. Take the first step in making your private student loan debt more affordable. Go to yrefy.com/hammer. That's yrefy.com/hammer. Or call 888-YREFI-78. That is 888-YREFI-78. And see how they can help you move forward with confidence. Yes, you obviously know nothing about my life, so I don't know why you're trying to tell me what I do understand and what I don't. I'm really
But you also don't know anything about my life either.
No, but I do understand your spending. And as I try to get to know the situation, you immediately come and say, I can't relate? How do you know?
I mean, just looking at what you're doing right now, you're not really
You said it's because
acknowledging
we have a nice building. The f is that? Yeah, we
Yeah.
want to be able to recruit top talent, and we need space to put people. What do you think businesses do? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And you think I'm not able to look at someone and relate to them because, hey, guess what? I was in a situation similar to yours, not the mom thing, but a situation similar to you. Actually, you made more money than I did throughout the majority of my adulthood, so actually
Yeah,
that's...
I have to work a lot. I work 6 days a week. I work at least 13 hours
Congratulations,
a
also
day.
a lot.
So I have to...
Also a lot on your choice and the choice of the financial situation you got in by the actions you did.
Not just the actions I did, it had to go this way. I mean, it's just...
Huh? The actions you did. You think you got into credit card debt all because of emergencies because I opened this country.
Yeah.
I've already called out the fast food spending. We haven't even talked about any of the other spending categories.
I mean, just because, I mean, I don't really have time to cook, to
Yes,
really
you
get...
do.
No, I work from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. When do you expect me to cook?
No, you said you have Sundays off, you can meal prep, you warm them up.
Yeah, that's very unrealistic. It's a lot of money
Unrealistic.
to then
To meal
buy
prep?
for the
No.
meal prepping and stuff
No,
like that as well, too.
$250 a month from
And
H-E-B.
I'm
We know
sorry
for
if
a
I
fact.
want to enjoy my Sunday doing something.
Want. You're choosing want. I want you to as well, but you are choosing want over what you need. So you cannot come in here and cry and say you cannot.
Do you see me crying? I mean, I don't think I'm crying. At least not yet.
He came in here and complained that you can't do it. And also, I don't understand how you're at 13 hours a day if you're working 40 hours at the other at the first job. And the grandma thing, are you saying that's another essentially?
27.
Now, when you're with your grandma, you have no time to cook because I assume you make her food as well.
Yeah, I cook for her.
Great, so you can
that's-
cook for yourself.
Yeah, so I then, whatever I make for her, I eat as well too. So that's like...
So
my
that's a
time.
lie that you needed to go out to eat for $500. You immediately poked the hole in your own lie.
No, I mean, I'm cooking for
No.
her and myself. That's my dinner. That's it.
Then why are you going out to eat $500 a month?
Because I like to...
Because you like to, because you want to, because you care about that more than actually putting your life in a financially stable position.
Yes, I guess.
But I can't relate to that.
I can't just enjoy a Sunday and going to a
I'm not
restaurant.
saying that. Actually, in fact, if you would like to, go for it. Go ahead and leave. I will support that life if that is what you're choosing. People come on the show because they want to change their life, fix it, and I'm telling you, sometimes you have to sacrifice your wants and put your needs above that.
Yeah,
If you
I
want to live
understand
that life, I will allow that. Who am I to say no?
But
Go ahead and do it.
A budget plan should definitely have some sort of avenue where you do have some wants, so you're not just drowning in just...
If you can make
having
it, when there is wiggle room, I give people wants. I give people subscription funds now. I never thought I would do that in the beginning. That's when there's wiggle room. If you can't survive and you need to, if there's an emergency going on, no. You
I
do
think
not need
likely
a
I
want.
could. I mean, once
Then
I
why
take...
aren't you?
That's why I'm here. Gotcha, bitch. I don't
Bingo.
know.
Said it, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I have
Ding,
already
ding,
said
ding,
it.
ding, ding,
I think
ding,
just
ding.
being on here is the reason why.
That's why you came on here, and then within 7 minutes said because you are in a nice building, you will never be able to relate to my position, even though I've only been successful for like 2 years.
Hey, that's 2 years longer than me.
Yeah, and from your type of mindset, you'll never be successful, is how people
That's
like you
totally
turn
fine.
out.
As long as, you give me a financial plan, maybe I could.
Like, here's the thing. You say you use this budget, then you look at the calculator.
Yeah.
So what am I changing in my budget that is different than you being able to budget if you're already doing that?
I guess really kind of understanding how I can smartly pay off my debt. Because I kind of just go by minimum.
You can't pay off your debt. You're spending more than you make. There's no debt payoff there. You're the one who's already budgeting to do any calculator. How much did you spend last month? The statements that we have. How much did you spend? What went out? We know it came in about 3,880. What went out?
I don't know.
Come on, you're the calculator pro.
Once
Type in the numbers.
I calculate it, I kind of just forget it and think it's paid. I paid my minimum and it's good.
Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Gold and silver stock prices experienced decline. Rumors of progress in this great negotiations. Key partners like Japan and the European Union apparently led the price sell-off to close the week. President Trump and the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell also had a tour of the new Federal Reserve instructions that led to this awful short press.
Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charter them.
Well, thank you very much. We're looking at the construction, and we're with the chairman, come on over. And we're just taking a look at what's happening. It's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them. A lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it. And Tim has been with me for a long time. He's in charge of the committee.
Indeed, one of the reasons I wanted to see it, the overruns of the expensive one, figure out why.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion, went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1, and yeah, it just came out.
I haven't heard that from anybody. But
It just came.
I'm excited about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2 just came from us.
Yes. I don't know who did it.
Are you including the bar premises? I just added it. Yeah, you just added in the third building. So that's a third building.
It's the building that's being built.
It was 5 years ago. We finished market 5 years ago.
It was part of the overall thing. So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening. And it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional crossovers?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them. But we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use. But no, we're not. We expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're not under too much danger. So, any questions?
President, developer, what would you do with project manager who would be over budget?
Generally speaking, what would I do? I'd fire him.
Do you think you, Mr. President, using colas to do that?
Well, I'm here just really with the chairman. He's showing us around, showing us the work. And so I don't want to get that. I don't want to be personal. I just would like to see it get finished. And in many ways, it's too bad it started. But it did start. And it's going to be personal. The chairman, he's showing us around. Generally speaking,
Project manager who would be over budget.
Generally speaking, what would I do? I'd fire him.
Do you think you, Mr. President, using colas to do that?
Well, I'm here just really with the chairman. He's showing us around, showing us the work. And so I don't want to get that. I don't want to be personal. I just would like to see it get finished. And in many ways, it's too bad it started. But it did start. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's going to be a real long time. because it looks like it's got a long way to go.
Yes, sir. So, are there things Chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you? The country's doing really well. I just briefed the chairman
Off some of the earlier criticism.
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you? The country's doing really well. I just briefed the chairman of the deal with Japan. Japan is putting up $550 billion in order to lower their tariffs a little bit. That way they have a little bit lower tariff. And they also opened their country to free trade, which nobody thought was even a possibility. And we get a zero tariff in the free trade. We don't pay tariffs, and they're going to pay 15% on everything they send into our country. So it's great. But they put up, as you can call it, seed money. Let's call it seed money. You can call it anything you want, but it's a total of $550 billion. So nobody thought any of that was possible, and it's wonderful. And we're doing pretty well with the European Union, likewise. And we have some others who are all really big, and our country's going to make a lot of money. We would be helped if interest rates would come down, but we're going to see how the board rules on that soon. I'd love to see them come down a lot. But we have a country that's thriving. We had, between 1 year ago today, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we get this one finished. Thank you.
Let's cut through the short-term policy bumps and keep our eye on the long-term trend, shall we? The ongoing devaluation of fiat currencies around the world versus bullion continues in some of the best charts I saw this week. In the center is the fiat US dollar since 1971 versus gold bullion on gold, having to date lost over negative 99% of its gold buying power over the last 54 years. The same can be said for the fiat Australian dollar top left, fiat Canadian dollar top center, fiat euro, fiat British pound, and even more so, the fiat Indian rupee and fiat Chinese yuan rounding down to nearly negative 100% losses versus gold bullion since 1971. The lone two slower here are the top right, which is the fiat Swiss franc having lost negative 94% to gold to date, and the bottom right chart, the fiat Japanese yen down now negative 97% to gold since 1971. Every one of these, by design, has had its negative 100% losses to gold bullion. That is because of the inherent design of fiat currencies. The story of these 9 data sets of major fiat currencies versus silver bullion since 1971 is similar in trend, but a little bit slower behind. Following gold's lead, they're headed all toward negative 100% in time. For instance, the silver price began in 1971 in the United States, priced at $1.65 an ounce, so we basically have to see a future price for silver bullion of $165 an ounce before we can declare that the fiat US dollar has lost negative 99% of its buying power versus silver bullion, as it already has done so versus gold today. Again, the largest two laggard outliers on this 9 fiat currencies around the world for silver bullion charts remain Switzerland top right and Japan bottom. Both their respective bullion records will be diverging further away from them as time proceeds, akin to gold charts of theirs respectively today. Now that the internal U.S. fiat dollar into currency supply has hit a new record high this past week, we got President Trump talking about new stimulus checks for citizens of a certain income level, aka the mass.
All of that money is tens of billions of dollars. Do you think there is the possibility of a rebate to the American public with all of that money? We're thinking about that. We have so much money coming in. We're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt. But we're thinking about a rebate. That is a very good question. We're thinking about a rebate because we have so much money coming in from tariffs. A little rebate for people of a certain income level might be very nice.
Of course, the Trump administration wants a weaker relative to the US dollar relative to other fiat currencies around the world. That is their policy, and that's what they've been getting. Near record low pace thus far this year, down over negative 10%. The larger lower outlier on this chart was the worst start on it, began in the year 1973. It just so happens that the closest analog
or match with silver's current price action and percentage gains since gold's price breakout to begin 2024. When we look back, it starts in 1972 and it goes into 1973, with gold breaking out and then silver falling in a kinetic fashion. This chart is by Gordon Ward Grimes of thedailygold.com, and it's startling if silver's past performance rhymes with its future. The black line arrow is where we were at earlier this week compared to the light blue line from 1972 to 1973. These past silver price outlaws, after gold has broken out, and lead, they all suggest that silver will be making a run for 50 an ounce and beyond in its not too distant future, be it later this year, next year, 2026, or even later, what have you. As bullion bull markets pass and present, it's always simply gold leads, and then silver eventually follows, often in a frenzied fashion to the upside later on. We'll be right back with more bullion-related news on the week. Hello, this is James Anderson on behalf of SV Bullion. Smash the like button.
Are we really about to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? That's the story we're going to go over today. Look, we know that Bill Clinton knew Ghislaine Maxwell. We know Trump knew her as well. We know he wished her well. But previously, this was unthinkable, as she is literally the only person, the only co-conspirator who's ever faced any consequences for the abuse that Epstein did. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and was charged, among other things, for perjury, aka lying, although she was never ultimately tried for it because they went after the heavier counts. However, Maxwell is appealing her conviction, and her lawyer has been pushing to get this in front of Donald Trump. This is a quote from her lawyer, quote, "I'd be surprised if President Trump knew his lawyers were asking the Supreme Court to let the government break a deal. He's the ultimate deal maker. I'm sure he'd agree that when the United States gives its word, it should keep it." Of course, referring to the non-prosecution agreement that Epstein had with prosecutors back in 2007. This all came to a head today when Trump was asked if he would consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, and he wouldn't rule it out.
Would you consider a pardon or commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell?
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
So rather than just say no, he says, look, I'm actually allowed to do it. He won't rule it out. And of course, this friendliness wasn't just shown there. It's been shown for years. Trump famously said he wished her well when referring to her trial that was upcoming.
I just wish her well, frankly. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty.
So, yeah, that's not great. And then now, his deputy attorney general is meeting privately with Maxwell. Of course, everybody was okay with the idea of her testifying in public in front of Congress, but that's not exactly what happened. Instead, what Todd Blanche did was privately meet with her in a meeting that nobody was allowed to see. And he said in a statement, "Today I met with Ghislaine Maxwell and I'll continue my interview of her tomorrow. The Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time." Of course, that's brought to you by the same people who said they'd release additional credible evidence. So we don't exactly know what that means. And when Maxwell returned to prison, she returned with a white box of materials, which a lot of people, myself included, found very strange because she left with nothing. We also have to note that Todd Blanche was Trump's personal lawyer, so some people are calling it a conflict of interest. Even though he is no longer the personal lawyer, he is now the deputy attorney general. Now, Ghislaine's lawyer gave some statements on the matter. He claimed that she answered all questions truthfully during her DOJ interview and now says she is seeking a pardon, though she says she hasn't approached Trump about it directly, but that they hope a pardon is in the works.
We haven't spoken to the president or anybody about a pardon just yet. And listen, the president this morning said he had the power to do so. We hope he exercises that power in the right and just way.
So they haven't approached him yet, but they hope he'll do it. Look, this is all laying the groundwork for a possible pardon for the only person who has ever been convicted, with many people pointing out this is a huge conflict of interest because, of course, the guy who controls the pardons also may be implicated in this, and Maxwell stands to basically clear him of all wrongdoing for the right favor. Now, it's been reported just now from the New York Post that Ghislaine Maxwell gave the DOJ about 100 different people linked to Jeffrey Epstein. So We don't know how much of that is true. Again, all these meetings are behind closed doors, which is what I and many people have such a problem with. Why not do this in public instead of these backroom deals? Because let's be clear, we all want more people tried. So the idea that the DOJ got info on 100 different people, it all sounds promising, but is it enough to bring charges? Is it enough to actually implicate people? That is the real question behind all of this. Do we actually see real prosecutions from this, or is this more transparency theater and actually a cover-up? In fact, there are already rumors coming out from some sources at ABC News that Ghislaine Maxwell may have already been granted a limited form of immunity to testify in the first place, presumably only for the new information that she's talking about. But still, it does seem like a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell is very much on the table, very much possible, and it's sick to imagine that the one person who's ever faced any consequences for the most notorious trafficker of all time might get away with it.
Presidential
Wow, so Ghislaine
immunity.
Maxwell has already made a deal with.
Where the fuck?
Apparently, Shuan had made a video about me. It's titled "The Male Loser Epidemic." I was told that I was mentioned and referenced in this video. I don't know if it's true. If it's not true, it's probably a bad video. Let's be honest.
Hello again, friends. Sorry I've been gone for quite a bit. Hopefully nothing too crazy happened. I feel like every time I take a break, like, a war breaks out or something.
That's
but
what happened to me.
thankfully that did not happen.
Right?
But at least we found
Oh,
out
yeah.
the real Epstein files were the friends we made along the way.
This is fake
Welcome
news.
back to the Shuan Head channel. If it is your first time here, run. Shuan Head, and on this channel I like to cover cultural issues, mostly surrounding men's issues.
Uh-oh.
It's what I've been doing for over a decade, and frankly, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Many of you have been along for the ride, and you have seen me go from a chipper, lively, 24-year-old making fun of BuzzFeed and Tumblr feminists to a bitter, calloused,
I
30...
remember that. I found out about this girl from 4chan back in like 2000 and like fucking Gamergate days. And yep, I did.
24-year-old, talking about very real and growing men's issues. One of the main men's issues I have been covering in great detail lately has been the male loneliness epidemic.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but it turns out I was wrong. We don't have a male loneliness epidemic. We have a male loser epidemic. It's not a male loneliness epidemic. No, it's a male mediocrity epidemic. It's a male loser epidemic.
The male loser epidemic has gotten so bad
Yeah.
that honestly so pathetic at this point.
So here's the problem, bro. Like, if you got like, you don't even use these pillows on your bed. Like, you're talking about being a loser. You got a bunch of pillows on your bed. You just put those on your bed so your bed looks good. Who does this?
Now, I don't always talk about men's issues. No, sometimes I talk about politics, and sometimes I mix the two together. Now, I know a lot of you don't like politics. You don't care about politics. But politics cares about you, and it will enter your life, no matter how hard you try to avoid it. But thankfully, I have the perfect app to help you navigate these some news stories that have been covered by only one side of the story.
Yep.
Brownies also makes it really easy to
How convenient.
wing out the one, because I think it is so informative, so fun, and it helps me see how different stories are framed so differently. And
I get my news from Twitter screenshots and AI.
that I highly recommend it. It's one of the few apps that I wake up and just immediately
Yeah, it's AI sure. They're like, damn, that's what happened.
Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent
We can't rescue Obama. Wow,
and expand your worldview.
that's crazy.
First of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all of their amazing features. This comes out to only like $5 a month, which is like the price of a coffee.
Uh-huh.
So go to brown.movie/2 or use the QR code right there on screen, or the link in the video description down there to subscribe to Ground News today. I feel like what they're doing is really important, especially right now, and it helps us approach the news in
battle
a more
pass? Yeah.
fair and balanced way. So thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
That's me.
Right? Now, let's get back to the video. With all these issues men are facing, they seem to be moving to the right and the Republicans more, since the left and Democrats...
Because left-wing policies are that women or men are bad. What a surprise that the policy that women should receive preferential treatment isn't popular with men. Who could have ever guessed that? It's a fucking mystery. Oh my god.
Democrats have essentially just become the young men diamond.
Exactly.
Months ago, I covered how the Democratic Party was losing young men, and I predicted Kamala Harris would lose in part because of young men overwhelmingly voting for Trump. And I was correct.
That's
now
right.
the Democrats have unveiled their final
And
solution.
by the way, a lot of young guys, Trump isn't right-wing enough. Oh, yeah. Oh, get ready. Get ready. We're in for it, dude. We're in for really fun 10 years.
To the right-wing male
Nowhere close, yeah.
Democrats spending millions to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class. Democrats have blown millions of dollars on efforts to appeal to American men who turned to President Donald Trump.
No. See, I don't know if she knows about this at all, but so the Democrats catered a luxury hotel for them to all get together and, fly in and have, like, a catered meal service event for them to discuss why they can't relate to average working class people. I'm not even kidding. They're so stupid. Yeah.
On Election Day, in hopes of winning back the working class. Democrats have spent $20 million on their efforts, with donors and strategists pulling up in luxury hotel rooms, brainstorming how to convince working class men to return to the party. Ah, yes. Nothing more relatable to working class men than luxury hotel rooms. Great job, guys.
Yeah, good one.
The plan? Codename SAM, or Speaking with American Men.
Isn't that SWAM?
Plan promises to use the funds to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virality in the
Okay, the syntax. Alright, so there's a word that starts with F, you're not supposed to say it, and there's a couple other words that you also aren't supposed to say either. And if you go on the internet, you'll see a lot of guys use these words a lot.
The effort also recommends Democrats buy advertisement in video games, among other things. The Democratic Party is treating young men like exotic animals they're studying.
Yeah.
Now, as you can see here, is the young men in the...
Max ammo.
That's crazy. Wow. How about that? This is in the male loser epidemic video. That's crazy.
His natural habitat, in a dark, messy cave surrounded by Taco Bell wrappers and empty Mountain Dew bottles.
True.
Here is another young man, as you can see, also dwelling in a dark cave.
Yes.
This one has dyed his hair blue to scare off potential predators. Unfortunately, it also scares off potential mates. But moving on, here is another young man, we think.
Yeah.
We're not quite sure about this one.
Nobody
We're
knows.
still studying it. Listen, Democrats, instead of spending $20 million to do that stupid... Maybe you should, I don't know, actually listen to men. I listen to men for free all the time. All I have to do is read my comment section. Let's see here. Shoe on Head is a perfect example of why we need to repeal the 19...
This is my alt account.
Greetings from Albania. I hate women so much it's unreal. Ooh, shoot. Ooh, mommy, milkies, mommy. One time I got my penis stuck in a soda bottle. Okay, on second thought, maybe my comment section is not the best source.
Since Trump scored big with young male voters last election, Democrats are spending $20 million to learn how to speak their language. I think it's a waste of money. Maybe these guys
It is. They should listen to you instead.
should spend their money on teaching men to not be such sexists. Maybe that's a stop.
You have to understand that this is Andrew Tate for women.
Okay? every disaffected, bored, disenfranchised, wine, fucking drunk housewife is sitting at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday afternoon listening to this bullshit, okay? It's Andrew Tate for women.
Don't figure that out now. But look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim.
Yep.
Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash.
Yes. The reason, by the way, guys, the reason why a lot of guys live at their mom's house is because they don't have any money. That's the reason why. Like, it's nothing else besides that. Like, and this is the way, by the way, this is the way it's supposed to be. Is that men are supposed to go out and get a job and provide for a family, and women are supposed to have kids and take care of the kids. That's the way it's worked for 1,000 years, and don't let any weird feminist on TikTok tell you that it's wrong. That's the way it's worked, and in 1,000 years from now, that's probably still the way it'll work unless we've replaced women with robots by then, which will, I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Hopefully, but we'll see.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The very night I was sitting on my couch writing the script to my video about how the Democrats are spending $20 million to relate to young men, this came on my TV on Fox News. A Tommy Lahren and Laura Ingraham segment about stay-at-home sons, men who still live at home. Literally minutes after this aired, it went absolutely viral on Twitter for...
I think that there's a lot of attractive women that don't really understand the struggle that, like, an average or below average attractive guy goes through whenever he's not able to, like, get any sort of relationship with a girl. He's not able to get female attention. He goes on one of these dating websites and, no girl matches with him. And there's one girl that does, and it turns out it's a bot to promote an OnlyFans for somebody who's an AI girl that's managed by a man in India. This is really, it's depressing. And so, like, you have women like Tommy Lauren, she's attractive, right? And so, like, she probably doesn't even see this issue at all. But as somebody who's, you know how it is. And so, as somebody who's in that situation, let me tell you that it is very, very demoralizing, especially as a guy. And so the reason why those guys, you don't want to be dating the guys that are living in their basements ordering DoorDash. It's not like there's like this huge amount of, girls that are out there, oh man, I can't wait to find my perfect husband that lives in his mom's basement and, orders DoorDash and rips off the income. It doesn't exist. They can't afford DoorDash. Well, they can. It's on their mom's farm. And so anyway, it's on their...
Stays in his mama's basement and jerks off the hentai. Oh, that's a crazy stereotype, man.
account. And so that's an addict? Yeah, sure. And so that's the big reason that a lot of women, I think, can't relate to this problem, is because they don't even know that these guys exist. They don't see them at all. They're not even real. And so anyway, sounds like quite the catch. Yeah, exactly. And so what these women really want is they want a guy that has his life together, that has a good job, and can support them and support a family. That's what women want. And if you are that kind of a guy, your chances of getting a girlfriend are a lot higher. Like, that doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but it means it's good. And by the way, 3,000 years ago, the guy that could catch a buffalo and kill a buffalo was the guy that reproduced. Okay? Just keep that in mind. Nothing has changed. All right? But it never will. This is just the way it is. The alpha, yes. Can we go back to that? Yeah, go out there. Yeah, you want to go kill buffalo? Go ahead. Get what jobs? Where are all these jobs? Just make one up on the internet. Just make up a bullshit job on the internet where you get people to give you money.
Not good reasons. So we are going to unpack this piece by...
Give me 1 second. Sorry, I gotta take another phone call.
So we are going to unpack this piece by piece. Because even though everyone was mocking it and making fun of it, as far as I saw, nobody was really dissecting it and breaking down exactly why she was so egregiously wrong. So come join me in debunking the male loser epidemic. Because who else better equipped to talk about men's issues than two stupid blonde bimbos? Hold on one second.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah.
3 stupid blonde bimbos.
There you go.
Sorry. I felt left out. Alright, let's go. Wait.
Is that a
I
wig?
need my gamer fuel.
I don't know how people drink energy drinks. I'm gonna be honest. I cannot do that shit, bro. Like, I cannot, never do.
See? I do drink it.
Yeah.
That one's for you, Tectone.
It's a major problem. And you know, Speaker Johnson has been talking about those maybe deadbeat folks that are on Medicaid, and maybe some of those folks are the stay-at-home sons. We don't know. But
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There is a massive epidemic of guys that don't want to have anything to fucking do with society. All they want to do is sit at home, jerk off to fucking anime girls, and play video games. And order DoorDash. No, you're 100% fucking right. And that number is getting bigger every single day. And the reason why is because they can't get anything else. That's the reason why.
tell you this, leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. But Laura, I gotta tell you, this is also a big problem when it
I
comes
was just called a lazy retard.
to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having children. You know, that's a big problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And that's why we have declining birth rates and a lot of other problems in society. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air, meet people in real life. Let's just get back to basics.
So first of all, this stay-at-home son thing is not a real thing. It was a random throwaway, self-deprecating joke some contestant on Jeopardy said. One f***ing guy. Because I guess there's nothing else important going on that they could cover on the news. They literally
There's plenty of girls that are losers too. It's just that the hot ones have OnlyFans now. Before, they just used to post on MySpace. That's it. Girl failures? Yeah.
this into a fake phenomena so they can on young men. Meanwhile, Democrats are spending millions of dollars trying to win back young men. Oh no, the young men are leaving us in droves. How do we get them back? Don't worry, I got this. Hey, you fat, lazy, Cheeto dust-covered slobs. You.
I'm gonna be honest. I think that's what guys need. I'm gonna just say it straight out. I think that a lot of guys, they straight up need somebody. Hey, you fat fucking retard sitting around jerking off to an anime girl that looks like she's. Oh, I'm not gonna say. You need to fucking stop, bro. You get your life together. You need to stop. Yeah, wake the fuck up, bro. Like, stop it. Like, yeah. Oh, wow. Another day of masturbating and being silver in Marvel Rivals. Oh, this is, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's really gonna be good for your life. Oh, for sure, bro. Like, yeah. You're gonna go celestial. You're gonna go on a pro team, sure. Definitely, guys.
Nice. Thanks. I love you. I love you too.
The fuck up, yeah. Men need harsh reality checks? Yeah, they do, but the problem is that when it comes from an attractive woman who's in a position of privilege, it comes as bullying. Because, like, you have an attractive woman who's talking down to these guys, and they're like, well, what the fuck? Like, I mean, because, like, really, I mean, being a hot girl is... I mean, there are disadvantages to everything, right? And, like, being an attractive girl, you have to deal with stalkers and things like that, sure, right? But in general, there's a reason why women get plastic surgery to look attractive and not to look ugly, unless you're Madonna. And so there's a reason for that. It's because women experience benefits and privileges and advantages in life by being attractive. That's true. And men do also. It's not like men don't experience privileges by being attractive, but with women it's more pronounced. Uh-oh.
Is the amount of young men living home with their parents increasing? Yes. Is it because
That's
they're
right.
lazy bums and just want to order DoorDash all day? No. And also, they're not
This is
paying
why my viewership is going up.
for DoorDash, Tommy. They're financing it. Come on.
True.
Get with the times.
There are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And that's why we have declining birth rates. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air.
Have either of you tried applying for a job as a young man recently? Or tried buying a house on the salary of one of these young men? Have you experienced the dating market, been on the dating sites as a young man? No? Interesting, okay. Just wondering.
Of course
Listen, I know the average age of a Fox News viewer is like 70 nowadays, and you need to pander to them. But Tommy, you are like 2 years younger than me. You know this isn't true. Why are you talking like this? Why
Well,
are you
it's because in her life it is. Because she doesn't know anybody that's in that situation. Because she's rich and privileged, and she's never had to deal with anybody like that in her life. And maybe the one person that she has had to deal with like that, she thinks they're a retard. So that's the real reason why. It's because she never had to deal with it, never had to see it themselves. And so, like, yeah, it must be nice. Well, the thing is that, again, like, I understand that, like, women get a lot of advantages in the world. I will tell you something. I thank God every day I was born a man. Oh, my God. I would never want to be a woman.
talking like a... I'm sorry, I have no other word for this, but I hate this, like, generational pick-me. I was born in the wrong generation. I'm not like those other young people. And you know what? She's not like those other young people.
Right.
Now, young people can afford a nice nose job and lip filler and get a cushy job on Fox News. But it's entirely on merit, I'm sure. The main problem with this brain-dead, boomer-ass take is not only is it cringe, but it's completely divorced from reality. This slop is specifically designed for people who paid like $5 for a fucking house.
Yeah.
Listen, not all boomers, okay? My parents are boomers. They are lovely people. A lot of you guys are boomers. So when the baby boomer generation sends its people, it's not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're sending people who have lots of problems. They're bringing the housing crisis. They're bringing wage stagnation. They're falling for AI-generated photos on Facebook. But some, I assume, are good people. But my God, I truly believe they do not understand how good they have it. They can support a family on a single income. A single income from a job that didn't require a college degree. Their leaders didn't prostitute
This is
later.
another big factor is that a lot of guys are stupid. So the way that IQ distribution works is that men have more variance where women are like more clustered in the middle. And because of that, you have a lot of stupid guys. You have a lot of smart guys too, but you have a lot of stupid ones. And if you're a stupid guy, back in the day, your job used to be you had a hammer and then you would turn the big rock into little rocks. And then after that, you had a wrench and then you would turn the nut that's this way, you would turn it to that way. And then the next one would come on, there's a bolt, you have to take it from here over to here. And that was your job. And you got paid equivalent of $200,000 a year to do that job. And your life was amazing. But now there's a robot that does that job. The person who made the robot has even more wealth and income. You are sitting at home living on food stamps, DoorDash, and disability. You don't even have disability, but somehow you got it anyway. And you're complaining about women. That's what happened. And so that's it. So basically, the issue, and this issue is just going to keep getting worse. Nobody talks about this. Is that the issue of IQ? Is that each person has, this is IQ, I spelled IQ wrong. That's really impressive whenever you think about it. IQ, job, and possibility. Yeah, so anyway, I'm probably not at the front here, as you guys can see. And so this is, let's say, 50, and this is 150, all right? So this is an IQ distribution. I know, obviously, people are outside of this, but let's just go ahead and use this. So in, like, right here, if you had an IQ of, let's say, 70, you could get a job. Now, you need an IQ of, let's say, 95 to get a job. Well, eventually, with technology...
That's not true. Oh, I got IQ test. My IQ's like a little above 95. And I can't get a job. I don't really want a job, but still, I don't think if I tried to get a job, I don't think I could get a job. Unless I went to school and shit. I'm not going to school. Hell no. That's not true. It's not true. You need an IQ of like 120 to get a good job these days.
I was totally acting in self-defense.
All of the decision-making jobs will still be done by people, but the automated jobs where you effectively perform the tasks of a robot that just performs a repetitive task over and over, these will be replaced by technology. And so whenever the average IQ needed in order to process the functionality of a job is 110, all of the people that are below that IQ are going to be out of a fucking job. So what do you do with those people? Well, you can kill them, you can turn them into food, you can make them slaves, but the one thing that you definitely are probably not going to do is pay them to sit around and do nothing. And this is an impending problem that nobody wants to talk about. And the reason why nobody wants to talk about this problem is because discussing the concept that IQ is, there's a spectrum that everybody has, right? Like, there's like a best case scenario and a worst case scenario for each individual person. Some people, their level cap is level 15. Other people, their level cap is level 70. It depends on who it is. But some people are born with less talent points than others. And don't ever fall for the illusion that everybody is equal. There's just some things that some people are good at. Yeah, there are some things that you're good at, but if the thing that you're good at, a robot is also good at, well, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? So, no, there's no equality between people. In the same way that height is not equal, in the same way that weight is not equal, appearance is not equal, nothing else in the entire human anatomy is equal. But we're supposed to assume that our brains are exactly the same. It's crazy. Of course it's not true. And so the unfortunate and the uncomfortable reality is that right now, we're here. Right now, we're right here. And what happens is that all of those manufacturing jobs are now being removed. And then you're going to have retail jobs that will also get removed. And so what's going to happen is it's going to cause further consolidation of wealth inside of the wealthiest 1 to 5% of the population. And you have kids now. You have kids, like 15 years old, that are making $10,000 a month on the internet. Meanwhile, you have adults that are slaving away at a shitty job because they're not smart enough to figure out a way to make money on the internet or with some other sort of tool. And the reason why is intelligence. And that's it. And you can't train a person like that. Like a moron like this, somebody who's down here at the 70s, you're never going to teach this person to do something that's functionally useful. They're stupid. They're always going to be stupid. They're never going to be able to overcome this ever. There's never going to be disagree. Guys, this isn't a fucking disagree. This isn't a fucking debate. It's a fact. It's a fucking fact. And so, this is the thing, yeah, mobs important. Yes, exactly. Bullets have these reasons. Well, I'm not saying, like, and every day I say this. I said, this is why you need UBI, Universal Basic Income. You either have to do that, or we have to bring back slavery. One or the other. Those are two options. Everybody thinks I'm crazy. But one day you'll realize that I was right. There are things that I'm right on, and things that I'm not right on yet. And some people, you guys might be in the second category, but soon you'll be in the first. I kind of agree with you, but IQ tests are very one-dimensional, don't you think? How many of you guys went to a public school and you know exactly what I'm talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about here. You teach them algebra, and they just never fucking get it, bro. They never figure that shit out. It's never going to happen. It's obvious you haven't entered the labor market in a long time. Well, that sounds like a... and this is the kind of person, like, we gotta move on. But like I was saying before, you're pretty out of touch. IQ is only a small part. It's actually a massive part. And you don't understand. So basically, you're done. Number one, big thing. Number two, IQ is a massive part because IQ dictates your ability to critically think. critical thinking and decision making that can transcend robotic decision making is what will be preserved as automation and technology replaces humans. So unless you can critically think and come to conclusions that way, then you're going to have a bad time. That's it.
Economic future.
Well, sister, I still love you, but I think you're wrong on the IQ bit. Okay, work ethic is important. A horse can work harder than any person. That doesn't matter. Like, it's just, it's such a, like...
From a job that didn't require a college degree. Their leaders didn't prostitute away their economic future for some cheap plastic shit from China. They inherited the elitist economy known as man, and they pretended the paradise that they earned. I just don't understand, like, why do boomers and spiritual boomers like Tommy Bourne see people struggling and go, wow, I wish I could fix this. They should have it better than I had. We wonder why so many millennials and zoomers don't want.
Because the reason why they think that is because acknowledging that means that you lived with a privilege, and you don't want to acknowledge that because acknowledging that you lived and you were a beneficiary of a privilege like that gives you the ability to now you're thinking, oh man, maybe I'm guilty because I had this thing.
Like, people build up their self-identity of being successful.
Exceptional. That was quite the show. Well done. You were exceptional. That was quite the show. Well done.
Because of their own behavior, and oftentimes that's part of it, but there are also external factors that you can't control. Like, for example, everybody here, you did have a Nat 20 roll by rolling in a country that speaks English, one of the most spoken languages in the world, and you have high-speed internet. There's over 1 billion people that don't have access to the internet. Really. And so the problem is that people are very bad at acknowledging that they have certain privileges, and that's also because certain privileges are imaginary or made up, but also it's because it perceptually devalues their accomplishments. That's the reason.
Kids, I want to make the world a better place for my children.
Yep.
I want to make the world a better place for my children. Ugh. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you spoiled brat.
Yep.
Children. Not happening.
That's a cat.
Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The
Yeah.
pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminist problem in America, but it's the feminization of men.
Young men are becoming...
It's such a wrong thing. Plenty of high IQ people don't believe in the system. I feel bad for so many people. There are so many people out there. You are so hopelessly delusional. I feel bad for you. I really do.
Lazy because they're becoming feminized. So they're becoming lazy because they act more like women? What did she mean by this, chat? I know there's like a...
It's simple. It's because women and men's roles in society are different. And for women, it's okay to be. But to work in an oil field. There's no women out there working in oil fields. That's the reason why. It's different.
a decrease in testosterone or something happening, but men are moving right-wing all over the world. Does that correlate with the feminization? Or, I mean, there are suspiciously a lot of far-right femboys, so...
There sure are.
There is absolutely no evidence that young women want to start families more than young men. None. In fact, all the data says the exact opposite. According to Pew Research, 64% of women younger than 50 say they just don't want to have children. No reason, they just don't want them. Versus 50% of men who say the same.
That's insane.
Another study by Archbridge Institute shows the same. 63% of women without children said they have no desire to have a child, while only 50% of men said the same. For men, the most commonly cited factor was personal finance, but among women, the strongest reason not to have a child was their desire to maintain their personal independence.
Which both of these are valid, to be fair.
They don't want to give up their brunch and mimosas.
That's
They've
right.
been ass-blasted with propaganda their whole lives, telling them their lives will be ruined, their bodies will be ruined, they'll never have fun again, they'll be miserable forever if they have children. And as someone who has had children, best decision I've ever made. 10 cents highly recommend don't do it again. But yes, this idea that men are the ones primarily responsible for the low birth rate is yeah.
Well, I think that there's a lot of women out there that do also want to have kids too. But I think there's also there's a lot of in betweens, right? I think the 50% and the 63%, these are kind of extreme statements, and I think that more people would be swayed to the middle or swayed to the other side if there was a situation that presented itself that looked hopeful to them.
Well, there are factors that play into this. But Tommy, I really gotta ask, is it men or is it you?
This is going to be the summer of canceling boys. All of my friends are...
Postman! Every time, bro, you knew this shit was the case. Okay, yeah. I knew it. What it gets.
attractive. All of my friends are successful. All of my friends have something going on.
That's nice.
Almost every single one of them have an issue with men. But if all of these women, including myself, are having issues, then it might not be us.
Wait a minute. So, if you only have issues with other people, no matter how many people you go through, if you're the common denominator, what? No, but it's the opposite though, right?
Maybe you. It is not just the guys in Los Angeles, Nashville, Dallas, and they're not any better in the Midwest. They, quite frankly, I think they're trash all of this country. My friends are successful. Men don't give a shit about that. They bury a Walmart cashier if she was nice to them.
I think men between the ages of 20 and 30 are not ready, in most cases, for marriage. Are usually...
That's absolutely true. They don't have any sort of they don't have a career. They can't support themselves, etc. Yeah, the economy sucks. Economy sucks dick. And the thing is that you're going to see a bunch of attractive women that are talking about this problem because they this is again. It's like you don't even understand this issue because it's completely alien to you.
Not ready to be husbands and fathers.
That's a cultural issue. So,
no, I would actually, back to your point, I think it's a biological thing.
So let me explain. It is a biological issue in a certain case, but well, actually, actually, no, it's. Wait a minute, I'm just thinking about this more. No, people used to get married when they were like 15. What are you talking about? That's not even true. It's a cultural and an economic reason. Yeah, what do you think? People used to get married at 30 back in the day? No, people used to die at 30 back in the day.
It's right. Men are all trash, they won't know, they won't leave mommy's basement, and they're destroying the birth rates. But also young men are biologically incapable of commitment and being parents.
By the way, in order to understand most people's relations and how they feel about the opposite gender, all you have to do is look at their last 3 relationships. And if you look at those 3 relationships, you can almost always understand exactly where they're coming from.
But wait, there's more. She also believes women don't have to bring anything to the table.
And as a woman...
They don't. They don't, because they can have kids. That's the reason why. I wish more people would just say this. It's true. I mean, to be fair, you have to bring a little bit, right? You can't be fucking crazy. You can't be anything else. Yeah, biological clock. Yeah, exactly. They have an innate intrinsic value by their ability to produce children. Men don't have that. They just don't. That's it. That's the reason why they evacuate women and children out of a boat first. A smaller amount of men can repopulate a population versus women. One dude can have 5 baby mamas, but one baby mama can't have 5 dudes' kids at the same time. I don't think. If that was the case, it'd probably be on one of those tabloid magazines. That's a terrible argument, man. Most people don't think about that at all. I know, and that's the problem. People don't think about that, but it's innately true. And the problem is that we live in a society that actively works against our biology. And the society that actively works against its own biology, it tries to refute it. It creates rules, regulations, and rationalizations for why it exists, and not just simply accepting it for what it is. That's the reason why we have all these problems. It's because people will not accept reality. They want to create their own reality because it makes them feel good. That's it. But what I'm saying is ultimately true.
Me and the boys want to give you a taste of our
Do you
gratitude.
agree that most of youth got destroyed by an outdated academic system? No, I don't think that's it. I mean, to an extent, but there's like 50 different things. So we should bring back polygamy? Look, I don't know who fucked this up. I don't get it. You know, you read the Old Testament, these guys have like 9 wives. Who the fuck decided we should only have 1? What moron decided that? What cuck did that? Like, I don't even know. Like, we had it made back then. Like, if you go back and you read the Old Testament, like, yeah, okay, a lot of people die. But, you know, the guys that like, don't, like, man, they got a fucking name. But yeah, bro, like, we missed out.
I want a strong man who's a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money. But I don't think a man needs to get something out of it to be a manly man, a protector, and a provider. If you think you need to get something out of it,
Well, they definitely do. That's the thing, is that there's a social contract, right? It's the same as like, you know, if you want a man to fulfill a traditional role, then you should be one that fulfill a traditional role as well. You shouldn't expect this to be a one-sided transaction. That's the issue with what happens. It's that women want to have the privileges of modern-day society. Or sorry, they want to have the privileges with, you know, the antiquated biological society that we've had for thousands of years. And they also want to have the opportunities that modern society provides them with at the same time. That's the issue.
quite frankly, don't consider you a real man. Never before in history have women demanded so much and offered so little. So before we get deeper into this retarded, manufactured, stay-at-home son narrative, let's check the Facebook comments of this Fox News video, because I am really interested to see what, like, the typical Fox News viewer thinks about this. If the women are anything like these two, I can hardly blame the men for staying home and wanting to date them. Blame, blame, blame. These two women have a combined age of 93, and they have 0 children between both of them. You both have a funny personality type, so listening to this was like male birth control to me.
Damn.
Goodness, women are ruthless. Bunch of sissies. I served 6 years, 2 years in Southeast Asia after Vietnam was over. When I was 18, the rent was $450 and I could afford to get my own place.
Yep.
She's so spot on. Nothing screams I'm a loser run from me than a guy living at home in his parents' house with his 12-year-old boy's bedroom decor at age of 30. Thank God we raised our sons to be men. And grew up, lived on their own, found their soulmate, got married, bought a beautiful home, and started a family. I was out the door at 18, worked on the assembly line at Dodge, and in the Air Force at 19. Never went back home. I can't relate to this. Yes, we know. We know you people can't relate. We know. But the world has changed.
You worked on the assembly line on Dodge, and now you probably get confused by AI videos because you're actually stupid. You're dumb. You're a stupid old person. And the only reason why you're able to make money and have a good life is because the world hadn't advanced to make people like you irrelevant. That's the reason.
Why did you get this through your heads? I will never let my sons stay home. I'm trying to push them out of the nest. Okay, I really gotta ask, is this an Anglo thing? And me kicking your kid out when they turn 18 years old?
Yeah, it is. It's mainly a white thing. For sure. It is. It's what is the word? I think it's bad. I think it's a white people hell. I don't know why we do this.
My Mediterranean mind cannot comprehend this. And honestly, why don't a man leave home, leave his mother's cooking, for a woman who probably can't cook? Not me, though. Personally, I'm amazing at making this. But you know, I am a great traveler.
Hey! Wow.
Bone apple tea. Now, unfortunately,
Delicious.
Lauren wasn't the only one pushing the stupid, lazy young men go get a job bullshit. Mike Johnson did it, referencing 29-year-old men playing video games all day. Steve Scalise did it with 35-year-old men playing video games.
Bro, they are really trying to kill my stream. They're actively out to get me. They're trying to fucking shut me down, man.
All day. And just the other night, I saw this on my TV. Again.
A Wall Street Journal headline got our attention. The new dream job for young men, stay-at-home son.
I was a pioneer at this. Whenever I was a little kid, I never wanted a job. They told me I had to have a job. I said, bet. I'm going to just steal things from McDonald's, and I'm going to just fucking walk out of Walmart without paying for my stuff, and everything's going to be fine. I'm going to play video games forever, and I'll steal people's Wi-Fi. Steal the internet.
It's afraid it's taken off since 27-year-old Brendan Leo won $59,000 on Jeopardy. And he has a master's degree in political science. What he said?
So he's a master's degree in political science and he's unemployed. Yeah.
Employed. Grow up, get a job, get a wife, build a family.
Just get a wife, bro. Just get a job, bro. Get a job?
Yeah, just get a job. I'm going to step up a job helmet and squeeze that into a job cannon and fire off into Jobland. We're giant screwing jobbies.
The term welfare queen must have fell out of fashion with Republicans, because it seems even they know the approved, safe demographic to go after now. Because it's very obvious what demographic they are talking about when they say young men in their basements playing video games. This, just get a job.
This is the reason, by the way, why a lot of guys are super right-wing. And it's why they hate Democrats, and it's the reason why I think they're like super Trump supporters and everything. It's because basically they view, I think this is the way that a lot of guys see, they view policies that are enacted by liberals and Democrats as being things that actively disadvantage them. And they're right. They are. Like, if there is a policy that gives privileges to women, or opportunities to women, and you're a guy, you've just been fucked. If there is something that gives a privilege or an opportunity to, not necessarily true, no, it is. It's true. Like, if you provide a preferential treatment to one gender, then that gender has an advantage. That's just the way it is. I mean, it's zero-sum. Yeah, that's just how it is, of course. Like, as I've said this before, right? Anytime that somebody advocates for something that would categorically make me ineligible for a benefit for, like, my race, my gender, my sexuality, I'll never vote for that person. I am a single-issue voter on that topic. Anything that they ever try to push that is like, oh, well, you know, if you're this group of people, this immutable characters, if you're gay, you get this opportunity? Nope. That never. And by the way, everybody should be like that. I wish more of you guys would act that way.
Lazy attitude is not
stop voting for people that want to that hate you and want to take your money away. It's pathetic.
But it's especially funny coming from Fox News, of all places. Fox News that spends so much time yapping about immigrants taking American jobs. Fox News will talk for years about how Americans are being screwed out of the workforce. But when this issue manifests itself in Gen Z, suddenly it's a moral failure. The fact is, a lot of American jobs held by men are being lost to automation, offshoring, and yes, cheap foreign labor. Companies and billionaires would rather have cheap labor they can essentially abuse, not pay fair wages to, just good little worker drones who won't unionize.
By little, what she means is children, like in California. Because if the kids work, you can pay them in Tootsie Rolls instead of dollar bills.
Rather than hire American workers for a living wage. The cheaper the labor they hire, the more money they make. I remember when Bernie Sanders called open borders a Koch brothers conspiracy.
Open borders, that's a Koch brothers proposal, which says essentially there is no United States.
But
anybody
it would make
the global poor richer, wouldn't it? Got to make everybody in America poor. They're doing away with the concept of a nation.
See, yeah, this is, it's fucking exactly, like, I don't know why everybody, see, this is the shit that I say, and everybody says I'm a fucking Nazi.
What are you doing?
What is this? How does this fucking happen? How the fuck did this happen?
Mistake.
Where'd that guy go? A lot of these jobs being taken are jobs traditionally held by men, like construction and factory jobs, manual labor work.
Not coming back, by the way.
It's not just manual labor jobs, it's also the tech industry and business industry, which are careers also mainly held by men. There are many, many examples of this, such as Microsoft recently cutting thousands of American workers while requesting 14,000 more H-1B workers this year. Some of those job positions include data scientists, which are 70% men, software developers, which are 80% men, and electronic engineers, which are 90% men, and many more like that. Another example of this was Tesla, where roughly 15,000 American employees were fired in April 2024, and many were replaced with H-1B visa holders.
They need to get rid of that shit. I'm gonna be honest. They do. They need to get rid of this shit. This is ridiculous.
On Twitter, Elon Musk and Vivek
Or at least, like, nerf it by, like, 95%. Like, I'm okay with bringing in people that are, like, really high performers, but if you're basically bringing in equivalent performers just to pay them less money and abuse them more because their employment and their housing is tied to their employment with you, that's the problem. I think, like, this needs, like, a 90 to 95% nerf.
They tried to chalk this up to these immigrants just simply being the best and the brightest. Yeah, okay. You're paying them less for longer hours and more work, and they're willing to deal with it in order to stay in the country.
Yeah,
it's coercive, exploitative, and, dare I say, not very America first. When conservatives confronted Elon Musk for this last year, he told somebody, and I quote, "Take a big step back and look yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend." So when it comes to...
Well, that's okay. I mean, like, it's fine. Like, the thing is that bringing in high-performing immigrants is a good thing. But bringing in immigrants that just simply perform at the same level that other Americans perform at a lower cost, that's bad. Like, there's a very big fucking difference here.
Placing American workers in manual labor with cheap foreign labor, it's deport, deport, deport. But when it comes to replacing his American workers with cheap foreign labor, it's f*** yourself in the face. Interesting. There's also affirmative action and DEI, which are other things Fox News always pisses and shits about, but suddenly when the conversation is about Gen Z men, the demographic of people who are victims of these things, suddenly these things just, like, don't exist anymore. Then it's, oh, young men are all just lazy. They just want to be in their parents' basement ordering DoorDash and playing video games. But it's not just...
Also, if you're a guy and you can't get a job, you need to figure out how to scam people on the internet and have them give you your money. Their money. You need to get their money. You need to find a way to make it to where their money is in your account. That's your goal. You have to get their money and make sure that their money in their account goes into your account. Sometimes you can do this. There's a lot of ways you can do this. Never ever play a rigged game. If you feel like things aren't working out for you, you need to sign up for disability immediately. Sign up for disability and play video games all day.
What are you doing?
Until you feel like stopping.
You're just wasting lives.
That's it.
Brown people taking your jobs.
Yep.
I am not beating the allegations with this one. The brown people are not taking your jobs, okay? It's not their fault. They're just cheaper. Aim upwards. But it's not just the brown people taking your jobs. It's the women, too. Many of the dying industries are male-dominated, while many of the growing industries are female-dominated. And stigma around these jobs being woman jobs usually stops men from working them.
Yeah.
Women are overwhelmingly entering and excelling in college and the workforce, and they're more flexible about job position and pay, while young men usually hold out for higher-paying, higher-position jobs that will make them the breadwinner. Because you see, despite the world progressing and the role of women changing, the role of men has not changed. Every woman is a feminist until the dinner bill comes. But what's crazy is, women might be the ones paying that dinner bill soon. A study from the UK found women aged 22 to 29 earned about 1,000 more annually than men. Completely.
Well, this makes anybody that knows anything knows this is true. This is obviously fucking true. Anybody could guess this. Of course.
Reversing the traditional gender pay gap for this age group. In the US, a 2022 Pew Research Center analysis showed that women under 30 out-earned men in many metropolitan areas, with median earnings at or above 100% of men's in cities like New York and Washington, D.C. That may not sound like a lot of money now, but it's a growing trend that has never been seen before. It's so bad that it's really starting to affect the dating world. American women have never been this resigned to staying single. They are responding to major demographic shifts, including huge and growing gender gaps in economic and educational attainment, political affiliation, and beliefs about what family should look like. More women than men are attending college, buying houses.
This will not be a problem whenever they have AI robot girlfriends. This is a problem that will solve itself.
Focusing on their friendships and careers over dating and marriage.
Don't worry
the challenges of finding a romantic partner have been made more complicated by a growing divide in education and career prospects between men and women. In 2024, 40% of American women ages 25 to 34 had a bachelor's degree, according to Pew, compared to 37% of men. A bachelor's degree increases net lifetime earnings by an estimated $1 million. Women are doing comparisons when it comes to education in their early years in the labor force, and men are doing comparisons.
Well, that's because education is tailored towards women. That's the reason why. It's that any sort of violent or aggressive behavior in school that is just typical of guys, and the way that guys act in general is viewed as problematic, or you get in trouble for it. That's the reason why. Is prejudice getting it? Yeah, exactly. Like, no, I'm just being honest.
Badly. Men's economic struggles seem to be having the biggest effect on women without a college degree, whose marriage rates by 45 have plummeted to 52% for those born between 1930 and 1980, according to research by Cornell University. Young men without a degree are struggling so much as a group that there simply aren't enough with steady jobs and earnings for non-college women to date.
See, that's what I was saying. And it's never going to get better. It will only get worse. And the thing is also, here's what's interesting about it, is that the women that are also stupid at that age, by the time that they're older, like let's say 40 or 35, if they're not sexually attractive and, you know, they already had kids or, you know, for whatever reason, they're kind of outside of that biological clock period, their value goes into the garbage as well. Because that's the way it works. People get really mad at me for saying this, but like, I'm right. Like, I'm right. It's so obvious. All you have to do is look at reality.
Men are poor, women most affected. Modern women are no longer tied to their gender roles. Birth control has freed them from the prison that is their biology, and they are making their own money, sometimes more than men. They can have it all. They can do anything. They can be anything. While at the same time, men are still expected to be the provider. And more importantly, many men still want to be the provider.
This is what I was saying before about preserving privileges while still maintaining opportunities.
It can't. And women, though strong and independent, still want men to be the provider.
And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money.
Basically, men are like, we're worried we're not making enough money. And women are like, we're worried men are not making enough money. Hello class, I am Miss On Head. I am substituting for your teacher today. She was arrested for molesting a 12-year-old boy. So today we are learning about the graph.
Oh, I showed
This is the growth in productivity versus hourly compensation graph. And you can trace almost everything bad happening in society
This is a bad
back
graph.
to this graph. As you can see, productivity increased while compensation barely grew over the
That's
same
right.
time period. Notice they tracked very closely
Keep
up
in mind, it only goes to 2017. Imagine what it is now.
until around 1972. Now, what happened around 1972, class? Well, the top marginal tax rate was reduced from 70% in 1964 to 50% by 1981. The federal minimum wage began to stagnate, income going to the 1% rose from 9% in the 60s to 16% in 2023.
Yep.
CEOs also went from making 20 times more than the average worker to making 350 times more than the average worker. Anything else?
Probably
Anything else
500 by
happened
now.
around 1972? Yes, Jimmy, that is correct. Women joined the workforce around this time, but we don't have to get into that today.
Oh, it's absolutely a fact. Men having to compete with women inside of a workforce obviously is able to drive down wages. Of course that's what happens. Like, I'm not against women being able to work, right? I mean, of course you should be able to do what you want to do, but like, yeah, of course it had that effect. Obviously.
Hard work no longer guarantees success, and the will to work is tied to the fruits of your labor. And young men are fed up today because 90% of that fruit is rotten. Now, is there some truth to modern young people being lazy? Sure, I guess. Every generation has lazy people.
Yeah.
And we do basically live in
Socrates wrote about how people are lazy nowadays in ancient Greece. It's nothing new.
late-stage mouse utopia, after all. Young people today are faced with two options: revolution or escapism. And a lot of them are choosing escapism. Many have basically given up, but it's not like they didn't try. They tried, and they found out the juice just isn't worth the squeeze, whether it's college, dating, or the job market.
That's right.
And in a way, many young men are kind of choosing revolution. The never-before-seen large shift rightward in young men is a small revolution in a way. They're saying, this isn't working for me, this sucks, I hate this. I want something different. This is also manifesting on the Democrat side in general. The young men that are still voting left are voting further left. You saw this recently in New York City, where Zoran Mamdani, a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist, won the Democratic primary. Young men are
You've got to keep in mind, like, this guy, like, comes from a super rich family. Like, it's not like he's ever really had to struggle, right? And this is the issue that I think a lot of people like that have, like, these very high-minded ideals, is that they never have to live with the consequences of their own ideals, right? They have a lot of luxury values because they live a luxury lifestyle. Right, is Nepo baby? Yeah, sure, right? But like that's always how it is.
Tired of the establishment, left and right. They're tired of the system and they want to burn it down and start again. They want something that works for them because this is not working for them.
If you wake up in the morning and you find yourself in a society where 23-year-olds with 4-year college degrees and like initiatives want smoking weed every day because they can't make enough to buy a car, much less a home, much less get married, much less have children, then why should you be surprised when people say they prefer socialism?
He's completely right. He's absolutely right.
Fox News should hire that guy. There is an entire generation of fighting-age men who are enraged and feel like they have nothing to live for.
You have a sense of smell. Go ahead and switch it off.
Probably start
None of us have seen a shower.
Remember when I told you guys about this? It's going to happen in Europe first before it happens in the U.S. But, like, I'm telling you guys, it's going to be a pretty interesting time.
I saw this airing on Fox News as they saw an angry woman interviewing their faces about how everything wrong in the world is their fault. And all
I just know another big factor in this clip that made people mad is the fact that she's I would say she's attractive, right? And it's like another one of the, like, it's like another attractive woman that is a bit, like, if she was fat and ugly, would she be on that panel on Fox News? Well, everybody knows the answer to that. No. No, she wouldn't, and everybody knows that. And so you have a person who is there by the nature of their nature, and they're speaking down to other people because they're not working super hard in order to make up for them. It's pretty privileged? Yeah, no, that's it.
But unfortunately for Democrats, nobody under the age of 60 watches Fox News. So this is really going to have an effect on men whatsoever. So keep that $20 million.
might still need it, unless we get dragged into another war. If we do get dragged into another war in the Middle East, young men might come running back to the Democratic Party. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not even a George Bush to electric Google will have men coming back to the Democratic Party.
No, we're going to see, I think this is what's going to happen, is that you're probably going to have, like, I think J.D. Vance, in a lot of ways, is, like, much more right-wing and much more conservative than Trump is. And I think that the people that are going to come after him are going to be even more right-wing and even more conservative. And I think that the shifts that you're going to see pretty soon here, especially in terms of what's publicly acceptable to discuss, I think that we're probably going to see public conversations about women being able to be in the workplace. I think you're going to see public conversations, you might not believe this, but about women voting, period. And there's actually a good chance that this will become a popular talking point again. Because a lot of men, I don't believe it. Okay, you're going to find out. Hey, clip it. That's disgusting. I'm telling you what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Based on what?
Based on the increasing polarization between genders and the growing perception that women make decisions that are based off of things that are not necessarily logical, I think that a lot of men perceive that, and they view that issue as being an existential problem. I think this is a very common sentiment. A lot of people won't say it. I'll say it. And again, wait 5 years. Wait 10 years. Clip it, and then come back to me. Remember what I said about Hunter Biden running for president? And, you know, like getting in the public eye again? Everybody said I was insane. Just wait and see.
Hopefully we don't find out. And as I'm editing this right now, a lot of young people, even the podcast bros, seem pretty upset about the Epstein thing, but we know Democrats won't take advantage of the situation in order to protect the Clintons, so maybe not even this will save them, but
it won't matter.
We'll see, I guess. Hold on one second.
Yep.
That's better. So that was that video. What do you think of the male loser epidemic? Do you agree with Tommy Lauren? Is it all men's fault? Leave your comments below. I read them all.
It is men's fault, but hearing it from a pretty girl who has had every privilege in her life is fucking annoying, and it's obnoxious, and that's why people reacted as negatively as they did. And also, men have a lot of structural disadvantages in society now.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good, I'm live. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to say hi.
Oh, hello.
What's up with you?
Not much. Just, shooting up some heroin right now.
You're what?
Shooting up some heroin.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's all good.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, why not?
You're lying.
No, I'm totally telling the truth. I'm shooting up heroin in my veins.
Well, where'd you get heroin?
Oh, you know, the hookers.
The hookers. Well, where'd you find hookers?
Online. There's plenty of hookers online.
Yeah, and well, how do you get heroin from them?
Well, they got hookups. You just ask them, like, what you got. Some of them will say Molly, LSD, ketamine.
How did you get that?
Well, you just met up, hung out with the hooker for an hour, and she gave me some heroin.
Oh, wait, are you? Come on, be serious.
Oh, yeah, I had one today, but it tasted like iron. Oh, yeah, it was like kind of orangish. Aslan just broke a feather off her toy, and now she's playing with the feather. Why does she like the feather? Really? Oh, she's good. Not often, no. She's fine. It's Chihuahua. Oh, they're dumb fucks. It's fine. No, she's gonna piss. Yeah, she's a dumb fuck. That's the reason. Aslan doesn't pull that shit. Yeah, so that's why Chica's a dumb fuck. She should just know. Yeah? Yeah, that's why I'm saying they're dumb fucks. Because cats do it, why can't dogs? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's all good. It doesn't matter. Yeah, if you watch my videos, you would know that. That wasn't a casino, that's Korean barbecue. It says in the title. No? Yeah, you're talking about something in the bump people. So where's Ryder at now? He's in what, Manitoba? He's in Grand Prairie? I heard he had to take a little loan. People couldn't help him. Like for his school, I heard he had to take out a loan. People couldn't help him. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's what I heard, man. He said it was like 17,000. That's a lot of money, though.
They got like really cheap ones. Yeah, a house is a lot more expensive than a student loan, though. Yeah, and he has to take it over. That's good, though. Oh, she got that. That schooling stuff is really stressful. Yeah. But I mean, the expense part is also the stressful part because you gotta pay interest. Like, Andy said, Ryder's loan is like 6%. Well, that's if you can go to school for like 4 years. Like for Ryder, he's only going for like what, a year or two? Yeah, so Ryder doesn't have to put much in. I mean, if you go to school for 4 years, you got to live on your own stuff. If you don't have your parents supporting you, you got to live on your own in another city or whatever. Then you're probably gonna rack up credit card debt and other debt too. So it's gonna be hard to. And there's no guarantee you get a job when you get out of school. Yeah, but no, but a part-time job doesn't pay rent and pay back your debt. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, man. That a part-time job doesn't really afford the cost of living today. Maybe back in your day it did, but it doesn't these days. Like, isn't that like I heard Ryder has to live in someone else's house to get a roommate, even then he's struggling. Yeah, but isn't Canada supposed to be a rich country? It seems like everybody's poor these days. Yeah, but it was different. It was different back in your day where you could actually afford a house when you got out of school and you got a job. These days, there's no guarantee you're going to get a job. Unemployment rate is super high. And even if you do get a job out of school, no guarantee you'll be able to afford a house. You know the average house is over $500,000 these days.
Yeah, Canada's population is now higher than Britain. Yeah, that's going to be India 2.0. That's kind of sad. That's the best hotel in Japan. Sort of. Sort of. Yeah. Live streams. Sure. Right. those were also the golden days of Christianity. Yeah, okay, bye.
Oh, fuck. I need to take the garbage out tonight.
In the great three-way battle for dominance at the July box office, I don't think many people were given Fantastic Four great odds. Not only was it going up against a juggernaut like the Jurassic World franchise, which somehow keeps churning out billion-dollar movies despite becoming the dinosaur equivalent of the Fast and Furious, only less coherent, but it was also competing directly against James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn, a movie so insanely hyped up that you could almost forget there were actually other films coming out this summer. And it wasn't exactly taking on these competitors from a position of strength either. The MCU is a brand struggling for relevance and direction these days, let down by 2 disappointing flops already this year, and a TV show so terrible that even Marvel tried to bury it for years. And as if all that wasn't bad enough, the film itself was dogged by controversy, rumours of panicked reshoots and rewrites, terrible test screenings, girl bosses and political pandering. And of course, the whole thing was built around Pedro Pascal, the most overexposed and overhyped actor in Hollywood history. All of this is to say that Fantastic Four felt like it was counted out before the fight even began. But here's the funny thing, dear viewer, it's actually pretty fucking good.
In the quiet words of the Virgin Mary.
I mean, let's not go nuts here. It's not a great movie by any stretch. It's not going to change the world or save the MCU. Superhero movies totally aren't back because of this one film, and there's definitely issues with it. The antagonists aren't very well developed, there's a bit too much convenience driving the plot forward, and you can tell the third act's been chopped up in editing, but for the most part, I think the good part outweighs the bad is its invested in. The plot is simple but effective for building up stakes and tension. The gloriously retro-futuristic world is a nice break from the visual diarrhea that we're used to seeing. The dreaded Marvel humour was massively toned down. There was no girl bossing or pandering like the rumours suggested. Damn man, even Pedro Pascal did a pretty good job as Reed Richards.
No way!
I can't quite believe I'm saying this about a Marvel movie in 2025, but credit where credit's due, I quite liked Fantastic Four. The movie opens on an alternate version of Earth with a brisk and breezy intro that explains the origin of the Fantastic Four in a quick, simple summary that works neatly in context, unlike a fluffy wall of text. James. After their first journey into space that gave them all superpowers, the team are now heroes and global celebrities who use their powers to improve humanity. All great stuff, until one day the Silver Surfer crashes the party by announcing that Earth has been marked for death, and Galactus is on his way to eat the fucking planet. Lots of good news, so the gang head into space with a heavily pregnant Sue Storm to intercept Galactus and either negotiate a peaceful settlement or find a way to destroy him. Galactus easily captures them though and offers them a simple choice: hand over Sue's unborn son and he'll leave Earth alone, or refuse and he'll kill them all and eat their planet anyway. Naturally, they're not particularly keen on this deal, so they bail the fuck out of there and return to Earth. And for some reason, Reed Richards tells everyone exactly what went down.
Yes. Smartest I have ever met in my life.
Like, how do you imagine they're going to take it when they realise you're the reason Earth is going to get eaten by a giant cosmic demon gods? Anyway, with Galactus on his way and their popularity on the downslide, the race is on to find a way to either defeat him or escape before he gets there. But does the answer really lie with a desperate plan to hide the entire planet, or does the Silver Surfer hold the key to stopping him? Now, there's a lot I want to say about this film, and for once, I want to start with the good news. Oh, and I'm probably going to dip into spoilers here, so consider yourself warned. Anyway, the first piece of good news is that most of what was leaked about this movie was either wrong or massively exaggerated. Sue Storm isn't some annoying girl boss who dominates every situation. The movie doesn't pander to gender politics or knock down the male characters just to big up the ladies, and the finale isn't just her and the Silver Surfer saving the day single-handed. Everyone gets stuff to do throughout the film. It's very much a team effort, and all four of them have a role to play. Well, maybe not so much the thing, but really, how much can you do with a fucking walking boulder that punches things? Reed moves the way when it comes to science and technology, while Sue is more of a maternal presence over the team, and that's fine. It's a collaboration, not a competition, which is how it should be. Johnny Storm is way less annoying than the trailer made him out to be, and he's actually pretty smart and makes a key discovery that helps him understand the Silver Surfer's true nature. Yeah, I think the movie could have given them more scenes together to flesh out their relationship, but I'll get more into that later. And believe it or not, I also have to give props to Pedro Pascal. Fuck. Whatever you might think of his public persona or Hollywood trying to push him into absolutely everything, one thing you can't deny is that he's a pretty fucking good actor, and when he's given the right role to work with, he can do great things. I actually liked his portrayal of Reed Richards. He's smart, composed and logical, and despite what the rumours would have you believe, he's never pussified or pushed to the side in favour of Sue Storm. There's a real theme of family, loyalty and teamwork running throughout the narrative, and holy shit, after all the weirdly sterile, sexless, joyless, loveless relationship that we've had to put up with in recent years, it was like some wild acid trip to have a movie that revolves around a husband and wife who love each other, and the child that they're about to bring into the world. We've actually reached the point where a bog-standard nuclear family dynamic is some crazy revolutionary concept now. Another thing I appreciated about Fantastic Four was how removed it was from the rest of the MCU and its bullshit convoluted storylines. For once, I didn't have a laundry list of movies and TV shows I needed to catch up on just to understand what the fuck was even happening here. It's just a neat, self-contained story, and I like that. On the downside, probably my biggest issue with the film is the Silver Surfer, but not for the reasons you might think. Honestly, I don't much care if she's male or female because she's a fucking space alien made out of liquid metal. My problem is that I wanted the movie to do a bit more with her. I wanted to know more about her mindset and motivations, her personality, how she sees the world, and how she feels about what she does. As it stands, she's not in the movie enough for me to form much of an opinion about her at all, and her redemption arc feels kind of unearned because there's a lot of connective tissue missing. Probably because it was left on the cutting room floor, but I'll get back to that shortly. It's much the same problem with Galactus. I mean, don't get me wrong, he looks awesome, and Ralph Ineson does great work with the voiceover, even if I wish he would have kept his Yorkshire accent. Hey, plus, give me baby or I'll leave your planet. That's a champion. Again, though, the problem is that the movie doesn't tell us a whole lot about him. He's just big and hungry and he eats planets, I guess, and he wants Baby Franklin to somehow take over his role one day. Like, I've literally got no idea how that's even meant to work functionally, and I don't get the impression you're meant to think about it too much. It's a testament to how much I enjoyed this film, though, that my biggest gripes are the things missing that I wanted to see more of, rather than the stuff already in it that I hated. And I get the impression that there was originally a longer cut of this film that gave us more of those all-important character moments and connective scenes. Whether it was a panic from the studio trying to course-correct after negative feedback, or just a desire for a shorter runtime, I'm not sure. But the end result is a slightly rushed, timid sort of movie that could have been something really special with just a bit, well, more. As it stands, the Fantastic Four is a surprisingly decent movie that does what it does with just enough flair and heart to get you invested, and that probably would have been considered thoroughly mid a decade ago. But in these dark days of cinema, well, it's by far the best superhero film of 2025.
Our president is far more implicated in the Epstein files than we previously thought. This is according to a Wall Street Journal article. The Justice Department told Trump in May that his names of many in the Epstein files. A lot of people have been saying, oh, that's old news. We knew he was in the flight logs. We knew he was in these phone records. But that's not what we're talking about. Those were already public. Jeffrey's Black Book, that was already out there. This is a new review of documents that we're talking about. We're going to go through all of it, and we're going to start...
Look here, look, listen, hello.
Whether he was mentioned in the Epstein files, and he says, no.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing.
So then we have Trump denying being told that his name was in the Epstein file. But a lot of people were wondering, well, then why are you acting so weird with these files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's pretty boring stuff. They were
He is acting weird, bro. Like, if he's not guilty, he's sure doing a good job acting like he's guilty. He's doing a great job acting like he's guilty.
By Obama. Luckily, we unearthed an interview where Trump actually hints to the fact
Wings of
that
Redemption
he was
is on
in
the
fact told that
Epstein
he
list.
was in the Epstein files.
Wings of Redemption is on the Epstein list. I highly doubt that. Wings of Redemption's like pretty broke. I mean, I know he's had a kind of successful career, but Jeffrey Epstein brings like multi-millionaires and billionaires. Wings of Redemption's kind of broke. For his age, at least, he's kind of
The age of
broke.
consent should be 12.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I used to watch Lolcow Live. I actually stopped watching Lolcow Live when they removed Wings of Redemption. I haven't watched an episode since. The show sucks now. It was kind of funny how he beat Kelly. Well, he didn't beat her, but he like pushed her to the ground. That was kind of funny. But yeah. Yeah, no, I remember that. I remember that when he said that.
Wings should play zombies. He said it's boring.
Yeah, he should play zombies. I don't know why he always plays multiplayer. That's boring. Multiplayer is boring, especially watching Wings because he's terrible at it. Half the time his KD is negative. Like, he's not even good at Call of Duty. And he blames skill-based matchmaking, which might be a part of it, but fuck, man, aren't you supposed to be a professional, like, Call of Duty player?
Nobody wants to watch him play domination.
Yeah, I don't want to watch him play that bullshit. He'd probably get more donations, because he'd be more entertaining if he did zombies. I'd actually really like to see what rounds he could make it to. Because I can make it to round 51 without going down, and I exfil. So I'd like to see if Wings of Redemption would be better than me at zombies. Probably not if he said it'd be boring. I also like zombies more because it's easier to level up. In multiplayer, it takes
People
forever to
who don't
level
play
up.
hardcore are not real COD players.
People who don't play hardcore? I don't really play any multiplayer. Yeah, I'm not a real COD player. I don't think I'm even going to buy Black Ops 7. I only like zombies. I didn't like the campaign in this game either. The campaign was shit. Yeah, the campaign in this game sucked. There was one cool mission. There was that one mission where you actually go and kill a bunch of zombies. And of course, that's the only one that I liked. I'm a big fan of zombies modes. But it gets pretty repetitive, so that's why I'm not buying Black Ops 7. It's the same shit, different map. Same shit, different coat of
If you
paint
don't play
every fucking year.
multiplayer, then I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, no, I
bro.
don't like multiplayer. I don't play multiplayer.
Then
I just like to chill and relax when I play Call of Duty. If you're playing multiplayer, you gotta really focus. Unless you want to have a negative KD. You gotta really focus. I like to just chill, sit back, and relax. It's easy to do that with zombies. Not with multiplayer.
And it was all fake stuff.
They've been running these trials. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me.
Now that final review is going to be separate
Yeah.
from what we talked about with the flight logs, the black book, things like that. According to the Wall Street Journal, the Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a trusted
Trump
document.
is extremely biased against Trump. Take whatever he says with a grain of salt. I mean, I don't know whether he is or not. I mean, I just think talking, like, in my opinion, it's not about Trump. Like, it's a lot bigger than Trump. Trump is just like,
Do you like Trump?
this is one person. This is it's an ongoing. It is an indicator.
I don't know. It's hard to like Trump. I don't like Trump.
What was your
Still
opinion
prefer
on the
him
South
over
Park episode?
Kamala Harris. Bro, I'm not buying fucking Paramount Plus or whatever. I'm waiting for that shit so I can torrent it. I haven't seen the new episode. I'm waiting for it to come out on 123 Movies or something so I can torrent it, watch it for free. I'm not buying Paramount Plus. Fuck that. Lining the big tech corporations' pockets. Hell no. I mean, I have a Netflix account, but I barely use it. You know, if they would release South Park episodes, and I know they can't really do this because it's supposed to keep up with current events, but if they released South Park episodes like a whole season at once, maybe I would get Paramount Plus, but I'm not buying a monthly Paramount Plus subscription just for one episode of South Park. The fuck? Hell no. I'll just torrent that shit. Pirate that shit. I've already seen this video though. It's just an Asmongold reaction video.
This is random, but I would rather go to a China buffet than a
I'd
5-star
rather go to
restaurant.
China buffet than a 5-star restaurant. I don't know. Some of those restaurants can be overrated, especially those restaurants with, what are they called? Michelin stars. Some restaurants can be very overrated. I went to a restaurant the other day, Korean barbecue. Holy fuck. I recorded that steak. Best steak I ever had. I'm still getting cravings for it right now. It's like an addiction. If you're super rich, it costs $100 for that meal. So it's not like I can go there every day and eat.
But I love
if you're rich, fuck, I would probably eat there every day. If I was super rich. Sushi. Yeah, sushi's good. Some sushi kind of sucks though. I hate that really fishy tasting sushi. But like even that fishy tasting sushi, you can just put some wasabi on it, and then oh man, you don't even taste the fishiness. Just fucking spicy. And then, but sometimes I hate how wasabi has no spice to it. Sometimes wasabi is just incredibly like spicy. It hurts your nostrils. And then sometimes it has no spice at all. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah, I like the really spicy shit.
South Park has officially returned, just when the world needed it most. Go ahead and cancel your therapy sessions. It's the greatest show of all time. It's back. I genuinely can't believe it's been over 2 years since we got the last season. I mean, sure, we got the specials, Not Suitable for Children, End of Obesity. I enjoyed these, but like most fans, I've been longing for a proper new season for what feels like an eternity. Last year, Matt and Trey announced that season 27 wouldn't air that year, mainly because they didn't want to focus on the 2024 election or Donald Trump. Spoiler alert, we're gonna see plenty of Trump. Aside from that reason, I'm sure by now most of you know about the lawsuits that South Park has been going through that even caused this season to be delayed an extra 2 weeks. Well, it's finally all coming to an end. For now. So here we are, season 27. I plan to break down, overanalyze, and share my thoughts about every episode in this season. I'll most likely be uploading 2 or 3 days after each episode, which is kind of tragic considering every other
Honestly,
YouTube
South
channel
Park
will have
hasn't been
uploaded
good
their
since
video
the
already.
early
But this does
2010s.
give me one advantage. I can talk about the full reactions to the episodes, like how the White House responded to this episode, or what Trey Parker said in response to the White House. So if you enjoy the ramblings from an obsessed South Park nerd, make sure to check if you're subscribed.
Hell no, I don't agree. I got into South Park around the early 2010s. Good episodes for sure, but I think South Park is the only animation out of like The Simpsons, American Dad, Family Guy, all that shit. I think South Park's the only one that actually is still pretty good. But yeah, I've seen some clips of the new episode. I haven't seen the new episode. It was pretty cringe. I don't know how this new episode is. It might be kind of cringy. I think it probably is. I wanted them to bring Garrison back as Donald Trump, but they didn't want to do that because they wanted to keep Garrison as a character. I don't know who the fuck likes Garrison as a character besides gay people, because Garrison's just super gay. I know everybody used to like Mr. Hat and Mr. Lemmy Winks going up Mr. Garrison's ass and shit. I never really cared for that storyline, bro. Bring Garrison back as Donald Trump. That shit was funny. I don't know why they had to bring Donald Trump back as like Saddam Hussein. I don't like that. Shit's just kind of cringy. Donald Trump sleeping in bed with Satan. Donald Trump has a small dick. I mean, none of that shit's really funny. It's kind of just cringy.
Enough stalling, let's get into it. Here is Sermon on the Mount. The episode kicks off with Cartman learning that his favorite radio show, NPR, isn't working anymore.
Yeah, NPR, National Public Radio, where all the liberals and whine about stuff, something's wrong with it.
Leanne tells Cartman that the president had NPR canceled, which, of course, enrages him. He goes on to rant about it to his friends, claiming the government can't do this. What show will they cancel next? This feels like one of their self-aware jokes, maybe even a little foreshadowing for the storm that this episode might cause. Cartman goes on to say that everyone is changing, and it seems like even woke stuff is off limits now. Yeah, Cartman is upset because people are becoming less woke.
Now everyone rips on the Jews, and it's totally fine. Okay.
We're not even 2 minutes into the new season, and Kyle is already completely done with Eric. PC Principal calls for a mandatory assembly, which gets Cartman pretty excited, hoping that PC Principal will knock some sense into people and bring back political correctness. He proceeds to tell the school that there's only one thing that can bring back normalcy in these corrupted times: Jesus Christ.
What?
Yeah, this is coming from the character that was literally created to satirize political correctness.
You just use a term that excludes women from an occupation?
He decides to change his name to Power Christian Principal. We then meet our old pal Jesus, who mumbles some random scripture, and everyone is just sat there confused. In the next scene, Stan casually tells his parents that Jesus showed up to his school. Randy replies that he doesn't think Jesus is allowed to be in schools, and he needs to talk to someone about this. Who is that someone? ChatGPT, of course.
Then you're probably right to be concerned. But you're looking out for your son's education.
I love this scene so much. It shows the increase in AI usage. There's always going to be people who abuse it for literally everything. It's meant to be a tool, but there's people who want to use it like Randy to tell them whether or not they should be mad about something. You know, instead of just talking to his wife who's laying right next to him. The next day, Cartman is in full panic mode, realizing that if PC Principal has changed, that means woke is officially dead.
Everyone hates the Jews. Everyone's fine with using gay slurs. Oh, well, that's not good.
Now, why would Cartman be so concerned about this? I mean, we're talking about the same kid who wanted to reform the Nazi Party, after all. We'll find out a little bit later, but if you understand Cartman's narcissism, you probably have a pretty good idea already. Meanwhile, the adults of South Park are not happy about the current state of the country, especially the president. Even the Republicans and people who voted for him are now expressing their anger. They decide that they need to take action immediately, and they start rioting on their way to the president.
What the hell do you think you're doing, Garrison?
It's revealed that Garrison is no longer the president. I don't know about you guys, but this was a massive sigh of relief for me. Garrison is one of my favorite characters in the show, and his Trump era was just not it. I think that Matt and Trey really believed Hillary was going to win 2016, so Garrison as Trump was only supposed to be a couple episodes. Then Trump actually won, and it essentially ruined one of the best characters in the show for years. Maybe that's a hot take, I don't know, I just hope to see more of the original Garrison. Anyways, the question now is, if Garrison's not the president anymore, then who's the retarded in the White House? The next scene cuts to the Prime Minister of Canada, barging into the Oval Office, furious about tariffs. He goes on to tell the president he's acting like some sort of dictator in the Middle East. Yeah, they did it. They actually did it. Saddam Hussein returns as President Trump. And if that exact line sounds familiar to you, well, that's because they used it about 27 years ago. Last year, Matt and Trey said they had run out of ways to satirize Trump, but that turned out to not be true. Either way, this is infinitely better than Garrison being Trump. The Prime Minister says that the people of Canada will not be devalued by these ridiculous tariffs. Trump Hussein responds by threatening to bomb him, like he did to Iraq. When he's corrected that it was actually Iran, he then gives us another iconic line that dates back to Season 2. Completely unbothered by the Prime Minister, he takes a stroll through the White House, and we get our first small wiener joke.
But that's the size it is in the photo.
He then threatens to sue the painter for fake news, which is something Trump still enjoys doing for some reason, even though he's already won the presidency. To make the nostalgia even greater, we are also reunited with the iconic character Satan. otherwise known as Saddam Hussein's ex-lover. He appears to be in another abusive relationship. Only this show can make you feel empathy for Satan. Honestly though, if you watch enough South Park, you'll realize Satan is actually a pretty morally ground character. He's depicted as pretty chill throughout the show, and also pretty gay, but that's besides the point. We finally get an update on what Cartman is going through. Butters tries to console him, but Eric is just severely depressed. With woke culture dying out, Cartman no longer feels special. Cartman is someone who gets his dopamine from being a bigot. He can't fathom living in a world where Kyle is no longer offended by him. This is Eric Cartman's worst nightmare, and it causes him to make a drastic decision.
I'm gonna kill myself. Thank you.
So, I laughed a lot this episode, but for some reason, this was the funniest part to me, and I don't know why. I think it's just the casual way that Cartman decides that he's gonna take Butters down with him, like, just so out of left field. Butters is literally just trying to help his best friend out of depression, and Eric comes along like, yeah, we're both gonna beat this world. I don't know why it's so funny to me. Anyways, gotta lock back in. Butters desperately tries to convince Eric that woke culture is gonna come back, and he just has to give it a little bit of time. He gives him a deadline and says if woke culture isn't back by Tuesday, then he's gonna go through with the plan. Meanwhile, we get a scene from Stan. Apparently, PC Principal thinks Stan has a problem with Jesus being in schools. Stan asks the question we've all been wondering. What happened to him? Oh, he used to be super woke, and now he's super Christian. Just realized that's what was. This whole thing feels like a satire of the people who are trying to push Christianity into schools. I remember last year the Ryan Walters situation. He's an Oklahoma State superintendent that was super active in pushing for the Bible to be part of public school curricula. It's just wild to see PC Principal change so much. Maybe the show is trying to poke fun at how people with over-the-top beliefs are willing to ditch their values the moment the culture shifts. An arc of him being super religious could be pretty funny though. We'll just have to wait and see how this plays out. Trump Hussein is having a party at the White House. In this frame, I found a visitor. Definitely not something I saw in a screenshot 5 minutes ago and decided to claim it as my own discovery. Also, I love the detail of him grabbing a Coke. Trump doesn't drink booze, but according to Dana White, he's never seen him drink water.
What? You want a water? No. And then somebody would drink water.
The town of South Park finds a way to call the president to complain. All they get out of it is being sued for $5 billion. The best part of the scene is the White House art that I'm not sure if I can show on YouTube or not, but it's cool.
What is good, my nigga?
Back into State. Who has this to say?
Another random commented on my Instagram that you're on the Epstein list.
Is Trump on the Epstein list? Most definitely. But he should release it anyways and use the Frank Reynolds method.
Know this. Yes, I was on the sex island, but only for the snorkel.
In
I
smoking
didn't know
meth and
anything about
God.
the kid stuff.
No. Satan demands to know if he's on the list and finds it suspicious that every time it's brought up, he just tells people to relax. He then ends the conversation by telling Trump Hussein he's exactly like this other guy he used to date. I still think it's funny they're not telling us if this is actually Saddam Hussein or like a reincarnated version of him in Trump's body. For all we know, it could be like a legal loophole, so they can say it's technically not Trump. I don't know, but it's funny either way. It might be revealed later, we'll see. Butters is playing with his toy cars when his mom comes in and tells him to go play with his friend Cartman, who's out in the garage, in her car, with a hose. Somehow that doesn't raise any red flags for her, but then again, we already know she's as dumb as rocks. In a panic, he rushes to go find Cartman's and appears to be ending it all. This needs to be a new meme portrait or something, because this might be the funniest he's ever looked in the entire show. By this point, Butters is just fed up with the entire thing and agrees to Eric's plan. The next scene shows us 60 Minutes doing a story on the South Park protests. The reporters are scared to death about anything they say, implying their fear of being sued by Trump.
And just to be clear, we don't agree with them.
We think these protesters are total retards.
This whole scene is just a big reference of the lawsuit about CBS editing an interview during the election. The program moves to the South Park protesters, and we get an interview from the Scotches. Scotch families, what do you say that don't protect their country? Yeah, no carbon monoxide in an electric car. I remember them making this joke a long time ago. It was about a hybrid car, though, in the High School Musical episode.
Do you smoke meth?
No, I inject heroin, nigga. You know, meth doesn't give you that, like, euphoric, I'm floating, I'm about to die feeling, you know? You just don't get that from meth. Hell no, heroin's where it's at, nigga.
protest, Jesus comes down from the sky to talk to the town.
Yeah, just eat the bread and listen.
He tells everyone that he doesn't want to go back to the schools, but there's sort of a lawsuit in the agreement with Paramount. Yeah, Paramount, the same mass media company that just signed South Park to a $1.5 billion deal. You know what's funny is that 2 days before this episode came out, there were so many people like, oh my god, Matt and Trey bent the knee to Paramount, they're sellouts. You really shouldn't need any more proof that these guys do not give a singular what anyone thinks. Destroying Trump is one thing. I mean, that's really easy. Most of the world will blaze you for that. But going after Paramount like this is insane. I really don't think it's an exaggeration to say that this is a historic episode of television. Jesus tells everyone that they need to stop protesting or it's going to get a whole lot worse, and they'll end up like Colbert. If you want to wear the Late Show with Stephen Colbert was recently canceled, he famously made fun of and mocked Trump quite a bit. Trump has gone on to make social media posts celebrating lawsuit wins and even claiming that Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon are totally gone next. Now, CBS claims that the decision was purely financial to cancel Colbert, but of course they would say that. Do you know who owns CBS? Well, Jesus tells us. Paramount Global. So Jesus is basically telling the town of South Park to shut up or they're gonna get canceled. Yeah, you don't need that one explained to you. Gerald, being a lawyer, gets the president to settle the lawsuit. Instead of $5 billion, it's only $3.5 billion. There's just one catch. They have to do pro-Trump messaging. We then get one of the funniest live-action scenes in the show's history. Except it's not really live-action, it's deepfake AI. Something as shocking amount of people don't know is that Trey Parker and Matt Stone actually own a deepfake web series called The Sassy Subject. Do you recognize this voice?
What? Channel that.
It basically uses deepfake technology to insert unrelated celebrities and politicians into the fictional world of a television reporter. For two guys worth probably $1 billion each now, and, one of the most successful TV shows of all time, they sure do go on a lot of random side quests. The scene basically pops a lot of those weird where they're just ads, and then shows Trump's pathetic-looking meat, which obviously can't be shown on YouTube, and then the episode ends in a pretty interesting way. Was that Trey Parker telling Matt Stone that he loves him in case anything crazy happens about this episode? I don't know. It could be nothing. This was an objectively funny episode. And yeah, I just used the word objectively for an opinion. You'll get over it. Relax, guys. The reactions to this episode have been overwhelmingly positive. There's obviously a group of people saying that it wasn't funny, South Park is going woke, they're bootlicking liberals to get them back on their side. Then you go to these people's profiles and all their retweets are just pro-right-wing stuff. The thing about South Park, what makes it special is that they make fun of literally everything. Over the years, they've ripped on plenty of liberal policies. Matt Stone has even been quoted as saying, I hate conservatives, but I really hate liberals. If you're watching South Park just because you want them to cater to your political views, that is crazy. The base take is to watch South Park because it's funny. That goes for both sides. If South Park roasts something liberal this season, there's going to be people who immediately drop the show and change their mind. I don't understand this thought process, but I'm glad most people who watch my channel understand what South Park is all about. Free speech, comedy, and rage baiting, of course. So how did the White House respond to this episode? Well, Taylor Rogers, the spokesperson for the White House, said this. This show has been irrelevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas and desperate attempt for attention. Oh my god. Then went on to say, the left's hypocrisy truly has no end. Just like the creators of South Park. The left has no authentic or original content. Now, how did Trey Parker respond to this? Well, luckily, I have some footage. Yeah, he doesn't care at all. Listen, the best thing Trump can do is completely ignore everything. If he actually does attempt to sue Paramount or South Park, whatever, he's going to learn what the Streisand effect is. As of right now, Paramount has not responded to the episode, but I don't think that they're going to do anything either. I mean, they just paid two guys $1.5 billion. The show is doing well. It's going to do very well and make them a lot of money, so why would they do anything at all? The only thing that could possibly happen is if Trump got rage baited so hard that he files a bunch of lawsuits, then it screws over Paramount, but I think Trump just needs to ignore it. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and bigger. And on top of that, how would he look if he tries to censor something? This literally defines as free speech. I just don't see anything happening. That's my opinion. Let me know what you guys think. Also, if you watched up to this point in the video, please drop a like because this is going to get buried under like 30 other videos and probably not do very well. But it's okay.
In today's video, I want to bring up to speed on the housing markets, and this one involves President Trump and the Federal Reserve, so Jay Powell, chair of the Fed. Okay, so here's the situation. So if you didn't know, for the month of June, home prices have reached a new record high. And many people might be confused and say that I thought that the housing market was crashing. But to that, I'd say it depends. A lot of it depends on your region. So according to ICE, a mortgage technology firm, home prices are falling in about 1/3 of the U.S. But another way to look at it is that home prices are not falling, or they're even going up, in 2/3 of the U.S. So we're seeing home prices drop more notably in Florida and in Texas, but of course there's going to be exceptions within those states. But home prices are still climbing in the Northeast and in the Midwest. Again, that's generally speaking. But if you look at the national average for the month of June, home prices are up by 1% compared to 12 months ago. So as predicted, we're not seeing a housing market crash. I know that some people are going to say, well, in my area, home prices are down by 7%. But, I'm not going to deny that, but if that's the case, that just means that home prices are up by 8% somewhere else. So unfortunately, home prices remain high in the U.S., and combine that with elevated mortgage interest rates, the housing market remains unaffordable. Now, you may see headlines like this. So take a look. Home sales fall to a 9-month low. So just to clarify, this does not mean that home prices are plummeting. This just means that there's less activity. Fewer people are buying and selling homes.
Guess what, guys?
And I would say that's not really a shocker, because when you have home prices at record highs and mortgage interest rates this high, then fewer people can afford to buy a home, and of course there's going to be less transactions taking place. Now, in this type of environment, we're going to have more people that want to buy a home, but they can't afford to buy a home, so there's just going to be more people just sitting on the sidelines. And we're also going to have more homes that are sitting on the market. So here are the number of homes that are available for sale. There's about 1.97 million homes for sale in the U.S. right now. So that's 7.8% more compared to 12 months ago. So that's good to see an increase in the inventory. However, this is still considered very low, because pre-pandemic it was around 2.3 to 2.5 million.
I would like to help you.
Now, if there was a big supply and demand imbalance, like much more sellers than buyers, then we would see home prices plummet. But as you can clearly see, that is not the situation. Now, President Trump is criticizing Jerome Powell, who's the chair of the Federal Reserve. So President Trump is saying that the Federal Reserve is choking the housing market by not lowering interest rates. So President Trump is essentially saying that if the Federal Reserve would lower interest rates, then mortgage interest rates would fall, and then homes would become more affordable, at least on the financing side, and then the real estate market would pick up again. But of course, as you know, Powell has not been cutting interest rates. The Federal Reserve, they're taking a wait-and-see approach, and this is upsetting President Trump. So here's the situation. This is the newest developments. President Trump is now suggesting a new tax break where any profits on selling a home would be tax-free. So the purpose of this would be to encourage people to sell their homes, which would add to the supply of homes for sale. Okay, so there's a few things that I do want to point out. I'll just name 3 of them. So the first thing is that President Trump can't just make this happen with an executive order. It's not just up to him. Congress would have to vote on it. And the second thing is that, well, of course President Trump supports something like this because he's a real estate guy, along with many of his friends and associates. And the third thing is that profits on a home are already tax-free, up to $250,000 for a single person and $500,000 for married filing jointly. So Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced the No Tax on Home Sales Act in the House of Representatives. And President Trump said, We're thinking about no tax on home sales to unleash the housing market. If the Federal Reserve would lower rates, we wouldn't even have to do this, but we're thinking about no tax on capital gains on houses. And Congresswoman Green said, homeowners who have lived in their homes for decades, especially in places where values have surged, shouldn't be forced to stay put because of an IRS penalty. My bill unlocks that equity and helps fix the housing shortage. And the National Association of Realtors says that 29 million Americans would exceed the current $250,000 tax-free amount if they were to sell their home. And 8 million Americans that filed married family jointly would surpass the $500,000 tax-free amount. So in other words, this bill would impact millions of Americans if it were to pass. But as mentioned, President Trump says that they wouldn't even have to take these measures if the Federal Reserve would just lower their interest rates, the Fed funds rates. So this is the mortgage interest rates on the 3rd-year fix. And this is coming straight from the Federal Reserve. It's a 10-year chart. So as you can see, relatively speaking, it remains high in the upper 6% range, so close to 7%. So 6, 7. And Mark Zandi, who's a chief economist at Moody's, wrote on X, home sales, home building, and even house prices are set to slump unless mortgage rates decline materially from their current near 7% soon. That, however, seems unlikely. Now, I want to show you this. So this is a forecast of where mortgage interest rates are expected to end up by the end of this quarter, Q3, so end of September. Okay, so right now we're at 6.8% on the 30-year fix. So the average prediction is that we're going to drop slightly to around 6.6%. But of course, as you can see, that is the average expectation. The National Association of Realtors is predicting 6.4%, and the Mortgage Bankers Association is predicting that we're going to stay flat near 6.8%. But I just want to point out that there is the possibility that the Federal Reserve cuts interest rates, but mortgage interest rates don't drop by a lot or even go up. So that's because the Federal Reserve has more control over short-term interest rates. So they have less control over the 10-year interest rate and 30-year interest rates. So that is under normal circumstances. However, under more dire circumstances, yes, the Federal Reserve, they can buy 10-year and 30-year treasuries to lower long-term interest rates, which would make mortgage interest rates fall. But essentially, what I'm saying is that there's no guarantee that the Federal Reserve lowering interest rates will lead to a big drop in mortgage interest rates. And with Jay Powell as the chair of the Federal Reserve for the next 8 months, during his time as he completes his term, I don't expect him to do anything drastic. But once Trump replaces Powell in the spring of 2026, it's most likely going to be a new Fed chair that's expected to cut interest rates significantly. And, extreme measures are definitely going to be on the table. So for the remainder of 2025, I don't expect much relief on mortgage interest rates. You saw that chart. It's been range-bound for such a long time. But in 2026, yes, we might see some big changes in the rates for mortgage interest rates. But of course, if they're going to do that, there's also going to be an impact on inflation. So that's your real estate update for today. Please subscribe. I'll keep you updated on this entire situation. Thank you.
We don't have a deal with Canada. We haven't been focused on it. The off-the-cuff comments from President Donald Trump came at a delicate moment in U.S.-Canada trade talks as Ottawa tries to stave off Trump's threatened 35% tariff on Canadian imports.
We haven't really had a lot of luck with Canada. I think Canada could be one where they just pay tariff. Not really a negotiation.
It's the first time in nearly 2 weeks Trump has spoken about talks with his country's largest export partner. Though Trump didn't elaborate, the Carney government has also downplayed expectations of a deal by Trump's August 1st deadline. Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc has pressed the flesh in Washington this week with members of the Trump administration and influential senators.
We're going to continue to do the difficult work and take the time necessary until the Prime Minister decides that the deal that's on the table is the best deal you can get. So
We've made progress, but we have a lot of work in front of us. Canada's steel and aluminum industries are already feeling the pinch of Trump's sectoral tariffs, unsure where they'll stand with or without the trade deal.
If it stays like this, I mean, we'll see an 8 to 10% job loss eventually, which could be significant, in Canada, because we're talking thousands and thousands of employees.
Same goes for Canada's auto sector, which now faces higher tariffs than Japanese automakers after Trump announced a deal with Japan this week.
With that type of momentum stacking against the Canadian deal, we absolutely need to make it clear just how different trading with Canada is.
Bottom line, no one knows what the trading landscape will look like next week, next month, or next year. But the first batch of trade deals signed by Trump with other nations suggests some form of tariffs are due to stay, whether negotiated or simply imposed. Jackson Crosco, Global News, Washington.
Japan royally screwed Donald Trump in the so-called trade deal that Donald Trump is bragging about, and also American car manufacturers got screwed in this so-called trade deal that Donald Trump is bragging about. Now, the New York Times headline may read the following: U.S. and Japan reach trade deal. President Trump said on Tuesday that the trade deal he struck with one of America's closest allies would impose a 15% tariff on Japanese exports. When you start a sentence with Donald Trump said, you may want to ask, show me the paper. Show me the deal. Where does this deal exist? And what you will find out is that there actually is no trade deal that is binding between the United States and Japan. All that exists is a social media post by Donald Trump, and the Japanese trade negotiator, Ryoshi Akazawa, also confirms that there is no binding deal that exists. There's nothing on a piece of paper that spells it out. All there is a Donald Trump social media post. And now Donald Trump's out there saying, oh, Japan is going to invest $550 billion in the United States, and they have made the United States rich. And I said, that doesn't strike me as something that really makes sense, given Japan's GDP is, $4 to $5 trillion a year. So it strikes me as odd that Japan would basically give a massive portion of its GDP to the United States. Now, when you look at Japan's prior direct foreign investment into the United States, just pick a 5-6 year period from 2018 to 2023, Japan had about $780 billion in direct foreign investment anyway. So if Japan just basically stayed on course for the next couple of years, it would likely invest more than $5 billion. So in other words, they may be committing to investing actually less. But let me just explain to you, break down why this so-called deal, again, is royally screwing Donald Trump and the United States, and why car manufacturers in America are pissed. Here's a headline from the New Republic. American car companies are pissed about Trump's Japan trade deal. U.S. automakers say they're being screwed over by Trump's trade deal with Japan. Now, let's just take Donald Trump at his word, which we should never do, by the way, and let's just look at what he says his trade deal with Japan calls for. This is what he posted 2 days ago. We just completed a massive deal with Japan, perhaps the largest deal ever made. Japan will invest, at my direction, $550 billion into the United States, which will receive 90% of the profits. This deal will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. There has never been anything like it. Perhaps most importantly, Japan will open their country to trade, including cars and trucks, rice, and certain other agriculture products, and other things. Japan will pay reciprocal tariffs to the United States of 15%. This is a very exciting time for the United States of America, and especially for the fact that we will continue to always have a great relationship with the country of Japan. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Well, previously, the tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs on Japan was about 2%. Donald Trump raised it to 25%. Now it's 15%. That means there's a 15% tax on American importers
buying Japanese products, which is passed through to consumers. So America
The harbor town of Saldanha Bay, tucked 35 miles away from the restlessness of South Africa's Western Cape, is best known for its steel exports, fishing boats, and the long curve of coastline that draws locals out to early evenings. It's a quiet place, mostly, and for the people who live in the informal settlement of middle class, they're living behind the industrial stretch of the coast. Life moves slowly when it's all routine and occurring. Therefore, Joshua was born on October 23rd, 2013. The youngest of three siblings, Joshua lived with her mother, Raquel Kelly Smith, her older brother and sister, with several siblings. Joshua's father, Jose Inque, hadn't been a permanent figure for him. According to family and friends, they say that was in and out of Joshua's life over the years, allowing Kelly to become her primary parent. It's unclear if he was also the father of Joshua's other two siblings, but what we do know is that Joshua grew up with what can be best described as a volatile yet close-knit family. No, the family didn't have it. They lived in a one-room shack in a weather settlement several miles away from urban living. Did Jocelyn have access to everything that could be no, but she was trying to have a child. The area was known for its residents and parties, and Kelly had unfortunately fallen victim to a living burn. Still, according to Frankie, she appears to be a devout and loving woman. She was particularly fond of her youngest, Joshua. Best remembered by neighbors, friends, teachers, and family members as a bubbly, blue gray-eyed blonde girl who smiled that could light up a room, Jocelyn had a spark in her that was hard to deny. Despite the family struggles, Kelly at one point seemed devoted to giving her kids a better life. In January of 2024, Jocelyn had just become a grade 1 learner at Diazville Primary School. A picture of her from her class's graduation photo, smiling and holding up a certificate, was framed in the family's makeshift living room.
There is one person we haven't introduced yet. That is Jackin Poeta Appelis. At some point, Kelly brought home Jocelyn's new father and announced that he would be sharing the family's already cramped shack with them. At the time, the family barely had enough money to get by for themselves, much less add another mouth to feed. Professionally, Boetta worked as a gardener, and Kelly made ends meet as a domestic worker. However, neighbors claimed that they barely ever saw Boetta leave the home. They claimed that he was always wandering off into the distance, fueled by drugs, or he was completely passed out somewhere. Yet this was the man Kelly felt comfortable leaving her child home alone with. You see, Kelly had never experienced much stability in her life either. In a Facebook post by someone claiming to be Kelly's brother, Kelly was the oldest of the bunch and was sent by their mother to live with their maternal grandmother in Saldanha when she was young. Meanwhile, the rest of the family had relocated to Cape Town. Kelly's alleged brother claimed that this was because she was the only sibling who had a different father, and things were just easier for the family this way. That being said, the man who made the post, known only as M&R Daniels, claimed that Kelly had been given access to everything they had gotten as well. From education to spending money, Kelly was well taken care of. Then something happened when she entered her teens. She discovered drugs. Kelly first entered the system when her grandmother called social workers in 2017, alleging that she had just witnessed her granddaughter hitting, swearing at, and threatening her son. Her grandmother also claimed that when she tried to intervene, Kelly had reportedly threatened her too before running out of the house. While she did ask for a protective order at the time, Kelly's grandmother never really followed through with it and instead sent her granddaughter to a drug treatment facility while the two kids lived with her. Yes, this was back in 2016 when Kelly was still pregnant with Jocelyn, so the possibility of her using drugs during that time is more likely than not. From 2018 to 2020, Kelly stayed in and out of drug treatment centers before eventually coming back to her grandmother's house to take back her kids and announced that she had reconciled with Jose. Kelly's grandmother had reportedly gotten sick of her attitude by then, claiming that she was not the bright, young girl that she had raised. Nothing she could do about the situation, she gave the kids back to their mother as Kelly made her way back to Jose in Middle Pass. Natasha Andrews and her husband claimed to have met Kelly at church back in 2018. Andrews could see that Kelly was struggling and they offered to care for young Jocelyn while she looked for work. Kelly was thankful for all the help that she could get, but a few hours would soon turn to a few weeks. Natasha claimed that once Kelly hadn't asked about her daughter's well-being for weeks. Andrews had other reasons to be concerned as well. They saw bruises. Natasha revealed in court that she noticed bruises around Jocelyn's arms and suspected that Jose had been harming her and Kelly. Confronted, Kelly admitted that life with Jose was miserable and she lived in constant fear of him. Kelly reportedly had marks of her own from when Jose lost his temper with her. This prompted the Andrews to begin a formal adoption process for Jocelyn, and Natasha claimed that Kelly was all for this idea. She stated that Kelly went as far as meeting with a social worker to begin the formal adoption process, but eventually she backed out when Jose contested it. The Andrews continued to be a fixture in Jocelyn's life, and Natasha claimed that they couldn't, in good conscience, abandon the young girl they had grown to love. While the formal adoption process never took place, Natasha claimed that Kelly would leave Jocelyn with the Andrews for several days on end. Kelly claimed that this was to keep her daughter safe while she navigated her relationship with Jose. Meanwhile, her two older kids were left in the care of friends and family as well until Kelly officially ended her relationship with Jose sometime before 2023. When Ranesh Stivnarain, Kelly's lawyer, asked if Natasha believed if Kelly could provide Jocelyn a stable and loving home on her own away from Jose, Natasha replied yes. So, what went wrong here?
On February 19, 2024, Kelly returned home to Middle Pass after working at her employer's, the Ziegler's residence. According to what she told police, Jocelyn and her brother hadn't gone to school that day because their school uniforms were dirty and Kelly didn't have the money for detergent to clean them. Kelly claimed that she couldn't find either Jocelyn or Boetta, but eventually managed to track him down smoking in another shack. When asked about Jocelyn, Boetta looked her in the face with a blank expression and claimed that he hadn't seen her since 9 a.m. that day. As it was almost dark out, a panicked Kelly ran to ask her neighbors if they had seen her daughter. A few hours later, the police were called and Jocelyn Smith was reported missing. She was last seen wearing a blue t-shirt and blue denim trousers, identified by a birthmark on her right arm. The residents of Middle Pass had nothing except one another, so when news spread of a young 6-year-old girl that hadn't been seen since earlier that morning, search parties began scavenging through the nearby dunes almost immediately. Namla Tinsey, one of Kelly's neighbors, claimed that she traveled with her all the way to Diazville searching for Jocelyn, but nothing came up. Namla later told investigators that Kelly was a nervous wreck, crying and yelling for her daughter, yet she was somehow calm to the point of making jokes with her on the way back. Now, Namla wasn't the only one who was unnerved by Kelly's behavior. In fact, police officers who traveled all the way from Cape Town to investigate Jocelyn's disappearance on February 20th claimed that she was blasting music from her shack. Kelly recalled the sequence of events from the 19th again. She'd left her 2 kids in her boyfriend's care while she went to work at the Zegers residence. When she came back, Jocelyn wasn't there. Naturally, the police assumed that the person who could tell them more about Jocelyn's whereabouts was Boetta. The police eventually found him smoking in a shed somewhere off in the distance. They were accompanied by Kelly, who immediately asked her boyfriend if he'd filled the gas tank and nothing else. The police claimed that Boetta was less than forthcoming with information when asked, and instead he seemed jittery. All he claimed was that he lost track of the day when he was meant to be taking care of Jocelyn and didn't know where she'd gone. A week later, on February 27th, he was re-interviewed by the police. This time, Boetta claimed that while he felt responsible for Jocelyn's disappearance, he didn't know where she was.
According to South African Police Service, a child goes missing every 5 hours in South Africa, and while every case is critical and should receive the utmost attention, Jocelyn's case had blown up to an extent that Kelly couldn't have imagined or wanted. Residents of Middelpas searched far and wide, and investigators from Cape Town came to assist with the search. Kelly was interviewed by local news stations, and there were missing persons flyers for Jocelyn everywhere you could look. People quite literally could not rest until that young girl was found alive and well. And Kelly claimed that she thoroughly believed her daughter would come back to her safe and sound. At the same time, however, an investigator claimed that Kelly almost seemed giddy with all the attention that she had been receiving from the whole ordeal, claiming that her daughter had made her famous. Kelly's estranged sister, Michaela Daniels, claimed to have received a voice note on Facebook Messenger from Kelly in January of 2024, a month before Jocelyn's disappearance. Michaela was a police constable attached to the public order policing in Northern Cape, and she stated that Kelly randomly initiated a conversation with her one day asking about her well-being. The conversation was short-lived, but picked up again on February 21st, 2024, when Kelly informed her sister that Jocelyn went missing. Michaela was worried, naturally, and stated that she tried to ask Kelly for more information, only to be left on read for several hours before eventually getting a response. It read, "My sister, my child is here in the informal settlement. Someone wants to sell my child, but Saldanha is currently a hotspot." Michaela claimed that she tried to get a hold of Kelly over the next several days, asking her about Jocelyn's whereabouts and more questions about Boetta and his relationship with the kids. Kelly responded a week later, I quote, "My sister, the questions you're asking are what police already asked. I know you're a police officer, but I am not going to answer these questions again."
Kelly's grieving mother persona didn't stick for long, and police were called to take her and Boetta into protective custody after neighbors in Middelpas began threatening the duo for acting callously about Jocelyn's disappearance. In the meantime, on March 1st, 2024, Jose MK called the police to reveal that he believed his ex had sold their child to pay off a bad debt that she'd incurred a few months ago. The search for Jocelyn Smith began to intensify as it had now been over 11 days since the young girl was reported missing. Kelly and Boetta weren't of any help, with Boetta changing the testimony time and time again, claiming that Jocelyn left to play with friends and her brother was picked up by his godfather, at which point he left the residence too. And now, in the middle of it all, Jose claimed that Kelly sold Jocelyn. Teresa LaRue, a member of local government and part of the search team looking for Jocelyn, also raised suspicions over the whole ordeal. She told news teams they'd been searching for Jocelyn for days, yet nothing had turned up. It was almost like the 6-year-old vanished into thin air, but that's impossible. In an overcrowded settlement like Middelpas, during daytime no less, how could a young girl just disappear without a trace? Kelly had been removed from Middelpas during this time for her safety as her community started to suspect her of foul play in her daughter's disappearance. During this time, word got around the community that Kelly had sold her daughter to a Sangoma. Now, for those of you who might not know, a Sangoma is a traditional healer in southern Africa, often viewed as a spiritual guide, herbalist, and medium. They communicate with ancestors through rituals, dreams, and divinations to diagnose and treat physical, emotional, or spiritual issues. For believers, they're magical healers. For skeptics, they're delusional.
On March 5th, 2024, 2 weeks after Jocelyn's disappearance, police arrested 4 people: Kelly Smith, her boyfriend Jackin Boetta Appelis, her friend Stevano Van Ryn, and a local healer in the Middle Pas region, Fumza Sagakwa. Kelly and Boetta for obvious reasons, and Stevano for the fact that several reports indicated he was at the Smith residence on the day Jocelyn disappeared. According to an investigator, he had approached Stevano a day after Jocelyn was reported missing, and he was the first one to put forward the Sangoma theory, possibly because he was under the influence of substances, but police couldn't rule anything out at this point. Now, was Fumza the Sangoma they had sold Jocelyn to? Was this case on its way to getting solved? Unfortunately, it can never be that easy. While Fumza was indeed regarded as a healer in that region, many suspected that she was used as a scapegoat. Fumza was in custody for 1 week, during which she claimed that she was repeatedly assaulted into confessing that she had killed Jocelyn to harvest her skin and eyes. When she denied the accusations, she was assaulted again. Eventually, after a week of no real evidence, the people of Middle Pas establishing an alibi for her, Fumza was released. In her place, however, police brought in another woman, someone they had some evidence against: Laurentia Lombard. Laurentia, a known drug addict and a friend of Kelly's, was reportedly named as a person of interest when Stevano claimed that she had been with them at the home when Kelly had sold her daughter. Laurentia initially denied the allegations, eventually turned state's witness in exchange for a lesser charge. 3 other accused in Jocelyn Smith's disappearance pled not guilty. It was now Laurentia's word against theirs, but first prosecutors had to establish a timeline. On February 19, 2024, Kelly left her 2 younger kids, Jocelyn and her brother, in her boyfriend Boetta's care. She took her oldest daughter to school and went to work at the Ziegers home later on. This was around 9 a.m. She then came back from work sometime around 1 p.m. Around 2 p.m., she returned home. She had taken money from her employer, Kelly Ziegers, claiming it was to buy detergent to wash the kids' uniforms. It wasn't. Kelly instead used that money to buy Tick, the local name for coke in the Western Cape region. Joined by Stevano, the couple used the substance before Kelly announced that she was due back at work. She claimed that her kids were in the shack during this time, bathing. When she left, Boetta picked up the story, claiming that Laurentia came over for a few hours and offered to smoke with him. He obliged while Jocelyn went out to play. After they were done, Boetta made his way into another shack where he passed out until Kelly woke him up, asking where Jocelyn was.
Detective Constable Rafilwe Sekhope, a member of the Family Violence and Child Protection Unit, claimed that she interviewed both Laurentia and Stevano on the night that Jocelyn was reported missing. Asked by the state's prosecutor about Laurentia's demeanor, the detective said she was jittery and scratching her arms and head. She said, "I had already learned that she was using drugs, so I asked her if she had used any drugs on that day, and her answer was, not yet." The detective claimed that Stevano brought up the theory that Jocelyn might have been taken by Sangomas. She said Stevano claimed that Laurentia had left with Jocelyn and did not come back with her while he was there. According to Detective Constable Sekhope, "I don't know if there was a question posed to him about what he thought happened to the child, but he said he suspects Lombard's boyfriend, Ayanda, might have given the child to a Sangoma." In March of 2024, police found bloodstains on a discarded bedsheet and pillow cover. It was later found that the blood was not Jocelyn's blood. Kelly Ziegers claimed that the day after Jocelyn's disappearance, she noticed a shift in Kelly's demeanor. She claimed to have begged her mother's employee to share any information she had with the police. Mrs. Ziegers claimed that she had a hunch that Kelly was protecting someone and asked Kelly to consider the safety of her child. Mrs. Ziegers claimed that she noticed inconsistencies in Kelly's behavior, not something she would have expected from a mother whose daughter had been just reported missing. She also claimed that when she pressed Kelly for more information, Kelly began talking about foreigners having Jocelyn, but wouldn't reveal any more information about the subject. Mrs. Ziegers claimed that she watched Kelly sleep peacefully that night, questioning if it was actually her child that had just gone missing. Edna Marr, a grade 1 teacher, claimed that Kelly had told her the day after Jocelyn's disappearance that she received a phone call from a mysterious Nigerian man. Kelly appeared eerily calm as she claimed that the man had told her that a child, no specification that it was Jocelyn, had been shipped in a container and was on her way to West Africa. When Edna asked Kelly if she'd revealed this information to the police, Kelly claimed that she feared retribution from the Saldana people and that she wasn't planning on it. Now, during this time, the rumor of the Sangoma began to spread with former friends and associates of Kelly's, claiming that she told them that Saldana would become a hotspot in January or February of 2024. According to Stephen Coetzee, a former friend who later took to the witness stand, Kelly would routinely joke about selling Jocelyn for money. The joke started all the way back in August of 2023.
But why didn't anyone report it? This was the question that Judge Nathan Erasmus asked the court when he presided over the case at the Western Cape High Court. Jocelyn was still missing in April of 2025 when the court case commenced, as more and more public interest developed in the matter day by day. Due to the number of people who had gathered at court to witness the testimonies and uncover the truth about Jocelyn's disappearance, Laurentis' testimony, and the case of the Sangoma, the case was actually heard in a community center. The charges brought against the trio were for kidnapping and human trafficking. Although the prosecution claimed that they had over 90 witnesses who were willing to testify that Kelly was involved in her daughter's disappearance, with Boetta and Stefano acting as accomplices. But people were only interested in one testimony. What did Laurentia have to say? And how involved was she in Jocelyn Smith's disappearance? The trial against Kelly, Boetta, and Stefano spanned over 9 days, with several witnesses being called on the defense and prosecution's behalf. Carolyn Zegers, Mrs. Zegers' mother, took to the stand to testify on Kelly's behalf. She claimed that they were antagonizing a struggling mother who put her kids above her own needs, despite her many struggles. Kelly wept as Carolyn described her as a good mother. She said, "One day Kelly came to my house with her children. Circumstances made Kelly come to me. She had lots of troubles. She had very lovable children, and she raised them well. I will say it again. I felt sorry for Kelly, and I saw what she was going through. I am also a mother. Even during difficult times, she was a good mother for her children." Meanwhile, Kelly Zegers claimed that she found it hard to believe that Kelly Smith wasn't involved in her daughter's disappearance in the slightest. She claimed that during a televised news segment at her home where Kelly was being asked about Jocelyn's disappearance, she had to be the one to instruct Kelly to appear somewhat grief-stricken over her child's disappearance. The testimonies bounced between painting Kelly as an awful mother to being a godsend. The social worker testified that a few days into being taken into police custody, Kelly put in a request to meet with her other 2 children. The social worker was there during the meeting, claiming that her older daughter ran up to her mother while Jocelyn's brother took a few moments to ease up to her. Despite this, the social worker claimed that Kelly appeared to show genuine concern for her kids, hugging them, asking them about their well-being, and telling them that she would be back with them soon enough. On day 8 of the trial, Stephen Coetzee revealed that Kelly had concocted her plan sometime in August to sell her children, all of them, by January or February of 2024. Kelly appeared unamused during Stephen's revelations, even yawning as he detailed her plans to settle for 5,000 rand for the children if she wasn't provided the full 20,000 South African rand. The revelation also detailed how Kelly claimed that in early 2024, everyone in Diazville would be searching for a missing child with no real clue on the child's whereabouts. And now it was time for Laurentia Lombard's testimony. In a shocking and heartbreaking revelation, she recalled a conversation she had had with Kelly right before her daughter's disappearance. I quote, "She said the person who was looking for Jocelyn was looking for her because they wanted her eyes and skin." Laurentia's testimony was the Hail Mary that the prosecution was hoping for. However, the court determined that the validity of Laurentia's testimony, someone who was once accused of taking part in the plot to sell Jocelyn, would have to be determined as being truthful for being used by either defense or the prosecution in the case. On day 8 of the trial, Laurentia took the stand and revealed that she had gotten acquainted with the trio through her boyfriend, who would routinely sell drugs to both Kelly and her boyfriend Boetta. She claimed that she had known Kelly the longest, almost a year, and became acquainted with Boetta through her. She also claimed that she didn't know Stefano that well, only having met him about 6 to 7 months before Jocelyn went missing. Laurentia eventually revealed that she had, in fact, been at the Smith residence on the day of Jocelyn's alleged sale. She claimed that Kelly had packed a black cooler bag with a sweater and underwear for Jocelyn and instructed Boetta to take care of the girl until 2 while she was at work. According to Laurentia's testimony, Kelly had stated that a woman would be coming to pick Jocelyn up at 2, at which point she would escort her daughter to the woman herself. Sure enough, according to Laurentia, the woman came to the residence at 2 o'clock in a white blouse, green skirt, and a green headscarf with dots over her face. Laurentia claimed to have seen Kelly prepare Jocelyn with the same black cooler bag and enter a car with her daughter and the other woman. The woman then turned to the remaining 3 adults at the home and instructed them not to tell the police that Jocelyn had been taken, instead to file a missing persons report after a day. Kelly appeared guilty while Boetta seemed like he couldn't care less. Laurentia claimed that Kelly told her she had done something awful to Jocelyn before handing her boyfriend 20,000 rand. Hours later, when Kelly had reported her daughter missing and had arrived at Laurentia's residence with the police, asking her if she knew where Jocelyn was, Laurentia asked her why she wasn't telling the police about the woman, the sale, and whatever had just happened. Laurentia claimed that Kelly offered her 1,000 rand while she offered Stevano 1,200 rand, and the remaining would be split between her and Boetta. Laurentia expressed remorse on the stand when asked how she felt following the incident regarding her involvement. She said, "I feel very hurt. I am a mother of 4, and I didn't know the plans Kelly and Boetta had. I only overheard them at a later stage about plans to sell the child. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. Wherever Jocelyn is, I appeal to whoever may have the child. Please bring her home. I hope the child is alive. I am so sorry that I was involved."
Kelly had no emotion throughout the trial. Her defense leaned on the lack of physical evidence, but never addressed her inconsistencies from the beginning. They said the case was based on speculation and rumors. Boetta's lawyer stuck to that story, saying there was no forensic evidence tying his client to anything. Stevano's defense was more direct. He blamed Laurentia and suggested she had done more than she admitted, but the court wasn't convinced. On May 2, 2025, Judge Nathan Erasmus delivered the verdict in a quiet courtroom filled with reporters, families, and protesters waiting outside. He found Kelly Smith, Jack Annapolis, and Stefano Van Ryn guilty of kidnapping and human trafficking. He said their behavior after Jocelyn's disappearance was not that of distressed caregivers, but people trying to cover their tracks. Even though Jocelyn's body had never been found, he made it clear that the evidence, including phone records, testimony, and behavioral patterns, spoke volumes.
Oh, man.
All right, so I want to take some time to talk about this because this has been a very hot topic. This is a very hot topic right now. The average Canadian family, according to the Fraser Institute, they put out this report, and it is one of those classic reports where the top line gets read and nothing else. Okay? So you'll see this, but you're going to see lots and lots of headlines about this. You're going to see super high. Oh my goodness, the taxes are through the roof. Average Canadians pay 42% more. So here's the deal. I want to dig into this just a little bit. Because they calculate this in the weirdest way imaginable. So they give you the top line numbers, okay? The average tax bill has increased by 2,784% since 1961. Taxes have grown much more rapidly than any other single expenditure for the average Canadian family. Expenditures on shelter increased by 2,100%, food by 900%, clothing by 400%. So, first of all, that's like giving your inflation numbers over 63 years is going to give you the weirdest accounting. Imagine. Weirdest accounting method. It says they claim it's also heavily outpaces CPI, but again, this is very ridiculous accounting method. We're going to talk about it in a second.
The average Canadian family now spends more of its income on taxes than it does on basic necessities such as food, shelter, and clothing combined. By comparison, 33.5% of the average family's income went to pay taxes in 1961, while 56% went to basic necessities. They also claim that in 2024, the average Canadian family earned an income of $114,000 and paid taxes equaling $48,000. In 1961, the average family had an income of $5,000. Average family income was $5,000. Where are you getting these numbers from, Fraser Institute? Average family income was $5,000. Classic example of nobody actually read this report. Okay, so let's look at the calculations. Let's look at the calculations that they made. So income tax, 31%. Payroll and health taxes. What is health taxes? Do they at any point explain what health taxes are? So this is it. They get the weirdest claims here. So they claim that the average Canadian is paying 13.5% of their total tax bill as profit taxes. That you are paying $6,500 a year in profit tax. They are claiming that you are paying $1,600 a year in liquor, tobacco, amusement, and other excise tax. Like, what? Also, how is it even possible that these numbers are accurate? Like, it's just ludicrous here. So they, of course, claim that the average family income was $5,000 in 1961, which is incredibly dubious. But they are claiming that the Canadian inflation-adjusted tax bill has, like, tripled, if not more. But, like, what on earth are they talking about? Yeah, a flat $5,000 feels a lot more like a placeholder than anything. Yeah, when you see perfectly round numbers up to 1976, that should make your eyebrow raise immediately. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight this because, like, what a ludicrous thing here. So how do they get these super high numbers? One has to ask. Here it is. They count all taxes levied on businesses, and they apply it to you. They are saying that all taxes that apply to businesses apply to you. That's why you pay $6,500 a year in profit taxes. Is because although businesses pay these taxes directly, the cost of business taxation is ultimately passed on to ordinary Canadians. Is it? That is a big premise to accept, isn't it? Seems a little odd, doesn't it? So what they're saying is that they are going to apply all taxes charged to all businesses to all Canadians and saying that you're paying that tax. And so it is just bizarre. It is such a weird accounting of it that is so obviously, it's just so obviously intended to give an inflated picture of the tax bill, right? It is the highest possible estimate because they're counting all corporate taxes towards individuals. Because they're saying, well, you're paying anyways. So, here's the thing. Is the Canadian tax burden high? It depends on the tax bracket, because if you are fabulously wealthy, I forgot about this. There's one more thing we got to talk about here. They consider deficits to be deferred taxation. What the fuck? They consider a government deficit to be deferred taxation. So including deficits in your taxes.
You want me to come out? You want to come up and fuck you? That's what you want, Chico. That's what you want me to come over there and fuck you up.
That's what these red bars are. That's your deferred taxation. And so when we see that you in 2020, no, it's not healthy. That is such a naive interpretation. Because deficits aren't automatically paid out as taxation. It's a bondage. But, like, there are other ways to recover those deficits. Like, you could just grow the economy to make those deficits smaller relative to the economy. But no, we're just going to call it taxation relative no matter what. It is just everything is the most generous possible assessment of taxation. It's so ludicrous. It's ludicrous. So they're counting deficits as taxes. They're counting business taxes as taxes on individual consumers. It's just the weirdest interpretation imaginable. So, Celtic, the assumption is not the government will raise taxes to recoup the debt. That's a ridiculous assumption. When was the last time the Canadian federal government raised taxes? When was the last time the Canadian federal government raised income taxes? Let's start there. They just don't. They just don't. Top of my head, I have no idea. Exactly. The last time the Canadian federal government increased taxes was, I believe, under French. Yeah, it's just so. It's such a very obvious attempt to give the highest imaginable number for tax revenue. It's just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous.
Is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel?
Oh, we have an infographic. Look at that infographic. Well, so this is the other problem. Actually, let's talk about this for a second. I think Elemental's pointing at something really, really important. They said, can we go back to the marginal tax rates of over $3 million to the 70 to 95, to 70 to 95%? That would solve all the problems. There is an important word doing a lot of heavy lifting in these states. Oh yeah, they estimate that Canadians are spending, what, 23% on housing? 22% of their income on housing? Which, like, yeah, average Canadian, they claim is spending 22% of their income on shelter. You imagine? You imagine? So, the word
It's good.
I think I'm able to relate to your finances more than you're able to relate to your own finances, because at least I know the damn numbers.
Probably. I mean,
What's wrong with you?
I mean, I just don't like looking at the card statements and stuff like that. I just, I pay, what's that minimum? Pay a little bit over to think, yeah.
Okay, $1,233, that's substantially more than you make. Substantially, like $1,500 more than you make. So what the f*** are you talking about? You're never going to be successful, you're never going to be able to get out of debt, you're never going to be able to take for other people. You say I can't relate to having to take care of other people? It's not even about that. It's you spending more money than you make, and it is a simple mathematical thing. Even if I grew up privileged, which, by the way, I did, and I had foreclosure notices on my house, and we couldn't afford to do anything. Anytime we did, we went into debt, and I had to borrow for every single cent of student loans, and I still have my student loans, by the way. And I've had responsibilities in taking care of people and employees where I could have just been a selfish YouTuber and just did this show and not do anything else and not hire more people so people can take time off and just did one job, one person per one job, and just take home more money, grubby. But let's say I did that my entire life and I was privileged.
Now I can finally understand a little bit.
Or you just watch one video instead of being a stuck-up. But either way.
Why do I need to watch a full video if it's just the same thing over and over again? You're constantly just having people on here that are just spending $20,000 on OnlyFans, but you have someone that's here actually just
It's so rare that we have someone that spends money on
I guess only the popular ones then.
You're talking about maybe a clip that popped up and you saw it. Yeah, this is why be informed on the thing that you want to come in and immediately push back on? This makes no sense. These people, guys, this world is filled with morons. You know nothing about me. If you wanted to come in and tell me what my perception in this world is, who do you think you
I
are?
think you just needed to be a little bit humbled.
You didn't, though, because you came from a position of just ignorance. You knew nothing about me. You want to humble me, bring something real.
I guess I don't have anything real, but I mean...
Do a little bit of research on the thing you want to talk about, and then you can come in and do it.
Well, I thought it was meant to be here, like, a little bit genuine about my lifestyle and stuff like that.
I would love to, but you're the one who brought up that topic.
Then why can't
Did
we
I
just
bring up that
move
topic?
forward?
Because you brought it up.
Okay, then I...
And I'm a little petty.
No, that's fine.
Because you're...
Thanks. I mean, that doesn't really bother me whatsoever, I guess.
What, having a terrible
Thanks.
personality?
I mean, I guess takes one to know one.
Oh, I'm a bit goony, but we tell you that before you come on the show. You just watched the damn 10-minute video before you came into this room. And a 5-minute video that was sent to you before you even showed up here.
There was.
Well, that's your fault for not clicking a link.
I think that was just about finances.
And that was about warning you what happens if you come on the show and the personality about the person across from the table. You're a moron. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you not watch things? You don't do any research of the topic you want to talk about? You come in, you want to be combative, but you have no ability to even speak on it? I'm just so confused on your existence.
That's totally fine. I mean, that's something I
And then
tell
the one thing
myself constantly, but thanks.
And then the one thing you focus on is that he's working on his birthday.
I mean, he's a cool guy.
He is. We like Colton.
Yeah.
I like everyone I work with, or else I probably wouldn't be working here.
Not enough to not have his birthday off, but...
If he wanted to, he could have asked me, what is wrong with you? I don't track all... When we get to 100 employees, do you expect me to know every single person's birthday?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, actually, I don't really give about birthdays, so even if I have 5 employees, I want to know. But that's just me. I don't care about birthdays. I never have. Maybe it's because I'm on Valentine's Day, so I just never really care about my own. Yeah, it's a bad day for... Yeah, that one's less important, but... Yeah.
I guess you don't care about moms.
No, it's less conflicting with other things.
What, because you don't have a love life, or...
Well, I do. Actually, I have a girlfriend right now, but, it's like Valentine's Day. It's like you don't really go out and celebrate on Valentine's Day because everyone's coupled up and doing Valentine's Day.
I mean, everybody wants to be celebrating their mothers.
Okay, well, everything with you is
finances, okay.
Dude, I tried to. The thing is, and I was talking about how much you spent more.
Right.
It came in, that's what I was trying to talk about for a second.
Well, let's get back to it.
You're the host?
I mean, I'm waiting for you to talk about finances. We've yet to get there.
We've talked about finances. We haven't talked about a specific document, but we've talked about your mindset around finances. We've talked about you spending more than you make. We talked about getting a credit card for emergencies. We talked about emergency funds. If you're suggesting we haven't talked about finances, you're a dumb who hasn't been involved in this conversation yet.
Obviously not. I'm just really trying to understand exactly what I should be doing. I understand that I am spending much more than what I am earning.
In reality, this show would be 10 minutes if we really wanted it to be. Here's the thing.
Right.
Budget, don't spend more than you make. Pay off your debt, small, large, you'll be fine. Go on.
Cool.
That's the reality. Now we'll go through your statements and see what you actually do, and I will give my open and honest thoughts about it. Don't care if you're offended.
I never said I was.
Yeah, but look at you. Look how you come in. You were immediately offended about something that isn't even reality, thinking that...
Is that fully being offended?
Yeah, you came in here...
I just really don't think you are an understanding person, but,
But you're not able to say what I don't understand.
Thank you very much for
explaining to say what I don't understand.
Thank you very much for explaining to me about
say
your
what I don't
lifestyle and stuff like
understand.
that, so.
Be able to say what I do not understand.
I don't think you understand having to then provide for multiple people in your family. Of course, I know you understand having an employer and stuff like that, but that's totally different. Or employees, sorry.
Yeah, it's different than having to pay rent for 2 people instead of 1.
What do you mean by that?
The number 1 YouTube membership by the audit.
Yeah, this is how we have to do a free trial in here. Folks, mortgage. Okay, who's on the mortgage? You or her?
Me.
Okay, so you have to pay a mortgage that you chose to take out, and then she moved in. So it's a little different, and she also gets government assistance, by the way. But what if she chooses to spend on both, and you choose to enable that is on you? I hate this argument. Just because someone hasn't done a very specific thing, they have no knowledge of the world around them. That makes no sense. That makes no fucking sense. I've never lived in Siberia. I know it's cold. I know I would want a jacket if I lived there. And I would tell someone they're dumb for not wearing a jacket.
I think
so. You're never able to be informed on anything you've never personally experienced. That is the dumbest thing that humans have constantly. Because humans get so offended by
I guess we'll take it back towards, it's not an understanding, but more of empathy. Just kind of, yes, you do understand. in a similar lifestyle, but taking that empathy.
I actually completely disagree. People might watch this and see that because I'm abrasive and everything like that, I don't have empathy. Here's the reality. I want you to get out of debt and be able to afford your mortgage so you and your mom don't end up on the street. I would say that is extreme empathy because I don't come at it and crying and baby you and pat you on the back and say, oh, everything you're doing is okay when it objectively is not. Is all of a sudden not sympathy? No. I want you to have a better life. I want your mother to have a better life. Your grandma to have a better life. And I want you guys to get to a better position. Okay. And that is requiring sacrifices. And that actually leads to a reality that is better. And I believe that requires higher empathy. Even though it's not a empathy jerk off, it doesn't really matter. But either way, if you're freaking out whether or not you can pay your mortgage and I sit here and pat on you on your back, that is not helping you. That is not helping you. So I don't care if it's abrasive and not seen as empathetic. I want you to live a better life, and I can get you to a place where you live a better life. Like the vast majority of guests who come on the show, median $10,000 paid off a bad debt in 10 months.
That's good. I hope I can get there.
Hope you can too, but not with the mindset you have where everyone else around you is an enemy, and only you are a poor little victim in this world. So shut up.
I mean, I never said I was a poor little victim. You're the one that started off with that.
No, it's not you. Oh my gosh, you're being actually a moron because this is what is happening. Just like you're essentially suggesting that no one's able to be educated or understand anything unless they've been directly involved. You are also saying that unless someone says, but I'm also saying you are equally as dumb in that human perspective of unless someone says an exact word like it's George Lucas in writing someone's emotions directly on them in the prequels where they have to say what they're feeling. I know how you are acting and the words you're using and the emotions you're using, that you come from a place of victimhood. Okay? I know that based on you. You don't have to say it. You don't have to say, well, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. I know that. You don't have to say it. Okay? You can say it through the rest of your fucking dialogue and emotions. Okay? Yeah. My goodness. Just your entire worldview is just so immature on how you everything is just the cover of a book to you. It's so stupid. Where do you think you are in the world of finances? 0 out of 10. 0 being the worst, 10 being the best.
Well, at first I thought I was like a 5. I don't think I'm that really
Are you ever worried about paying your mortgage?
I was.
Okay, probably not a 5. Go on. Where do you think you are today?
Definitely like a 2. Maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But
if you want your financial score, go to CalebHammer.com. It is free. All you have to do is go, take the assessment, and I'll tell you where you are in the world of finances. And don't forget, if you don't, oh my, I'm doing a plug. What do you want to say?
I'm sorry. Continue.
And if you don't want
I was just going to say that I did take the score, and it was a 0. I don't know if I did it correctly. I feel like it was kind of worded a little weird on the question, so.
Or you just can't read.
I mean, I did get 2 degrees.
This conversation. So trust me, and a degree means nothing based on the people I've met on this show.
Obviously, I know that because I work at a nonprofit, so.
Huh?
I do know that because I work at a nonprofit where I don't get money for my degrees.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, she's
Come on, fetch your
brain. If you don't want to end up in the brain like her, make sure you download our DollarWise budgeting app. Take your free trial today, and if you sign up for the annual version, I'll send you our budget-friendly cookbook signed by me, mailed directly to you. It can't be purchased anywhere else. And remember, you can also get all of our classes for 80% off. And the budgeting app premium version, if you sign up for DollarWise Central, it is the one-stop shop for all finances. It is incredible. It is incredible. And you do get that for free, even though I actually don't want to give it to you because you came in here being just an absolute creature.
I mean, that's fine. I guess I could just utilize other things.
I'm going to give it to you, I said. I just kind of don't want to in this moment.
That's fine, then.
Discover it. Why are you on this show, dude? I'm so confused.
I mean, you're the one that agreed for me to be on.
Me, personally? I don't know who the f*** is coming on this show. I have a team. Remember when we talked about the team? Yeah. You think I'm directly involved in everything? No, I delegate.
But they obviously have a certain...
I'm asking why you are here, you answer a question.
I applied.
Why did you apply? You actual animal.
Because
it was incapable of answering a question. Why are you here?
I was answering it. I was. Maybe if you stop yelling for a second, maybe I can answer it.
Please go. Answer. Try.
For finances.
You're here for finances.
To learn about how I can budget.
Then why are you coming out and fighting? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Oh, you're a horrible creature. Discover it. $7,511.77. You say you're in credit card debt, all because of emergencies. Maybe that is correct, maybe it is not. I actually do not know. Again, I come in blind with the audience. The team puts together your finances, okay? It's a little journey. Go on it together. Well, why are you purchasing $430.28 when you can't even fully pay off your card and it is accruing $153.92 of interest? And if it's accruing that much and you can't fully pay it off, and it takes how long to pay off? Minimum payments only? Without any purchases which you're incapable of, how long does it take to pay off?
I don't know. I don't look.
Of course not. Well, yeah. 31 years. You're going to be approaching
I do pay a
retirement.
little bit more than minimum.
Doesn't matter because you purchased way more than you put towards it. That absolutely counteracts it in every way whatsoever. So again, I will ask this question: why the are you cheaply purchasing on a card that you cannot fully pay off? That is accruing interest that gets you to your retirement age by the time this is even paid off with minimums on it.
I mean, this is just like essentially my survival card. Really, what I pay a lot of. I mean,
so this is an emergency, like you suggested before.
Yeah, and I utilize this one for like hacks as well too, because if you say it's for food and stuff like that, I use it a lot for like with my grandma. She gives me her debit card to pay her groceries. I'll say, oh, I casually forgot her card, use my Discover card to then get cash from her and put that in my debit card.
Cash advance from this to put?
No, like I use my credit card instead of her debit card to then get cash from her.
Okay, I'm being told about a critical emergency you put on this credit card recently. Taking your boyfriend to Hawaii.
I mean...
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, she's a victim. We can't relate. You're right.
That was the first time outside of Texas.
I don't give a... You chose an expensive thing. You could have gone to damn Arkansas.
Well, he had a school conference to go to.
Okay, congratulations. You did not have to go. I'm not going to cry about you not being able to pay your mortgage if you're choosing to fly to Hawaii.
I mean, I did want to go. I mean, I still was working while I was there.
I did work. It still costs you money. How do you not understand this? I'm so confused.
I mean, I was in an internship at that time, so I was still getting my internship hours. So I did pretty much essentially finish my internship.
I'm here to say I cannot relate to you when you struggle to pay your mortgage if you're paying to go to Hawaii out of all the 50 states.
I mean, a fun trip while also working and...
You know, entity, I hope you get kicked out. I hope you get foreclosed on. It's your fault.
Thanks.
It's your fault. It's your choice now. If you were sacrificing and you were grinding day in, day out, and you were cutting all your fun and you were still struggling to survive, that's where I would come in, I would hold your hand, and I would cry with you. Because that sucks. However, you're just choosing to go to Hawaii. Oh. You're not struggling. You're not in a position of struggle. You are not a victim in this world. You are self-inflicting pain upon yourself. I want to hear nothing from you ever. And you're right. I actually can't relate with that because I never went on a dumb vacation that I couldn't afford. Because I wasn't a moron.
I mean, I still was working, and I still got my internship hours. Like $1,500, we split it in half.
$150 that you cannot afford. You could have still been working, doing your internship from home without spending $750. So it doesn't matter if you were still working. Doesn't matter.
I mean, everybody deserves a vacation after a while. This is my very first time ever being on vacation.
Humanity is. I'm so confused. We are barely born just fighting survival in this world. A few hundred years ago, you would have never...
I just wanted to treat myself. I've been working hard constantly.
I want you to go on vacation. I celebrate vacation. I hope you do. You do not deserve it or entitled to it.
From working hard constantly, at that point, I was doing my internship and 2 jobs. I was doing 2 full-time jobs and an internship.
Made him react.
It's windy out there, and I'm just saying, God forbid a gust of wind hits my hair and will be like a giant 5-head. Well, my biggest rival right now is not Terry, but it's a gust of wind. What's wrong with getting the place every Wednesday? Hit that subscribe button. Oh, we're going to that one? Actually, I had something for 30 points. First, third, and start viewing. Oh.
I bring my parachute. You know, this lunatic actually traveled with parachute for the longest time.
Yeah, bro. Safety first. Yeah, I'm
That's what we tell him all the time. He's just gonna die like a dumbass in the air.
Well, maybe up to 43,000 feet. 43,000 feet, it takes you about, let's see, 050,000 feet, it takes 6 people. If I got hold of my breath for the first 80 seconds after free fall, I believe I could get within an 80 breathable atmosphere, yeah.
It's stuck in something. Told to jam a needle in my body because the government said so. Let's keep going, bro. The taxes here stink. You're getting so nasally. Dude, get your stick ass away from me. I'm a second moment.
You get done up real quick, man. Real quick around these heads. Get the f away from me. You're about to sit next to me. Stop. You're embarrassed.
You sound so thick.
No, not my name's Alex. You're another big order. What are you taking? That's it. Who are your immune system?
I would know. I took a bunch, and now guess what I have to do? Get IVs once a week. Glutathione, amino, super amino, ascorbic acid.
You're my super amigo.
I'm not touching
Yo,
you.
8 years, you're bullshit. That's one thing I'm still not immune to. You. Drew McIntyre.
I guess we're officially tag team partners.
We're a thing now.
Yeah.
We need a name. We're an action name. What I like is like something like Rage Bait, because of all the crap we put online and just drive everybody crazy.
Rage bait?
Rage Baiters.
Kind of like that.
Or is it Masturbators? I mean, yeah, we can have some fun with this.
Well, rehearsal for the Jimmy Kimmel Show, 2 podcasts, Drew McIntyre and Forrest Galante. Now on a 5-minute drive to Jimmy Kimmel, right before the show. We're publishing last week's vlog. It is a busy day. What the f*** is that guy doing? Just next to the barbed wire? Dude, Shelby goes, you fans are crazy. I'm a heel. I'm a heel. I'm a heel. Stop kidding me. I've been dreaming Yeah, I mean, sorry, not sorry. I don't know why I'm on the wall. I've been on this show. Me and Jimmy, we had a moment. So let me tell you about my testicle. You see everyone else on the ball except me. It's part of the reason I left Hollywood, to be honest. Don't get any respect around here. All that we need to keep up working. Leave me a weed, bro. I'm working. What do you think? I'm here to work, not f*** around.
I've always said to you, hey, look at Tom Cruise doing all those
Bro, Tom Cruise is on the wall, but not Logan Paul. All those stunts. What the f*** does he do, bro? Hollywood. I'm just kidding. I say he saved Hollywood. Tom is the man. I'll make an exception. I'm going to take this one home, bro. I love Tom Cruise. My God, how are you, bro?
Hey, man, I'm happy to see you, man.
Yeah, happy to see you.
I tell you, brother, you should fight with Messi's bodyguard.
Messi's bodyguard?
Yeah.
He's calling me out.
Oh, he's calling you out?
Yeah.
Oh.
His daddy copied my drink.
Oh.
Yeah, and then told his fans that he had a lot to do with creating it, but then legally said he had nothing to do with creating it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he filed the motion, and yeah, we're going back and forth. And, yeah, I can talk to you about this all day long.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll let you get back to work. Jimmy Kimmel did give me the biggest screen room. I mean, there's all sorts of room for activities in here. Think about it. If I had my unicycle, I could probably do that in here. If there were a stovetop, grill up some steaks. If I had beads and some string, maybe make a necklace. But that's neither here nor there. What do you mean if I have a daughter? Whatever, Jorge. That's the fucking joke, bro. That's the joke, Jorge. Oh, there he is.
So different, Romeo. I'm going to have a moment that every American has dreamed of, and that is the moment of slapping Logan Paul in his face.
Sure has the audacity. We'll see who's gonna slap who. Good enough. That did not entirely go as planned.
What are you, dummy? You a late-night talk show host? You a wrestler? You a country star? Stay in your lane, stupid. Jump out. That's your receipt, stupid.
Alright, I've had some time to debrief and really download the events that took place yesterday, and I've come to the conclusion that Jimmy Kimmel set me up. It was a fucking setup. They did me dirty.
He wasn't even there.
Yeah, no, he wasn't there, but he's got his minions who obviously control everything. It was a setup, bro. Don't worry, I handled it with a little minor inconvenience. Yeah.
That's good.
I'm getting over it still. I needed to clear my head a little bit, so I came to Canada.
It's the Hamptons of Canada. So nice, dude. This is crazy. How will we doing that?
You're like this. We're at dinner. They're like, you can't do the monkey bars. He won 10,000.
No problem. Who bet you 10K? That's your son.
It's really hard. No one got it.
Come on, they're just monkey bars. Send me 10K.
Hello, everybody. Hey, with Jamie Salter. Jamie is living life to the highest quality. He's here with his family. We're here in Muskoka, Canada. Jamie, what exactly is your business? We're just like a landlord. We collect rent from various partners all over the world. We've got about 1,800 partners. Buy a brand. It's like buying a building. You fix up the roof, you paint the lobby, and then we rent out the roof. What are some of the brands that you have in your portfolio? Reebok, Champion, Lobon, Roxy, Earl Pascal, Sports Illustrated, Sports Illustrated. Logan, are you on the cover of Sports Illustrated? Have you been on the cover? We'll talk about it a little bit. We can make something happen, maybe. The only way you'll be on the cover of Sports Illustrated, you have to be a champion. That's fair. I'm going to be a champion, Jamie. What's one piece of advice you give to the younger generation? Yourself really organized. You gotta work hard every day. You gotta grind every day. Put a smile on your face. Stay happy. You're gonna make a lot of money. The guy's got wisdom. Jamie Salter. Welcome to social media, bro. Thank you.
Cindy Crawford beat my ass at pickleball.
Oh my God. And Jorge.
Who?
Jorge and Cindy Crawford.
You're not A-side, bro. You're B-side. Cindy Crawford and you.
Who lost? In general. But in your brain, your daddy.
That's fucking insane. Look, here's the reality. Let's be honest. This is me being completely humble. Cindy and her husband, Randy Gerber, baby. Absolute power couple. They both beat me in pickleball. Now, they were games out of 3, and we did win 1 out of the 3, so it was a complete shutout. But shut the up.
beat.
Bro, I'm saying, if I caught either one of them in a WWE ring, it's over.
Bro, there's a lot of people there.
How many? 80?
No, more.
90? 100? 40,000. Yeah, bro, you said a lot.
No, but like 200-ish.
So what do we do? We're handing out shoes, we'll keep people hydrated?
We got Prime, we got shirts, we got bottles, we got anything.
We got Prime, boys.
Prime and a lot of shoes.
Let's go. Wait, I gotta talk about what's going on in my vlog.
You want me to tell them? Okay, my English is a little bit, crunchy.
No, it's good. Your English is much better than my Spanish. Yo quiero cantarte la la salsa.
We got XPR for Andres. We're from Puerto Rico, and we have the biggest platform for sneaker reselling, and like 1.1 million followers on YouTube. So Logan wanted us to buy a bunch of shoes to give out to Puerto Rico. So we made it happen. Now we're on our way to the event.
We got kicks, bro.
We got kicks. We got Prime.
Got Prime, boys. Let's go. How many people here you think understand English?
Most of them know.
Yeah, bro, the only thing I know how to say in Spanish is basically yo soy manzana and yo quiero cantarte la la.
So you gotta say dímelo Corillo. You have your intro, what is up, guys?
Yeah.
That's my...
What is it?
Dímelo Corillo.
Dímelo Corillo. Welcome back to the vlog. New videos every Wednesday. Hit that subscribe button.
Let's go.
A bunch of a bunch of games, all fun and everything, practicing on the screen, right aside, that's easy money, practicing something, practicing fun, and we're gonna get that for the best.
Bro, I've been all around the world. Puerto Rican fans are so fucking nice. They're so respectful.
Yeah.
I had to give them the Prime or give them the signed photo. They're like, oh, I can take it. I'm like, yeah, man. Is this for you?
Yeah.
I'm proud of you, bro. You're onto something.
It's thanks to you.
You're onto something. Come on, bro.
Hey, look, I have your pair of shoes right here. I hope you like them. It's my gift to you.
Okay.
So.
Ooh, come on. Come on with the Puerto Rican flag. This is perfect.
It's my gift to you.
This is a great shoe. I need something from you.
You want me to sign it?
Hell yeah. I need you to. Very nice gift. Very cool experience.
Hey, and thank you guys, the whole gang, for watching.
Yes, sir. Look at
It's
this.
exciting for me to be in one of your vlogs because I've been watching you since you started, so it's a huge inspiration to just be here. Thanks for
Keep it up, bro. You get more views than me now.
Nah, bro.
I'm irrelevant, bro.
No, you're not, bro. No, you're not. Don't say that.
These are amazing. Look at this. Puerto Rican flag. It says they were discontinued because they put the flag in reverse up here and they decided that wasn't the way to go. And now I got one signed by We Got Kicks. Tom Brady texted me this morning in a group chat with 2 numbers that I didn't know who they were. He said, "I'm so sorry about the passing of your grandpa. You guys are in my thoughts and prayers. Hope you can give your dad a lot of hugs the next week or so. Love you guys, Tom Brady." And I texted him on the side. I said, "Thomas Logan, my grandpa's still alive unless you know something I don't." I said, "You hit me in the other thread. Maybe you meant to hit a different Logan." To that Logan, dude, I'm sorry about your grandpa. First off, he is Tom Brady. And there's a chance he does know something I don't. Second off, dude, who knows about my grandpa? That dude is living in a bus in a storage unit.
New vlogs every Thursday. Wednesday. This I'm here for my man. New vlogs every Wednesday.
Alright class, today we're going to be talking about something very serious. We're going to be talking about the N-word. And I'm sure that no one will have any issues with this. More specifically, we're going to be talking about the Season 11 episode of South Park, known as With Apologies to Jesse Jackson. Yeah, this video is for all of you kids that saw the Wheel of Fortune clip on TikTok and commented, "Bro, how is this show not cancelled? Skull emoji, skull emoji." This is how. Now, I want you to stop and think to yourself. How do you think people today would feel if a white dude said the N-word, hard R and everything, on a popular TV show? You're probably thinking about the absolute outrage that would come from that. Now, what if that same white dude wrote the script for the episode himself and, rather than just saying it once, said it, I don't know, 42 times, uncensored? You'd probably be expecting a reaction somewhere along the lines of a nuclear-level meltdown on Twitter and the subsequent banishment of the people who are responsible from the industry altogether. The last thing you would expect is for the creators to be praised for their satirical genius and their ability to confidently represent a complex issue in an accurate yet comedic way. Well, if you haven't figured it out yet, that's exactly what happened to Trey Parker and Matt Stone when they released With Apologies to Jesse Jackson back in 2007. So my question for the class today, and the question that will be answered by the end of this lecture, is how did they do it? How could they use this word, the word that has ruined the careers and reputations of so many in the past, and not only suffer zero consequences from doing so, but actually be praised for their usage? Yes, Mark. Well, I think it's pretty obvious. The episode came out in 2007. That was a completely different time, and people didn't react the same way they do now. South Park would never be able to get away with something like that now. You know, you bring up a very interesting point, Mark. You are correct that the reaction to the use of that word has seemed to grow larger, and generally speaking, people react much stronger than they did 16 years ago. But keep in mind, it's not like it was okay to say the word back then. Michael Richards got in a ton of trouble just months before this episode for using the word at a comedy show, something that is touched on several times throughout this episode. So, times have changed can't be the only explanation. Oh, and to your point about how South Park wouldn't get away with it nowadays, I present you this.
Oh, don't tell me people are still mad about that thing.
And this.
1% black. Morning, Steve.
So there has to be something else here. There's got to be a reason that the show not only got away with using the word, but were praised for it, creating an episode that is widely considered to be one of their best. So, what is the reason? Well, with the intro out of the way, let's get into it. This is that time South Park was praised for using that word. 42 times. The episode begins with Randy on Wheel of Fortune. He's just one puzzle away from winning $30,000. The category is people who annoy you, and after Randy gives his letters, there is only one letter missing. Let's be real, at this point everyone had the same thought. Randy just happened to have the unfortunate job of solving the puzzle.
I know it, but I don't think I should say it.
Now, watching this episode for the first time, I started thinking, surely they're not going to do this. Will they? I know this is South Park, but they wouldn't go that far. Or would they? Well, before I could even decide what they would do, they gave me the answer.
Niggers.
Yeah, they set the tone pretty early in this one. On the drive back home, Sharon's absolute disbelief leads Randy to give an explanation of his thought process, which makes totally perfect sense.
What was I supposed to do, Sharon? I thought I was going to make $30,000. Stanley, the only reason Daddy used that word is that he thought he would win money.
At school the next day, Cartman thinks it was the funniest thing in the world, because of course he does, and he warns Stan that some people might not be too happy about the situation. Stan attempts to explain away the situation to Token, but Token remarks that Stan just simply doesn't understand. It gets a bit heated, but, nothing really ends up coming of it.
It's on! Race war! Race war! Race war!
Okay, never mind, a race war breaks out all of a sudden, but Token quickly loses interest in the situation and brings the war to a quick end.
Whites win! Whites win! Race war's up, everybody! Whites won again!
Meanwhile, Randy pays a visit to the office of Jesse Jackson in an effort to apologize for his actions. This is a direct reference to the case of Michael Richards, the man who played Kramer on Seinfeld. In 2006, while performing stand-up at the Laugh Factory, he was caught on camera going on a tirade against audience members, screaming the N-word and other racist remarks at them repeatedly. So after the media picked up the story, Richards went on an all-out campaign in an attempt to repair his image, and one of the most prominent parts of this was his apology on Jesse Jackson's radio show. So, during Randy's visit to Reverend Jackson, he apologizes in a way that is rather symbolic. The Michael Richards situation is actually what inspired Matt and Trey to make this episode. According to the DVD commentary, they had the idea for the Wheel of Fortune scene for years, but they didn't know how they would be able to implement it into an episode. Well, when this whole situation went down, they immediately realized their opportunity was here. After Randy apologizes, Stan tells Token that everything is cool now because Randy apologized to Jesse Jackson. Token responds with a line that is both funny and accurate.
Jesse Jackson is not the emperor of black people. Told my dad he was.
This scene shows some of the frustrations. Frustrations? What? Frustrations. What the f? This scene shows some of the frustrations that Matt and Trey felt regarding Michael Richards' apology, as they felt that he was just sucking up to improve his image, acting like Jesse Jackson is a representative of the entire black community and that everything is okay now that he apologized to him. The Emperor of Black People line was actually inspired by one of their longtime writers from the show, Vernon Chapman, who made a remark about how Jesse Jackson isn't the ambassador of black people after seeing Richards' apology. Fun fact about Vernon Chapman, he is also the voice of Towley. Back at the school, they introduce a subplot where a man named David Nelson comes to speak at the school about how words can affect people. Nelson is a person with dwarfism, and because Eric Cartman is in the crowd of this assembly, it goes about as well as we expect it to. This subplot is very loosely tied to the main plot with the whole words thing, but it's pretty much completely unrelated. This is because Matt and Trey didn't really know what to do for the B-plot of this episode, so Trey just threw out a random idea. As he so eloquently put it,
let's have Cartman fight a midget. Yeah. And that'll be funny. like, we don't know how to get there, but basically, as long as we end up with Cartman fighting a midget, it'll be sweet. That'll be a sweet piece. All right.
After Jesse Jackson told Randy that he needs to experience black culture to get a better understanding of their experiences, he decides to watch a black stand-up comedian at the Laugh Factory. The comedian quickly recognizes Randy as the guy from Wheel of Fortune and decides to give him a new nickname.
Look, everybody! It's the guy!
This really gets to Randy, and he leaves the comedy show feeling upset about being referred to in such a derogatory way. As he walks down the street, the verbal abuse only gets worse, with kids walking by and calling him N-word guy, even a couple calling him it under their breath, and when he walks into a convenience store, he's told he's not welcome there due to this label being placed on him.
You aren't welcome in this store, guy.
Meanwhile, Mr. Nelson decides to try to talk to Cartman about his words, and once again, it goes as well as we expect it to. Speaking of Dr. Nelson, a little fun fact about his character is that the reason his voice sounds like that is because Trey was inhaling helium to do his lines. This explains why the pitch of his voice seems kind of inconsistent throughout the episode.
We didn't get to him. I was just joking.
In an effort to express his feelings, Randy attends a spoken word contest and performs his own slam poetry, discussing this label that has been placed on him and how it disregards his humanity. He is more than just that word, but is all people see him as.
But no matter how I try, people just say, hey, there's that guy.
Do you get it? Do you see the parallels yet? This is probably my favorite part of the episode. His poem is hilarious, and his delivery just makes it so much funnier.
Hey, guy, hi, guy, stop! Now go, when I can be thought of as more than just guy. Respect.
So, if you somehow haven't figured it out yet, Randy's treatment is a pretty obvious representation of the experience of black people in America. You know, being called a horrible name, being treated differently and discriminated against, and they go deeper into this as the episode goes on. Stan once again tries to talk to Token, saying that now he understands him because of what Dr. Nelson said at the assembly. Token is still not very receptive.
So, black people are midgets. God damn it!
Speaking of Dr. Nelson, he decides to give Cartman a taste of his own medicine by getting the other students to call him fat. But, once again, it goes exactly as we expected it to.
You know how it feels.
Randy continues on his mission to rid himself of this label being placed on him by committing to a scholarship foundation for black students. It comes across as slightly disingenuous, especially when he specifically says that that's the purpose. He then goes on to describe his feelings regarding the name being placed on him and how it has affected him emotionally.
You really don't know how hard it is to be constantly reminded of something lame that happened in your past.
Obviously, this is them still using Randy to represent how black people may feel about the N-word, specifically the point that you wouldn't understand how he feels unless you were in his shoes. This is especially hilarious since he's talking to a room of black people who, of course, understand very well exactly what he's talking about.
They're bringing up a painful chapter of my history and all the negativity that went along with it. Can't imagine how that feels. Is this guy serious?
When he leaves, he ends up getting chased by a group of shotgun-wielding rednecks who can't stand Randy's intolerance. Again, it's pretty obvious what they're doing here, flipping the script and having the rednecks be defending another race instead of being racist, and it makes for some absolutely hilarious lines.
We want to live in a world without people like you who are intolerant of African Americans.
But right when all hope seems lost, Randy is saved by someone in a similar position.
Michael Richards? Well, son of a bitch.
Not only is Michael Richards here to save the day, but Mark Furman, one of the officers from the OJ trial that said the N-word. They take Randy to their hideout, where they discuss that he's just like them. Randy claims that he's nothing like them since he said it in a different context. Richards discusses how it doesn't matter. Once you have that label, that's all you are to those people.
You really think all those people out there see a difference? All you are to them is just another damn guy.
Again, obvious parallels to when people use the N-word against black people, how dehumanizing it is, and how no matter what a black person may accomplish, it's all they'll ever be to that person. Stan is still trying to convince Token, telling him that he has no reason to be mad. Butters interrupts their argument to inform them that Cartman is fighting Dr. Nelson. We then get a scene of exactly that happening as Down with the Sickness plays in the background. Cartman somehow wins this fight, and we're all left wondering what exactly the point of any of this was. Randy and the rest of the guys speak in front of the Senate, campaigning to have the word made illegal. He makes some totally valid points that make me laugh.
Two words which by themselves can be harmless, but which together form a verbal missile of hate.
He even suggests that this slur may one day be used to refer to all white people, and once the Senate realizes that, they immediately understand. They pass the bill, and the word is officially illegal to say in the United States, making it the first word in history to be banned.
If a person uses the word, it must be at least 7 words away from the word guy.
I think this is probably the funniest joke they make in the entire episode because it's just so incredibly accurate. Now that Randy has experienced what it's like to have a word define who he is and how damaging it can be, he petitions for it to be banned, and when he informs the Senate of the potential use of the slur for all white people, the mere prospect of such a thing causes them to ban it. Basically, they're making the point that if a word that had the same impact as the N-word existed for white people, it would have been banned long ago. Which, I mean, yeah, probably. And finally, at the end of the episode, Stan comes to the realization that Token has been looking for this entire time.
I've been trying to say that I understand how you feel, but I'll never understand. I'll never really get how it feels for a black person to have somebody use the N-word. Now you get it, Stan. Yeah, I totally don't get it. Thanks.
You know, normally when I talk about South Park's controversies, this is the part where I talk about the chaos that followed the episode, but like I said, it was pretty much non-existent following this one. Rather, this episode was met with critical acclaim. To this day, it's one of the highest rated episodes on IMDb, sitting at an 8.8 out of 10. IGN gave the episode a resounding 10 out of 10, going as far as to call it a masterpiece. I didn't actually read the review, but knowing IGN, it probably said something along the lines of, "It really makes you feel like you're being called the N-word." Interestingly enough, CNN actually ran a story about the episode, and it included this bit of unintentional comedic timing that I greatly appreciated.
I know it, but I don't think I should say it.
But he does say it.
It's funny because the segment definitely felt like they began by attempting to capitalize on another South Park controversy, showing everyone how mad people are about this episode by interviewing people in the streets, only for these people they interviewed to be like, "No, I didn't find it offensive at all. Actually, I really enjoyed it."
It's not really the word that's important. Look at what's going on inside. You know, that's what I got.
The most egregious example of this was when they interviewed the two founders of a group known as Abolish the N-Word, a group with ties to the NAACP. Again, it definitely felt like they saw the name of this group and thought, they're definitely going to be pissed about this, we got to get an interview from them. Well, if that was their plan, it backfired heavily, considering they would praise the episode, citing it as educational and helpful to their cause.
This show, in its own comedic way, is helping to educate people about the power of this word and how it feels to have hate language directed at you.
And this response from the founders of Abolish the N-Word is really the key to why they, quote, got away with using the word. The episode itself is...
even remember half of them, but the point is, you came on that panel. Okay? I mean, you can't cover this stuff up. I mean, I don't care about just a courtroom. I'm not going to let you forget what you did, lady. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm guaranteed I'm going to take it to court. Yeah. So... how dare you? I mean, who are you to make a video? I mean, if you cared about Steez, how do you not know what happened? It's been like months, bro. And you're going to talk about, oh, Steez, and some fake crying, like, oh. And then you brought up, again, Tiffany Chrisman. And then you brought up Lamar Willis. Okay, so how are they so corrupt in Benton Harbor, Michigan, that they haven't made an arrest? Because what you just said out your mouth is exactly what Steve said and was figuring out the case all by himself. So how come these folks can't do their job? That's the question. Tis is the question. And I'm going to go as far as to say again, the red triangles have corrupt connections to departments. Sounds like a cover-up to me, right? Because everyone knows that Tiffany Chrisman, potentially, that common sense, and this is what Steve was figuring out, that Rat Smith, a.k.a. Cat Smith, and Lamar Wills clearly probably had something to do with that, allegedly. But it's pretty obvious, right? But what they do is cover it up and then try to tell people, you should be scared to speak up. Why would we be scared to speak up? Especially on your issues 1,000 million miles away. I don't care what y'all got going on. See, this is what I'm saying. They got full scared, like we can't talk. I'll talk all I want. What do you mean? I'm going to point out when there's a crime being committed and something crazy has happened. I'm going to point out when there's corruption. This is my job. This is what I do for a living. Stand against corruption. What you mean? See, that's what they want to do. They want to use the system to trap us. They want to use the system to silence us. You can't let these people silence you. You can't let them trap you. You got to stand with God. None of you bring up God. Don't ever bring up a God again, especially Trinity Time Travelers. Did you hear what you just said on a panel the other day to some random dude? There's nothing godly about you. What do you mean? So again, you all don't have godly actions. I do. And I'm merely defending myself and speaking up and standing up for myself and standing up for what's right. You said Steez was a hustler. Steez never had $5 to his name. Steez mooched off of Big B till the end of time forever and lived rent-free and did nothing and had cupcakes and everything he ever wanted. He was entitled. He was spoiled rotten. That's the facts. And you somehow have an issue with basic reality. And then they're so entitled, they'll go as far as to worry about a channel, somebody's business. They think that you should lose everything because you're standing up and speaking the truth. He was everything? How was he everything if he did nothing for nobody? He never contributed to anything, for Big B, to anyone, at any point. What do you mean? His own people and his own family couldn't stand him. That's the truth. They stayed away from him. What do you mean? He was rude to everybody, including his own daughter. That's a fact. You said you mess with him heavy? Hey, that's perfectly fine. So you mess with evil people that sit there and tell a man who put everything he had into what I do and turned around and had the audacity to act like it was funny and say, Tyree Sneed makes Batman look weak. Oh, when I just said 15 world records. But that's okay, right? You don't have an issue with that, right? You have selective justice, right? You have selective outrage, right? You only selectively speak when it's on your side, right? Number one, honey, you need to look in the mirror and go get a mirror and realize what culture you are, what group you come from, and who you are. And I don't know what your chip on your shoulder is with your own folks and your own people, but you need to, like, fix that. Deal with that first, instead of dealing with everybody else's problems. This is the problem. It's always a so-called running their mouth out of left field when you could just stay off of YouTube. We don't need to. You're not going to contribute anything. This is a professional platform for people with intellect to debate. We make real content here. I run a business. I take this very seriously. I don't even want to address this. I don't want to waste my time. Because I'm better than you. You understand? And I'm going to tell you all right now, please record this show. Please record it, because I'm going to delete it. I'm not keeping it on my fucking channel. You know why? Because it's a waste of my fucking time to worry about fucking trash. And that's what you are, Babs. You're a piece of fucking dog shit. How about that? That's what you are. And that's what you'll always do. You're a fucking addict. You're an addict that sat there and did nothing but harass me for years. You're a piece of dog shit. Steve wasn't nobody. What do you mean? You're supposed to sit here and kiss ass? Because some nigga who sat there and beat everyone, he was a piece of dog shit just like you. All he did was fucking drugs like the crack squirrel he was. What do you mean? And sit there and hate. That's reality, bitch. Now stay the fuck off YouTube. You got that? Get ready for your federal indictment. Get ready for prison, bitch. How about that, Babs?
Bonus points.
I've been crying. Okay. Where he stated that his ghost did some crazy stuff, right? And he ended up having to go to the hospital behind it. Do you remember that? Why do you think that is if we use common sense?
That was my ancestor if you use common sense.
What's up, Blaze? Oh, shitty. Look the mother. Fucker, right? What'd you do, Sticky? What the fuck did you do? Fuck the whole shit up. Right now.
Sticker.
I didn't do anything. You fucked it, bud.
You did it, Sticky.
Dutchy, did you get that? Did you get that one? Please tell me you got it.
I swear, if that boy could really keep me real pissed off.
Did Mom come out? What happened? Oh shit.
He probably
is fired back up.
The neighbors are complaining again.
Oh. Expect to hear from him soon, possibly tomorrow, maybe even tonight, because I was on Rio James's panel again tonight, hanging out with him, and long story short, Steve was in there earlier before I came in, and he said, I'm pretty sure he's probably still watching both of his kids. I guess Rio wants to do some stuff in there, and he just kind of
nice. Hey, Sticky, do you remember a chick named Babs from Styles' chat?
No, but I did look at your link, and she did seem genuinely upset.
Oh, okay, so let's see, Sarah, if somebody looked at the link.
Yeah, she obviously cared about him. So.
Yeah, but that's what he was reacting to. That's who he tagged in his video, in his live stream. So he's something upset about that.
Real quick.
Hey, chat, everybody in chat.
Okay, he's live again, so let's go.
And we're back real quick. So yeah, like I said, man, all we do is it's bringing it back. Like I said, I already know what it is. You know, it is what it is, man. With me, I'm going to continue to say the truth. I'm going to continue to say the facts. I'm going to continue to correct everybody. And it's just that simple, man. People just got to understand a voice ain't free, bro. You don't get to just come on here and paint a reality of delusions, keep on, and say that like you're Batman that haven't happened. It's not true. These dudes was never hustlers, man. None of them, bro. None of them ever made no money. Never had no money in it.
Why do you think you can pretend to be Batman when I'm already Batman?
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
That's right. I'm wearing bungee cords.
Christina knows that. Because, like I said, why do you think that they was doing and continue to do all the illegal activity they do? What kind of funds do you think y'all are living off of the illegal activity you do? You're not.
It's called money, Joey. It's called money.
I'm living off the illegal activity, dog.
Oh, fooling anybody? What do you mean?
I got something to tell you guys.
Fake talk. Because everybody already sees the fact and everybody already knows what's what.
I don't take it in the behind. Well, we got to have op security guys. I will now. Okay. You guys have a security clearance. So
yeah, I exposed y'all already, so I don't understand what you're faking and pretending for.
Mine actually expires
That's all I'm
next
saying.
week. I need to get with Susan and have a new card issued.
We granted you a 2-week trial period pass. Plus,
And be my guest, you can continue to try to pretend. I mean, you can't talk your way out of a federal indictment. You understand? Like I said, all they're doing, the more they run their mouth, the more I can talk all I want. I'm goody. The more they talk, the more they do it to themselves and give me more evidence for this federal lawsuit. And it's not just about
the more he talks, the more we do it to ourselves.
I can talk all I want, but when you talk, you go to jail.
The lawsuit is about a public matter that's being presented to the public, and people are watching what's being talked about and what's being said, and people are unraveling and figuring out the mystery because Batman did it for you and then displayed it all for you. Here's the truth. Here's who these characters are, and like I said, it's all right there. It's all on the community wall. Everything has been presented publicly. You understand? So it's like I said, like, no, you don't get to just come over here and
community wall is a binding legal document.
Did anybody look at that community wall? Does he actually have a list?
Yes, he has a list of names on his community wall.
It's legally binding.
How far back does it go? How many months ago or weeks ago was that?
It's a summons.
It's just a couple of weeks, I think.
That things are what they are. When were these folks hustlers? I'm sorry, but that's the truth. I mean, they spent forever trying to build a fake business that was a pipe dream that never existed and didn't get built. I mean, I call that failing. I don't know where you're from or where they do that at, but I call that failing. I mean, what do you mean he was a hustler? A hustler can never get $200 to his name. A hustler can never.
A hustler can never get $200.
A hustler can never buy a hot dog?
Make $5. I'm just saying, it's kind of odd to me. Like,
a hustler spent all his money on a bus.
A hustler can't, go to New York and can't make it in New York. That makes sense.
Albany.
But has all opportunities in front of him, including can get a construction job in New York. But then what did he say? He said, "Oh, the cost of living is too high here, like normal, like anyone would say, right? And I can't make it here. I got to go back.
I got to piss. Give me 30."
Then he took a handout, right? Took a handout from your boy Tommy Sotomayor, right? The cult leader, not allegedly. It's right there. Allegedly, right? It's all common sense. That whole thing, that whole pseudo nation, that thing is a cult. That's common sense, right? So he took a handout from him. That's all illegal money, bro. That's illegal funds. Do you understand that? When you accepting cult money, like I'm talking about real money, and you accepting that and you doing things for it, like you did something for that money, right? See, the secrets are out. The truth is out. And like I told you, when these people got to come to court, they all going to sing like canaries and they all going to tell on each other, and then they're going to be panicking, and then this attitude towards me has to stop. I mean, they can continue and have any attitude they want, but it has to stop to some degree because, well, now the law has been applied. Most of them, I mean, you're looking at serious prison time.
Nobody is.
Possible, life sentences. That's the truth. So, I mean, all because you just on YouTube. I mean, like I said, if you want to play games and stuff and you want to talk some way, whatever, that's fine. If you want to say how you feel on YouTube, that's fine. But when you start doing stuff with electronic means and behind the scenes, and you get groups together, and you start continuously, I'm talking everyday behavior, coming over to somebody's channel and business, right? And you're showing your intention, and you're telling them the things you're telling them that I have the voicemails of, man, that's a federal lawsuit, bro. That's a guaranteed win for me, and that's guaranteed prison time for everybody.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Can you take it back just like 1 minute?
Hold on. Everyone, slow down. I just sat down. I just sat down.
He's old. You'll confuse him. Stop it.
Maybe he was watching Rio's show.
Yes, sir.
Sticky, dial it back. Yeah, I was just in the kitchen. I had to come back. I was pissing. I just come back, and all of a sudden there's chaos. All right. So I'm dialing it back. How far?
Just like a minute, maybe.
That's a guaranteed win for me, and that's guaranteed, bro. That's a guaranteed win for me, and that's guaranteed over to somebody's channel and business. You start doing stuff with electronic means and behind the scenes, and you get groups together, and you start continuously, I'm talking everyday behavior, coming over to somebody's channel and business, right? And you're showing your intention, and you're telling them the things you're telling them that I have the voicemails of, man, that's a federal lawsuit, bro. That's a guaranteed win for me, and that's guaranteed prison time for everybody who's guilty that's going to be held accountable in a court of law. Everyone who's involved in this. Anybody, okay, who's part of the federal indictment, which everything is on the community wall. Anybody whose name is aforementioned is looking at serious prison time. Understand that. No matter what, at some point, guaranteed, no matter what happens.
I'm pasting a link in back chat to the community wall.
All right, thanks. These folks don't understand. You've literally already coughed up your freedom. You already coughed it up.
All right. Who made that noise?
That was him.
That was him.
We're gonna do a tier list right now. We got myself. We got that guy, Negasonic, Sticky, Shamrock. Do your best.
Who goes first?
I gotta hear the noise again. Let me hear it again.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Because you didn't think. Because you wanted to get on think.
Well, we've been talking about the Canadian stock market being at an all-time high. Part of that is a hope that the Canadian economy is finding some resilience, even in the face of all the uncertainty, like with trade. But new data from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has found that there are some recession fears in the air. Their chief economist is joining us now with some perspective on what they are seeing. Simon Gaudreau, nice to have you with us, Simon. Walk us through the numbers as you see them sort of moving into the second half of the year here.
What we're seeing is an estimate of a contraction of 0.8% of GDP for Q2 of this year, and the same for Q3. So we provide short-term forecasts, and we believe that's also probably something that's more accurate to do in the current context. Very hard to predict, even in the short term, what's gonna happen next, let alone for the long term. What we've seen in our forecasts and our estimates is that a lot of businesses are worried about what's might come next. There is a lot of uncertainty at the moment, and it puts a lot of investment projects and hiring on pause at small, medium-sized businesses in Canada. And that's what may explain also, without those important components, why we have weaker perspectives for the economy.
Okay, so I guess with obviously the ongoing trade dialogue between the U.S. and Canada, and that's a piece of uncertainty, and we just heard all the premiers weighing in this week. They were, talking about what we can do for the economy. What's the message from your organization on what the government should be considering right now?
Well, first of all, a deal would come a long way into bringing back some certainty. We're not saying a deal at all costs, but we've certainly seen a lot of fogginess in the past few months, and that's not good for business owners. They cannot plan, they cannot hire. Even for some of them, there is increasing costs of those tariffs that have been put in place so far by the U.S. government, and even more businesses are actually impacted by the counter tariffs that the Canadian government has put in place. The Canadian government hasn't announced any sort of mechanism to return some of that counter tariff revenue to the most affected businesses. So just that would really be able to help perhaps some of the most impacted businesses. And parallel to that, there is, of course, parallel to lifting the uncertainty and making sure that there is a resolution to this trade war, there is this idea of making sure that we have a competitive business environment in Canada. I think that's what the premiers have been working on with the federal government, for example, tearing down the trade barriers. That was urgent before the trade war, and it was needed yesterday. So we're pleased to see some movement on that, but we're hoping that things will even accelerate from here.
But when you want to play.
Well, we've been talking about the Canadian stock market being at an all-time high. Part of that is a hope that the Canadian economy is finding some resilience, even in the face of all the uncertainty, like with trade. But new data from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has found that there are some recession fears in the air. Their chief economist is joining us now with some perspective on what they are seeing. Simon Gaudreau, nice to have you with us, Simon. Walk us through the numbers as you see them sort of moving into the second half of the year here.
What we're seeing is an estimate of a contraction of 0.8% of GDP for Q2 of this year, and the same for Q3. So we provide short-term forecasts, and we believe that's also probably...
It was supposed to be a community conversation about anti-racism in Red Deer, but before the event could even begin, it turned violent.
It's traumatic. All of us are traumatized.
Keisha Daniels spent her summer in several small Alberta towns calling for racial equity. She was supposed to be a speaker Sunday. Her voice was silenced when the event was canceled because of the violence.
There was no way we could have a peaceful event with these people there assaulting people.
All right. Hope you're having a great summer and a great summer Friday. Well, we've had another busy week, in part because of lots of earnings stories and all-time highs for stocks. Keep your seatbelt on, because we're wondering what's going to happen on the trade front moving into the current August 1st deadlines that have been set by the White House. And we also have some key central bank decisions to be watching heading into next week. To digest it all, we're joined by Earl Davis, who's head of fixed income and money markets at BMO Global Asset Management. Earl, nice to see you. How's your summer going?
So far, so good. Can't complain.
Can't get away from the Bloomberg terminal too frequently. Let's just start with the general mood of the markets. I know you focus more on the fixed income world, but I think people are generally always a little bit more skeptical than the equity traders about sort of what's happening in the economy. But there's been exuberance,
yes.
It feels like, on Wall Street and Bay Street. What's your assessment?
There definitely has been exuberance. Having said that, we do expect the exuberance to continue. There's only two things on our radar that can knock the exuberance off. One is inflation, And we don't expect to see those higher inflation numbers till later this year, so we think we're all right for now. And the other one's higher interest rates. And right now, that is dependent upon, next week. What does the Fed say? What does the Bank of Canada say? There's central bank policy meetings. We don't expect any change, but we still expect them to have a slightly dovish tilt, which should be supportive of this market.
Okay, so what is the biggest challenge for a central bank like the Bank of Canada, just as sort of an example right now?
That is a great question, and I would say the one word to capture it: anticipation. Anticipation of inflation. Obviously, we're not seeing the spikes of inflation that people were immediately expecting after the tariffs, but we do expect to see it. And part of the reason why we haven't seen it is just an inventory drawdown. Companies loaded up on inventory pre-tariff earlier this year. That's being drawn down, and now they're going to have to start purchasing things at a higher price, and that will be passed on to consumers. So one thing that's interesting in regards to the price point in this passing on, the Bank of Canada doesn't know where that will be yet. The FOMC doesn't know where that will be yet. So they're just steady as she goes because employment seems to be stable.
Okay, I'm going to admit I am a tad confused, because if there is a inflation worry tied to everything that's going on, there is still conversation about rate cuts on the table.
Yes.
So can you kind of piece those two together for me?
Yeah. So yes, I can. So fundamentally, the market doesn't need rate cuts fundamentally. And how do we see that? What we look at is the unemployment number. The unemployment rate is not going higher in Canada and the U.S., at least for the last few prints, and it seems to be steady. The other thing is growth. The growth numbers are starting to come back along, and the reason why growth is not negative and starting to come back along is there's one thing, obviously, the big beautiful bill. It impacts expectations, brings exuberance, as well as there's a deregulatory move in the U.S. where they're cutting regulation, makes it cheaper for businesses to operate. So I think these things are very supportive of the market. So then the question is, why are we talking about eases? There's one specific reason in Canada, and one specific reason in the U.S.
Okay.
Let's start with Canada. It's the easier one. It's the housing market. We all see what housing's doing. We all see what condos are doing in regards to sales. The thing that is supportive of sales and getting more sales in the housing market is lower interest rates. Having said that, that's not a Bank of Canada focus or target, at least not directly, but they do look at that indirectly. So that's one reason why there's possible reasons for eases, and we think that will be a driver for eases in Canada going on later this year. Now in the U.S., it's all political. We see the headlines every day about this Trump-Powell, I would call it tension, because the Fed Chairman Powell does not want to ease interest rates. He sees it as we discussed. The economy's doing all right, unemployment's doing all right, but obviously President Trump wants it, and why does he want it? Lower interest rates puts equities higher. Lower interest rates helps growth, helps fund the new tax bills, the tax cuts, I should say. And that's why he's looking for putting pressure on the Fed governor to cut.
And I even had a guest in the U.S. this week who actually talked about the U.S. housing market, making the case that lower interest rates would be a helping hand in that world where, a lot of people get stick shock here on mortgages. They did there as well. But can you just elaborate on the Canadian housing market? Because, I think given everything else that's going on, it doesn't get as much attention in the daily market conversation. So if there's a likely need to cut interest rates to address some of the housing issues right now, can you spell out what those housing issues are?
Yeah, there's one other thing that's supportive of the housing, why they haven't cut the rates yet. And I'll get to that in a sec. Just the housing, it's just the cost of new mortgages compared to 5 years ago. It's very simple. We're getting the renewals come about. That costs, every dollar more you put into your mortgage payment is a dollar less that goes into the economy. It's very, very hard.
Yeah.
The reason why the Bank of Canada hasn't cut because of housing yet is employment. The number one most important factor for housing is actually not interest rates. It's actually employment. And the reason why that is, people need to be employed to pay the mortgage. They need to be making those dollars to pay the rent, to pay the mortgage, to buy a house. So as long as we see the unemployment rate or jobs not being cut in Canada, we got a surprise raise in jobs, more jobs being created last month. As long as the jobs are not going lower and lower, like people losing their jobs, housing market will be supported. but at a steady rate. It won't rise.
Okay, so just to bring it all together, earlier this year, with all the trade war worries, we didn't know where the Canadian economy would land. Just based on people sort of trying to put it all together right now, even though there's still plenty of uncertainty, the economy has fared better than what people thought, which means there's a lot of people who are still gainfully employed.
Yes.
But the Bank of Canada is watching what could happen if there was a change to that and what that would mean for the housing market, while also balancing the fact that we're still not sure if this trade story is going to lead to inflationary factors, which they don't want to get out of hand by cutting interest rates. That's kind of our soup bowl right now.
So let me just put it very. The only thing the Bank of Canada, I'll put it again. The only thing the Bank of Canada focuses on is inflation. That's their mandate.
Right.
Keep it within a target. Why inflation? Because inflation impacts growth. And then growth impacts housing and employment. And that's how they kind of look at it. Yes, that's the Super Bowl.
Okay, and then at the end of the day, I think you alluded to this earlier, like this concept of fighting the tape, right?
Yes,
like we got all that stuff, but at the end of the day, at least in equities, I know you're the fixed income guy, but in the equity market, we've been at these all-time highs. I would say most people, guests might sort of say, good to be cautious at this point. I'm not hearing a lot of strategists who are saying, get out. Like, I feel like most people have been saying there's some momentum here, and fighting that would be possibly to your disadvantage.
I fully agree with that. We subscribe to that, but we've reduced our exposure, but we're still long the market because we see it grinding higher.
Hello, everybody. I am so excited that today we have Riley Brewster, one of our key strategy specialists, and she came to Zhang Enterprises from mortgages, and so she's seen quite a lot about what's happening in the real estate market. But today she wants to talk to us about hyperinflation. So first, before we do that, though, I need to ask you why you came to Zhang Enterprises and what you hope to accomplish here.
Absolutely. Back in 2020, business was booming, rates were low. I really felt like I was helping people on a daily basis. And it wasn't until probably 2022 when things started to take a turn. So by the end of my mortgage career in 2024, it really got to a point where I just felt like I was no longer helping people and I was doing a disservice. So I knew I had to make a change. And that's when I got the opportunity to come to Zhang Enterprises. So I feel so blessed to be here. We're
glad to have you.
Thank you.
Really, she's great.
Anybody
that's worked with you, I always get such glowing statements from people that you've worked with. So that's awesome.
Yep. So now I feel like I truly help people on a daily basis. I feel like, our mission is solid, and I cannot wait to dive into hyperinflation. Because I feel like it's one of the topics that, we throw around the term a lot, but what is it? How is it going to affect us when it hits? So that's why I picked it today.
Well, then I'm going to just hand it over to you and rock and roll what you do.
All right. So starting with the basics, what is hyperinflation? The technical definition is an extremely rapid, out-of-control rise in prices in an economy, typically exceeding about 50% month over month. So as that inflation increases, it erodes the country's currency, the value of it. So purchasing power continues to decrease.
So as it decreases, that kind of takes us to, well, here's a Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, $10 trillion that you can't buy anything with. So I think this bill...
You gonna suck my dick, you stupid bitch? Hell yeah, you are. You don't got a fucking choice.
So when we're looking at hyperinflation, I feel like oftentimes I hear people say, this could never happen in the United States. This will never happen to us. But in all reality, it's happened many, many times across the world. And this is an article, or I should say some data from Steve Hinkie, was published in 2012. So this isn't even fully updated. It doesn't include Zimbabwe, Venezuela, Sudan, Lebanon, etc. So
we'll be on that list as well.
So when people say it never could happen here, I bet you money the people of these countries never thought it could happen to them until it did.
Well, it's true. And especially places like Venezuela, that has the largest oil reserves and was once an extraordinarily wealthy country. Zimbabwe, too, was the breadbasket of Africa and an extremely wealthy country. So, Yeah, and Steve Henke is absolutely genius. So he's shown that there are over 4,800 currencies that have experienced hyperinflation. Every single one that was not backed by gold, just government promises.
Exactly right. So when we dive a little bit deeper into this, I really wanted to kind of go through things chronologically just to illustrate how it all unfolded.
That's perfect.
So back in 2008 is when they did their first currency reset, and that's when you started paying attention to Venezuela, right?
I started, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So they were experiencing extremely high levels of inflation long before 2008, but 2008 is when they did their first currency reset and lopped off 3 of the currency zeros. So if you had $1,000 in your bank account, you then had $1 in your bank account.
So you go to bed at night, you'd have $1,000. In the morning, you would have 1. And even though we don't know what that reset number is going to be, 1,000 to 1 is pretty typical.
Yeah, absolutely. And on average, within hyperinflationary events, I would say there's roughly 3 currency resets per hyperinflationary event, right? So currency resets, for those of you that don't know, it's the government's way to basically get that inflation or hyperinflation under control. So
make it look like it's under control.
Exactly.
Right? It doesn't really change anything because they don't change behavior. They just lop off zeros and rock and roll again.
And they didn't bring gold and silver back into the monetary system. So it's
not
another
yet.
point. So next major event then, honestly, I think this is probably the most important event, but the president of Venezuela at the time, Chavez, he decided to repatriate and confiscate the gold. So repatriation is when the Venezuelan government decided to bring home all of the gold that were in foreign banks, largely Bank of England, but he was able to repatriate all the gold, took control of all of the private mining industries, the whole entire gold industry in general, so citizens were no longer able to purchase gold. But the one type of gold that they did not touch?
Which one was that?
The numismatic coins. So, similar to us in 1933, all of the pre-33 coins were exempt. So,
because the wealthy, wealth never disappears, it just shifts location, and when they write the rules, you think they're going to write them for your benefit? No, you just have to work in the area where they write them for their benefit.
Exactly.
That's why I always buy collectible coins.
Same here. All right, so this chart illustrating the amount of Venezuelan bolivars that it took to purchase 1 ounce of gold. So you can see all the way back to 2013, that's when they did another currency reset. And look what gold did, it shot straight up.
Why is that?
Because with hyperinflation, gold, it keeps up with the rate of inflation. So when they do a currency reset, typically on average it takes about a 9-month window for that gold and silver to reset as well.
But when they're doing that, because a rising gold price is an indication of a failing and a looming crisis. So they suppress the gold. It's kind of like a spring. If you keep your hand on the spring and you keep it suppressed, it's straight up. That's what happens. That's what you're looking at.
Exactly.
Twice.
Yeah. And you can
in
see
actually a
2016.
pretty long period of time. Not a very long period of time.
Just 3 years. In 2016, I always like to mention this one because that was the official start of that hyperinflationary event.
Welcome to Taking Stock. I'm Amanda Lang. Coming up on the show, as the premiers meet the Prime Minister, will the atmosphere of urgency continue in Canada? And consumers are on the roads. Will there be any relief ahead? Plus, how Canada fights a trade war might help change how Canada thinks of itself. That's all ahead. First, for the week that was in business, it's time for the briefs. Canada's premiers met with Indigenous leaders and Prime Minister Carney this week with talk aimed at keeping momentum going on big projects inside the country. Saskatchewan joined Ontario and Alberta in an agreement to build energy and trade infrastructure. The premiers are pressing for more control over immigration to their provinces to help meet labor requirements. The U.S. and Japan announced a trade deal that will set a 15% tariff on Japanese goods, including autos. Japan is committing to a $550 billion investment in the U.S. The tariff rate is notable. It's lower than the current rates being imposed, but also higher than the 10% negotiated with the U.K. Canada-U.S. talks continue. If there's good news in the Bank of Canada's recent survey of business, it's that while still downbeat, companies are less worried than they were before about the effects of tariffs. Still, caution is the name of the game, and that's keeping hiring and investment in check. Stellantis and GM both detailed the cost of U.S. tariffs on their businesses, and the numbers are big. Stellantis reported a preliminary net loss of $2.7 billion for the first half of the year, thanks to tariffs in the U.S. after it cut production and had to pay penalties as a result. Meanwhile, General Motors said tariffs will shave $1 billion off its profit in the most recent quarter and thinks the impact could get worse next quarter. The sale of U.S.-made booze dropped by 2/3 after many provinces stopped carrying imported liquor. Sales of Canadian spirits have also fallen, suggesting some customers are not switching to homegrown brands. This week, the U.S. ambassador to Canada said the Buy Canadian attitudes afoot in this country are perceived as mean and nasty by the U.S. administration. And those are your business briefs. The meeting this week of provincial and territorial leaders and the Prime Minister included talk aimed at staying cooperative and getting things done. The question is, will the consensus end once projects actually get chosen? Perrin Beatty is co-chair of the expert panel on Canada-U.S. relations and, of course, a former CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Perrin, great to have you with us.
Great to be with you, Amanda.
So there is a new tone afoot in this country, and I guess I'm curious from your point of view of whether you think it will hold as we start to get to the nitty-gritty of projects, picking which provinces will be the recipients of these big Canada-building projects.
It certainly needs to hold. Whether it will or not, we'll see as things go on. But it's encouraging to see that there's the degree of unity that we're seeing in Canada today and a sense of shared purpose. It's much greater than I can remember for a long, long time.
And in terms of those projects, obviously there are the big things we can imagine, energy projects, mine projects, some infrastructure. But this is a big economy, Perrin, with many moving parts. When you were head of the Canadian Chamber, of course, you represented a lot of businesses who wouldn't necessarily be affected by those, and it would take a long time for the benefits of those to trickle down. Are we at risk of focusing on some big ticket items in favor at the expense of a lot of other smaller, kind of maybe more mundane parts of our economy, but equally important?
It can't be a case of either or. We've got to focus on the economy in the broadest sense. So we do have to unstick the process for these major projects that we haven't been able to move in the past. But we also have to address the needs of various sectors of the economy, including small business. We're under siege in a way that we haven't seen for a long, long time, and it's going to require that the government respond in a very effective way right across the board.
We got some, I guess, a reality check from the Prime Minister on both the level of potential tariffs and the path to a trade deal by this kind of arbitrary August 1st deadline. And I was curious for your thoughts on that. It may take longer to get there, and when we get there, it may not be as good as we hoped.
Well, I think what the Prime Minister is doing is to manage expectations. And I think it's very important that he do so. Not surprisingly, as we got into the negotiations and people said, what are you looking for? His answer was, we want to get rid of the tariffs, period. But every single deal that we've seen that Donald Trump has done with any country has left tariffs in place at one level or another. And that's inevitably what we're looking at as well here. How long will it take? We don't know. We saw a deal happen almost overnight with Japan in the last couple of days. It didn't look as if it was going anywhere, and then all of a sudden the logjam broke. We're seeing progress now with regard to Europe. We don't know what that means for Canada, and the government needs to take whatever time is necessary to get a deal that's acceptable. No deal is better than a bad deal.
Well, that's an interesting question there, because some level of tariffs, let's say it's 10%, Perrin, presumably getting clarity is what business needs. But are you saying however long it takes to get to that clarity is worth taking the time?
Both of all, first of all, clarity, yes, but also a level of tariffs or a level of measures which don't unduly penalize Canada. We've got a series of problems here in that we've been hit not only with a general level of tariffs higher than he was threatening to apply to other countries, but also specific tariffs on individual commodities such as steel, aluminum, copper, potentially lumber as well. And we also have things like the fentanyl tariffs. And then in addition to that, he's talking about the renegotiation of CUSMA. So this is extremely complex with a large number of moving parts, and we've got to make sure that it's both as timely as possible and that it is something that's acceptable to Canada at the end of the day.
Perrin, so good to have you. Appreciate your time today.
Anytime.
Perrin Beatty, co-chair of the expert panel on Canada-U.S. relations, former CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Coming up, how will consumers manage if there's no relief ahead on interest rates? Stay with us. Welcome back. With little sign of interest rates coming down in Canada, how are consumers holding up? Here's a look by the numbers. Consumer debt continued to grow, hitting a record $2.5 trillion, held by 32 million Canadians at the end of last year. That's up 4.5% year over year, according to TransUnion. Credit card balances jumped 9.2%. Younger Canadians are the fastest growing segment for debt holders, a 29% increase in participation for Gen Z alone. Average credit card debt per borrower was $4,681 at the end of last year, and delinquency rates are also up 1.8% to a 5-year high, with Gen Z helping drive those numbers higher too. Meanwhile, 60% of mortgages will renew this year or next, and many will see higher rates, especially those with fixed-rate 5-year mortgages. The Bank of Canada says the average monthly payment could climb 10% for renewals in 2025 and 6% for those renewing in 2026. But that makes a big difference in mortgage type. Fixed mortgage holders could see increases of up to 20% compared with the December 2024 payment. Those with variable rate mortgages could actually see declines of 5 to 7%. Those rising mortgage rates are also making it harder for many to buy a home. RateHub says affordability worsened in 12 of 13 major markets. Only Toronto saw an improvement in affordability in June. Most mortgage holders, of course, will face an increase in costs in the coming years. So what is the ripple effect of those jumps? Penelope Graham is head of content at ratehub.ca. Penelope, thanks for being with us.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So it's not going to be news to people that hold these mortgages. If you took a mortgage out in 20 or 21, rates were very low. And you will know that you're probably facing a reset at a higher level, in some cases much higher. But just put it into context for us of how big a hit to the system it is when we see that big a jump in payments for so many people.
So this phenomenon that we refer to as the mortgage renewal cliff or wall, it really started to become a concern in the latter half of 2022 and throughout 2023, because of course interest rates started to rise exponentially from those record lows during the pandemic. And many Canadians had taken out their mortgages at that time for next to nothing. Fast forward to today, and all of those 5-year fixed terms are now coming up for renewal. Bank of Canada has come out with that analysis that 60% of those who are renewing this year and next are going to face higher payments. So RateHub did some additional calculations to see how these payments are going to differ compared to the lowest rate you would have taken out in 2020 versus today. What we found is if you took out a fixed rate mortgage in 2020, you would have had an option to take out a rate at 1.89%. Well, today, the lowest rate you could take out is 200 basis points higher. It's now up to 3.89%. And what that translates into is actually a 19% increase in your monthly mortgage payment. And from a dollar perspective, you're looking at paying $436 more per month on your mortgage, and that equals out to just over $5,200 a year. That is not an insignificant shock for many households to absorb.
It is not
variable mortgage.
Sorry, I just want to jump in and say it's not the change, of course, is not insignificant. However, a lot of people would have seen it coming, and of course, hopefully understood when they took mortgages out below 2% that they were getting the deal of a lifetime. Do you think that people have adjusted their spending, their savings, their household income in order to account for the fact that those costs are going to go up?
Well, we have had a couple years of leeway understanding that rates are going to be in a much higher interest rate environment this year and next. The most important thing you can do as a renewing borrower, you know that your monthly payments are going to be higher, is to be proactive And that means taking initiative, 6 months out from your renewal date, start exploring your options. Because if you can secure a slightly lower mortgage rate, even just shaving a few basis points off could equal hundreds or even thousands of dollars saved on your mortgage. So what that looks like, connecting with a mortgage broker, exploring your options potentially with other lenders. Are they offering a more competitive interest rate than what you might be receiving from your existing lender? It's common knowledge that they save the most competitive rates for new clients. Taking out things like a rate holder pre-approval to guarantee access to today's pricing, because we are starting to see evidence that both fixed and variable mortgage rates could be poised to rise in the coming months or stay stagnant. We're certainly, have left behind the most recent rate-cutting cycle from the Bank of Canada. So borrowers need to be mentally prepared.
This is the most indebted generation in history. All I'm saying is I am here as a messenger of the next generation. I'm telling you, this is bad. This generation can't own anything. They owe so much more money than generations prior. This is the most indebted generation in history. Gen Z owes the most money in any history, any generation in history. So we wonder why. Then all of a sudden, hey, you want to go buy a home now at the age of 38? Your credit score is destroyed. Your spending habits are terrible. You don't want to save, and you don't think you should save. And you know what I hear from some of them? Is they say, well, why should I save when what I saw around me is that you need to get into this economy and spend because the savers got wrecked in 2008. There is economic nihilism that is set in to a lot of this next.
Security chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is...
I'm here at the brand new Tesla Diner in Hollywood, California, and this is not your typical EV charging experience. The Tesla Diner has 80 charging stations, 2 giant movie screens, and classic American comfort food. Let's take a look around.
It feels kind of like Disneyland, but for adults or Tesla owners.
I think these boxes are cute when you put the food, and I like the vibe. It's very chill, friendly, very lively.
Search the area. We've got 3 Janus Science personnel missing. Their knowledge is critical to mission success. We take care of our own.
Tesla is calling the design retro-futuristic. The metal exterior of the 2-story restaurant resembles the company's Cybertruck, with indoor seating downstairs and an outdoor sky pad for dining and movie watching upstairs. While you're charging your car, you can order food and catch a movie on the 2 66-foot tall mega screens. Inside, you can order on the touchscreens, with menu options including the Tesla burger, fried chicken and waffles, a cinnamon roll, and more. We got our order. We have the grilled cheese, side of bacon with electric sauce, and then we got the Tesla burger. They also have this souvenir cup, which we ordered for our drink. The sandwiches came in these really cute Cybertruck boxes. The burger. Nice car and patty. I like the bun too. Oh, that's really good. The sauce is good too. I'm not even sure what's in the sauce, but pairs well with the bacon. So first impressions is the food is pretty good.
The food was pretty good. I think it was actually excellent food. I probably will be back, bring my girl, and let her get the experience of this. But I'm going to do it way after this is all the hype is over. I hope the robots are available for me to get at a decent price, because I probably will get them. Food's pretty good, and I was very impressed by the robot serving hospital. I would probably bring friends. More than likely friends from out of town. They would be very impressed coming to a place like this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It has a very vintage vibe, but futuristic vibe at the same time. Has a nice screen that you can watch while you charge your car. If you're a Tesla owner and if you order from your car ahead of time, you don't have to wait. in line. We waited for about an hour and 30 minutes.
Less than 24 hours after opening, the line at the Tesla diner stretched down the block. Elon Musk says if the diner goes well, he's looking to put them in major cities around the world.
For the past 2 days, a top DOJ official has been meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend and accomplice. You know, pretty much everything that Epstein is known for and having done, Ghislaine was his associate and assistant and all of it, you know? She was effectively like the pimp that procured a lot of the young women that Epstein abused. So they had known each other for years and years and years, right? Anyway, yeah, DOJ has been meeting with her because it seems like the Trump administration is pushing to have her testify to Congress to exonerate Trump, even though the DOJ has told Trump directly that he is in the Epstein files, you know, that leaked from the Wall Street Journal. Thank you. The DOJ, in a desperate attempt to get people off this thing, they are essentially insinuating that they are willing to trade favorable testimony from Maxwell in favor of a reduced sentence. Here's Tim Burchett the other day.
And said, let's finally, he said, they never trusted her. She was a liar. No, she is a liar. She's a dirt bag. And why should we know if we can't trust her? Because the one thing we got holding over her head is if we find out she lies, she goes back to her original sentence. And that's looking at lifetime. And if she's looking at maybe parlaying this into reducing her sentence, then we could have some.
So that's just explicit right there. That's just that's as straightforward as it gets. It's literally just, oh, if we hear something that we don't like, you go back to your original sentence. And if not, then maybe the sentence will be reduced. You're ready for the GOP to explain what is that, Bennett?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not the. They've been downplaying this in so many different ways for a long time now. Yeah, I don't really think the Epstein-obsessed people are going to be satisfied with this either.
Would you consider a pardon or commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell? It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something I'm allowed to do, but it's something I have not thought about. Why has $1?
It's something I'm allowed to do, but I haven't thought about. Why would you say that? Because he can't lie. He's not capable of lying. Totally incapable of lying. So somebody at some point probably told Trump directly to his face, like, you know, if you wanted to, you could trade this. This could be a quid pro quo thing, right? And he's just repeating it because, again, his brain is soup, you know? This is going to be the bid. I would not expect anything interesting to come out of the Maxwell testimony. Because why would it? Under what circumstances would Maxwell risk herself and an involuntary suicide, you know, by implicating Trump and a bunch of other people who would be very angry with her for doing so, versus, you know, she throws a couple of Democrats under the bus, maybe, and she exonerates Trump, and then, oh, you know, for being such a good assistant to Epstein, maybe we should just exonerate you, you know, or at the very least reduce your sentence.
A highly unorthodox meeting is set for round 2 in just a few hours. The Deputy Attorney General of the United States, Todd Blanche, is going to be meeting with Jeffrey Epstein's convicted former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, meeting again at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Tallahassee, Florida. That is where Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence for conspiring, as John just mentioned, with Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse young girls. There are very big questions surrounding
worst cover-up in history. Honestly, it's up there. It's shocking. It makes me so thankful. It's on one hand, it's frustrating because like it seems like no matter how poorly they play this, the consequences are not coming around anywhere near as quickly as you would want if they're going to come at all. But at the same time, thank God they're not even a little bit more competent.
all of this, given the, one, obscurity of the meeting, and two, the lack of credibility that this woman has. What was
asked of her? What information did Maxwell provide? What is being negotiated, and what is her motivation to speak at all? And can she be trusted to tell the truth? Todd Blanche has said that the Justice Department will be sharing any information that they learn, but, quote, at the appropriate time. And this all puts into focus, once again, how the White House is struggling. The president is struggling to turn the page on the issue over the Epstein files, as he has called it a hoax, but very clearly he can't shake it, and Congress does not share that viewpoint. Congress has made it clear they don't think it is a hoax. They want to see the files, and they aren't giving up. The Republican chair of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, has already issued
important observation. Fox News did not cover Epstein. They are covering Maxwell. Wasn't there a Republican rep who just outright said straightforwardly in public, we're trying to buy time, we're trying to provide cover for Trump? Oh yeah, here we go.
That they've, 8 years? I'm sure this would be handled just like any other thing, that they've tried to go after the baseless impeachments. Or the baseless special counsels. Or the...
Oh, that's my senator? Why did you vote for them? You're responsible for this now.
Unbelievable amount of charges they tried to file against the president. I'm sure this would be handled the exact same way. What we're simply wanting to do here is give them cover. So if my colleague from Arizona actually wants transparency, then he would drop his objection to my resolution.
Incredible stuff, really.
Subpoena to depose Maxwell. And he also says he's now moving quickly with issuing a subpoena to the Justice Department for all of those Epstein files. CNN's Kara Scannell tracking all of this for us this morning. What are you learning now, Kara? Hey, good morning, Kate. Those are all great questions, and questions that we are trying to get the answers to. But as you said, this is the second meeting, the second day in a row, where Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell is convicted and serving a 20-year sentence.
I always have to remember that Ghislaine, not Ghislaine. It's very confusing. What ethnicity is Maxwell's first name? Ghislaine. What is that, like French? It's French? Okay.
For sex trafficking of minors. Prosecutors had proven at a 4-week trial that Maxwell had abused underage girls, recruited them and groomed them for Epstein to also sexually abuse them. So the big questions here is, what are the terms of this meeting? What are the ground rules here? Is Maxwell being offered anything for her testimony? She is trying to appeal her conviction and also this 20-year sentence that she is only a few years into serving. So a lot of questions.
You gotta forgive me for being cynical, or maybe, sorry, for not being cynical enough. Please, God, I need to believe this. I need this. I need this so badly. I need this, okay? There is no way all of the MAGA buy this. There's no way that they'll go, oh, Ghislaine Maxwell said that Trump's not in it, and she got her sentence reduced because of it. I believe her. There's no, I need at least a few percentage points. I need a little slice off the pie. I need somebody to understand. Somebody from their block. I need them to understand. Do you think she'll rat out Bill Clinton? Yeah, probably. I don't know.
About what is left to talk about today. We did see yesterday that the lawyers met for the full day. They arrived at 9 a.m. They left at 4 p.m. David Oscar Marcus, Maxwell's attorney, told CNN afterwards, he said that Ghislaine honestly answered every question that Mr. Blanche asked, and she will continue to do so. We are grateful that the government is trying to uncover the truth.
Thank you, attorney for Ghislaine Maxwell.
What the content of these discussions are, the questions, the answers. Blanche has said that he wants to know if Maxwell knows of anyone that committed any crimes against minors, these victims of the case. Now, Maxwell has denied any wrongdoing. She was, in fact, charged by the Justice Department with perjury for what she said in a civil lawsuit when she denied any knowledge of Epstein's scheme to recruit underage girls and have them give him sexualized massages.
It used to be the cornerstone of Saturday mornings. No school, no homework, just back-to-back cartoons. But now, the network that defined an era is in an early grave. Today, with 24/7 streaming and endless networks, kids don't have to wait until the weekend. They can watch cartoons anytime, anywhere. So exactly what happened to Cartoon Network? Was it streaming giants, shifting habits, or was it an inside job? Find out on this episode of The Infographic Show why Cartoon Network failed. And don't forget to subscribe. If you're a 90s kid, the odds are your childhood is packed with cartoon memories, and most of them aired just once or twice a day. When you came home from school, there was always a full lineup waiting for you, including Tiny Toon Adventures, Animaniacs, Batman, and Goof Troop. But Saturday mornings was the holy grail. From dawn until noon, it was a marathon of pure animated joy. This was where many millennial kids got their first introduction to Pokemon, and where Disney's famous One Saturday Morning ruled the airwaves. It seemed like a tradition that would never end, but nothing is forever, not even childhood. Today, flip on the TV on a Saturday morning and you're more likely to find news, game shows, and soap operas. Not a single cartoon in sight. Who could turn off such a beloved tradition? One of the main culprits was the government. While the kids were enjoying their cartoons, their parents were growing concerned. Every Saturday ended with hyper kids begging for toys. This led to new regulations that prohibited certain advertisements for toys and junk food during kids' programming, slashing the profit margins. Regulations were soon passed requiring kids' content to have a certain amount of educational content. But the biggest opponent of Saturday morning cartoons, and their syndicated weekend counterpart, turned out to be themselves. In the 80s, a new competitor started to emerge in the world of cartoons. Kids didn't have to wait for after school or Saturday mornings to get their cartoon fix. They could flick on the TV, turn to their favorite cable channel, and there would be cartoons playing at all hours of the day. With more time slots, these networks could soon greenlight more cartoons for all age groups, including nostalgic adults. And soon, their competition got bigger. Unsurprisingly, the first to drop their anchor in the new waters of cable was Disney. The Disney Channel debuted in 1983, and it would be a runaway hit, creating a
In Gaza, droves of people with empty pots.
Well,
What the kind of person?
My God. It's worse than I imagined.
Entire horde of monsters.
How much longer we gotta sit on our dicks before you tell us what this is about?
Your employer will be here shortly. He'll fill you in on the target.
Target? Has seen just one? Hell of a lot of guns for one guy.
Yeah, with odds like these, you
You might actually win a fight. Okay.
And this is the species we're trying to save?
I still say we just go in ourselves.
We're a tactical strike force trained for precision, even removal. This mission requires blunt instruments.
They certainly qualify. Let them fight over who's the baddest dude in the room. We know who it really is.
Oh my god. Is that the vice fucking president?
Since there's no need for introductions, I'll get right to it. This, gentlemen, is your primary objective. An item of critical importance to our national security. However, seeing as this item officially does not exist, we need it retrieved off the books. We've tracked the amulet to this location. You'll find it around the neck of its current owner, a man the U.S. government considers a top-level threat. He is extremely volatile and prodigiously gifted in combat. Engage him only with the full brunt of your firepower.
Superman, son of a bitch, got a name.
His name is Dante.
That's the guy we're...
Plans. Let's steal some and give them.
We'll do it live. No, we'll do it live. Yeah. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. And thing sucks. 5, 4, 3.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate you being here. I'm going to do a direct recording over here on the live stream and just drop it over to YouTube with minimal editing. But you know how YouTube is. Also, there's just some things I can't upload to YouTube anymore. I know you guys on Rumble know this. I know you guys on Locals know this because you're watching me here on one of those two places. But as a reminder to the people on YouTube, or if you're watching YouTube content, make sure to either subscribe, like, dislike, or leave a comment. Interact with the video in some way, because YouTube has decided if you just watch a video and don't interact, it doesn't count for the content creator. And thus, the ads you watch and all the money that you're sitting there making for the content creators, YouTube will keep it. So make sure to like, dislike, comment, or subscribe to the channels you love to keep your content creators up and running so you can enjoy their content from here on out. Okay, so today, you're going to see one or two thumbnails on YouTube at least, because they let us test thumbnails, which one you cretins like the most. It'll be the shocking future for the Boss Bee women, or Broken, Barren, and Forever Alone. And both are very accurate. And we're going to go over that because I've got from Hollywood all the way down to the girl next door, what these women are going through, what they're doing to themselves. And we've talked about this multiple times. We've talked about it all, but it's fun. We're going to keep talking about it because maybe there's hope for Gen Alpha and Gen Z. Gen Z men are swinging 18% more conservative than the past generations. They're waking up. They're deciding they're not on the train for the Boss Bee broken women. And, so maybe there's hope for at least the youngest among us. And then at the end of this, I'm not going to put this part on YouTube because I can't. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do it for just the locals only because you guys pay my paycheck by being supporters over there. I had AI scrape through all of Yana's articles and give us a body count for all the dudes she slept with and who they were and what it was all about. It's so fun roasting this poor stupid dingbat. But anyway, we'll roast that. And then I've got about 10 dating profiles of the day, all the way down to the beautiful, gorgeous women out there that are telling you no, they don't want to date you on the dating apps. So that'll be all the way over for supporters over on betterbachelor.locals.com. Links are straight down below, everybody. This is Kate Beckinsale. Now, if you know Kate Beckinsale, she's kind of spicy. Beautiful woman in the past. And she's been in movies like Underworld, all the Underworld series. She was in Click as the wife. She's been in Pearl Harbor, Van Helsing, Primo, and of course the newer Total Recall. And this is what she looked like as of just 2 years ago, over on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. And you can see again, she's a beautiful, beautiful woman. As a matter of fact, this is her just about the time she did the Van Helsing shot, or the Van Helsing movie, I think, right around that time, slightly after. So this is like a year or two after she did the Van Helsing. Now remember, this is 2023. Right here, I took the screenshot from the article to make sure that you saw I wasn't lying. This is from the Tonight Show 2023. And smash cut to what she looks like now in 3, 2, hope you didn't eat lunch. Booyah! There is the brand new Kate Beckinsale. So life comes at you fast when you hit that wall. Now she's basically a skeleton with skin and tattoos and a lot of plastic in that face. That's the only thing holding up to the test of time. She's even got the chicken skin on the neck. Whew. She fell off just a little bit. But the reason why I use these Hollywood actresses is this is the best case scenario. And what I mean by that is these women have personal trainers. They have makeup artists. They have hairstylists. They have dietitians. They have all the best money can buy. This is the best money can buy you when you hit the wall. So for the average woman that can't afford this and isn't in the limelight, what do you think it's going to look like when they fall off? And you can see here she is. This was the thumbnail I used. I bet you'd never thought in your life you'd ever say, man, I'm glad I cannot see up those shorts and that it's covered in shade. Whew, oof. Glad I don't actually get a peek up that. I'm glad it's covered in shadow. But you'll notice something. Okay, her face still has a lot of plastic and it's very whatever. But look at her cat. Her cat, she's got a white cat that she's dyed pink. And in a later shot, somebody put this a THAT1, that one, said something is definitely off with Kate Beckinsale. And you can see she's here putting makeup or something on her cat, sitting alone in front of a little fireplace. She's not. This is the crash at the end of the road, man. This is when you get to the one-way dead-end street of life. This is what these women are looking at. This is not a good time. And there's weird music playing over it. But when she paused here, it was weird because I'm looking at her plastic face and the hair like this. And I said, this reminds me of something. And I couldn't remember the movie. I couldn't remember the scene I was looking for. Of course, I dipped into AI and I just described the scene and everything. And it told me exactly what I needed to know. It reminds me of the alien from Mars Attacks, where it's got this fake thing and, of course, the big glass globe underneath the hairstyle. And I said, Kate is kind of looking like that. It's all kind of poofy at the top. She's got the plastic frozen face. Kate Beckinsale is turning into the alien from Mars Attacks. That is the end of the road right there. And, of course, you remember our famous... Now I'm going to go over the Hollywood stuff, and then we'll dip down a little bit lower. But as you remember, famously, Charlize Theron back in 2019, 6 years ago, came out and she said, I'm shockingly single, and somebody just needs to step up, grow a pair and step up. That was 6 years ago, everybody. In those 6 years, how many relationships has she had? 0. Or in technical terms. And so while she's raising her 2 boys that she has decided are actually young women, because she wants to parade them around like a fashion person, and of course that means they have to be part of the LGHD TV community. She's been shockingly single over the last, I don't know how many years, 6, I guess it is. So, and now she's, of course, 49. Is this the original article I was looking for? I think so. Yeah. So Charlize Theron, 49 years old, raves about her really effing amazing one-night stand with a 26-year-old. For some reason, women think this is a brag. Now, when men do it, it is a brag. When someone like Leonardo DiCaprio, when he's sleeping with young hot models, that's a brag because he's not sleeping with Taco Bell waitresses that are good-looking. He's sleeping with like models and musicians and actresses and people of worth and value that are under the age of 25 that are smoke shows, and he's, I don't know, 50 something or other. When Charlize Theron does it, what she doesn't understand is she is a warm dock for a man to park his cold boat into. Also, you get to tell all your friends after a few drinks at the bar, you banged Charlize Theron, even though you don't have to admit that it was at the age of 49. But the reason why this is so notable, and this just came out on the Call Her Daddy podcast, she said, I recently banged a 26-year-old. It was really amazing, and I've never done like that. And I was like, okay, this is great. Look, she looks pretty good in this photo. She's not, she's not horrible on the eyes or anything like that. I think I know probably 90% of you out there, on my locals channel at least, all you depraved idiots out there, I know most of you'd be like, well, yeah, why not? I would definitely, 49, I don't care. I'd just be able to, I can't get her pregnant and all the other stuff you weirdos come up with. But she says here, I should have done this a long time ago in my 20s. So even she's like, I should have racked up my body count. I should have. But what she doesn't understand is this is the end of the road. Why do you think she's shockingly single and no one wants to date her? Why do you think that no one wants to get into a relationship with her? Because they don't want to be a part of this mess. This mess specifically we're looking at here. A 49-year-old hit post-wall woman that's raising 2 children of darker skin color, shall we say. So that definitely is going to grab attention. It is. I mean, we can say it's wrong or whatever else you want to. It is going to get attention. It is something that women are judged for. And at the same time, there are 2 young men that are being paraded around as if they are women. And so what she doesn't understand is no one wants to be a part of this. No one wants to carry this luggage. No man wants to carry this luggage around in his life. What he does want to do, however, is raw dog Charlize Theron. There is a difference. And she looks at this as a moment of pride, as do all these women. All these women. Oh, it's a moment of pride. It's so excited. I feel entitled. I feel strong. I feel empowered. I'm stunning and brave. This is amazing. Not realizing you're still only being used literally as a fun toy. Because I am going to put this on YouTube later. You're just being used as a pretty fun toy for a man to relieve himself and then move about his day. And he, in the meantime, is like, dude, I just hooked up with Charlize Theron. I didn't have to pay for anything. I don't have to be a daddy to her kids. I don't have to put up with her. I don't have to do anything. I just got a hookup, and then I moved on with my life. And she, in the meantime, is bragging about it. So as a young guy and as a man looking at this, where women just want to hook up and their lives are in such a mess, what about if you get them younger? What if you say, you know something, I'm going to get married young. I'm going to get a wife early on in life, in my early 20s. I'm going to be a good man to her. She's conservative. We're going to get married. We'll raise 3 children. We've been married 12 years. Life is work. I'm winning life. I'm winning life. That could be coming out of your mouth about 2 seconds before your wife files for divorce because she's bored. Now, this is a post about a woman getting divorced because he's the perfect man. Now, when you say he's the perfect man, how can you then divorce him? How can you then leave him? How can you leave your family? How can you break up your family when you have 3 children? How is that a thing you're doing if he's the perfect man? But it doesn't stop them. They're just going to do it anyway.
I told my husband I wanted a divorce. I walked myself through the logistics of where would I live, how would we split the time with the kids, who gets the dog. I feel like I have been searching for something in my relationship that we don't have for the whole time we've been married, which has been 10 years. There is not a single thing about my husband in and of himself that I do not love. He is the most self-disciplined, loyal, hardworking, good person that you could meet on this planet. Our relationship and what my expectations are for my marriage and what they always have been are not met. I can't be myself with my husband, and it's really confusing because I'm 32 years old, I am a mom of 3, and I still don't know who I am.
2015, before all the craziness on the internet with TikTok and all the rest of it, so there wasn't a lot of, there was still some, let's not pretend it didn't exist, but there was a whole lot less social media attention on being a boss bee and going out and doing your whole thing. Her channel's name is Excel Motivate. So she's EM, Excel Motivate. And here a guy, they got together at 22, they got married, they had the 3 kids, and what's happening at 32? She realizes there's a finite time for her beauty, and instead of appreciating the husband for who he is and what he's done, she needs to boss be. She needs to go out and discover herself. And what does that mean? She sees these young women that are going out there sleeping with hot dudes at the gym. More than likely, there's been some interest in her from another guy, either at the gym or at work or something like that, where he probably wants to hook up. He's good looking, he's muscular, he's different, he excites the tingles and the butterflies, and she needs to jump ship. My argument, when I hear from the Matt Walshes and the conservative group, especially over at the Daily Wire, but mostly the Matt Walshes of the world and the Ben Shapiros, and the guys that like to pretend they understand red pill stuff, but they don't, because they've been married and they're very religious and all the other things. How do you, when this happens, it's much like what happened to Steven Crowder. Now, you can say what you want about Steven Crowder. I know some of you guys don't like him and whatever. But the point is, he said, very famously, I picked the wrong woman. I picked the wrong woman. How do you know you picked the wrong woman? As a man that's 22 years old, that goes out and finds a girl that maybe doesn't have a huge count, bunch of notches on her belt or her headboard, whatever you want to say. How do you find that girl? Maybe she didn't have a bunch of them. She says yes to you, you're engaged, you get married, you have 3 children, you're a good man, she says she loves you and that you're wonderful and awesome and all the rest of it, okay? And then one day she just walks in and she says, I can't be myself around you, I need to explore. Now we know what explore is. Explore is a 6'2" big black dude who's hung like a Shetland pony, and she wants to go hang out with Explore and get explored. That's usually the way this goes, is interest from another man. How do you, my question to the conservatives out there and the men that say, oh, you just need to get married and society's falling apart and find a good woman. Okay, they did that. He did that. And she even says, he is literally a perfect man for me. What is your recourse? How do you solve this? There is no, well, you should have worked on yourself or you should have been better at this. She admits he's perfect. There's no recovery from this. And as a man, now you've got a broken home, you've got 3 children, and if she decides to take the children, you're probably going to lose that battle. If she wants child support and child custody and, depending on where you live, alimony, she's probably going to get that. How do you recover from this? This is always my argument. Look, I get the guys out there that say, oh, we met at a bar and we hooked up and we partied and all this other stuff. And I've got a story kind of related to that. As a matter of fact, I can do that next. I was going to save this to the end, but I can do this next. Where you say, hey, I did everything right. So it's not like he picked a party girl. It's not like he picked the bad girl. He did it right. If those guys are losing, what chance do the rest of us have? I will jump to this because I was going to do this a little bit later on, but this is fitting for right here, right now. Let me zoom in on this. This is from a throwaway account on Reddit, of course, because they never want to admit their actual names on this. This is 22 hours ago. I took this screenshot a couple days ago, but this is in the last week. She says, I'm 27 female, my fiance, who's a 30 male, and I just had a terrible fight over sex, and now I'm not even sure we're getting married anymore. She says, I'm sorry if this is going to sound panicked and frantic, but we just had this fight barely 12 hours ago, and I'm still afraid and terrified. My fiance and I are planning to have a wedding this upcoming Saturday. We've invited nearly 100 people. We've planned this wedding for months and months. Everything is looking perfect. Yesterday in the afternoon, my fiance started making moves on me where his mood was clear that he wanted to sleep with me. I told him I wasn't exactly in the mood, and he got irritated because we haven't slept together for a while, and he felt like this wasn't satisfying his needs. I told him that I'm just not a super high libido person, and he immediately said, yeah, a woman who's had sex with over 100 men is definitely low libido. I was absolutely stunned and demanded he apologize on the spot. Instead, he doubled down and said that I'm clearly a sexual person, but it's just not for him. And he has had insecurity and low self-esteem issues before in regards to this. Now, what happens? This is a case where you can say, well, yeah, of course you're going to break up. Of course she's going to leave you. Of course she's not going to be interested in you because of her body count, 100+ men. Well, what do you do when you've been the good man? What do you do when you've done the things the right way that society has told you? It doesn't matter. They all see the TikToks. They all see the crap online. They all become boss bees. They all become the broken, damaged women that just are insistent on breaking everything apart until they're left alone and miserable. And then they wonder, why did men do this to me? That's literally how this goes. So, as a man, if you get yourself in this situation, you're getting ready to get married. And I've been married twice and divorced twice. I've been down that road. I do understand this. Before the wedding, before the actual marriage, usually the woman is very excited she's getting married. She's going to get her this ceremony and everybody's sending her flowers and pictures and congratulating her. This is probably the most excited for the bedroom a woman will ever be, is 3 to 6 months before the wedding. I know this firsthand. I know this, many of you will probably agree with me. That's the ramp up excitement time. She's always in the mood. It's always a good time. If you're in a relationship and she's saying no right before the marriage, you know it's going to go. It's going to dry up. It's going to be gone. And he gets it. At least he gets it. And he said, hey, you wanted these 100 other guys. You wanted to be with all these men. And you were with all these men, 100+ of them. And now you don't know. Now you don't want me. Of course he's going to feel very inadequate because you slept with literally everybody else. And now you don't want to give it up to your own fiance. So, anyway, she says, that caused me to get angry because I told him all of that stuff about my past relationships because I trusted him and I didn't want it thrown in my face. Well, yeah, but you had 100 of them. It should be thrown in your face. And you found a guy that would accept you even with a body count of 100, and she's still going to mess that up. You found a simp that would put up with you with 100 body count, and you're like, nope, I can't even hold on to that guy. The UK pop star Lily Allen, so this is a musician. I can't remember exactly how many baby deletions she's had. Okay, so if you can't remember how many times you've walked into a doctor's office to yeetus the fetus, I guarantee you don't remember how many times you were pregnant because each one of those was terminated, so you don't know how many times you were pregnant, which means you don't remember how many men you've slept with, obviously, because if you can't remember a big event, like actually going into a doctor, having your legs thrown up into a stirrup, and having a baby deleted, if you can't remember that number, I damn well know you don't remember how many men you've slept with and all the other things you've done in your life. And the worst part about it is they were laughing as they were describing this. This is, to me, this is the lowest level of broken a woman can be. Look, we can talk about women deciding, oh, I didn't want to be married and I want to go sleep with a guy down at the gym. Yes, I've had a ton of body count. Okay, all that's broken. I get it. We can talk about the women that want to run a key down the side of a car because a dude ghosted them after, sleeping with each other for a couple weeks. I get all of that. And that is very broken. But at the very base rung, the deepest, darkest, lowest levels of hell, that rung of that broken ladder is a woman laughing because she can't remember how many babies she's deleted. That to me just, well, there's society for you. I'm going to stop the world right here. I'm going to get off at the next left. UK recording artist Lily Allen says she does not remember how many baby deletions she's had. Allen, who hosts the Miss Me podcast on the BBC. Now, there you go. That's a perfect summary. She's on the British Broadcasting Channel. She's on British podcasting. It's not her own show. It's the BBC. And she's laughing about this. State-funded or government-funded media is putting this kind of content out there. That goes to show you not only are these women broken, the government's broken. The people that give these podcasts money are broken. The women that sign off on this stuff are broken. All of them are broken.
And I just remember before that was a complete disaster area. Like, I was just, I'd get pregnant all the time. All the time.
I mean, you fans are like me in those days.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I said today to someone, I was like, I actually don't know if Lily's had an option. I didn't know. Okay, God. See, why didn't we talk about that?
I've had a few, but then again, I can't remember exactly how many.
What, really?
Yeah.
Why didn't this come up in...
They're laughing about this. Man, do you understand? Look, this is why many of you have noticed I've been doing fewer videos lately. I used to upload 60 a month. I did 2 a day, 30 days a month. I did 60. I think this past month I've done 10 or 15. Do you understand how watching enough of this content and me as a content creator, now I know you guys get enjoyment out of it. I try to make it funny and interesting. But as a man quietly sitting, watching this content, watching these women, a lot of it doesn't make it to a video. But I still watch a lot of this stuff. And I watch this, and every day a little bit of part of my soul blackens for the future of humanity. It really does. My soul is bright and shiny. I am undamaged by all of this. But there is a point in time where you watch this and you just realize, my God, humanity is so screwed. The humankind is in such a downward spiral.
I can't remember, yeah. I think maybe I want to say 5, 4 or 5.
Yeah, I've had about 5 too. Lily, I'm so happy I can say that, and you can say it, and no one came to...
These women single-handedly have deleted a basketball court, not a team, a court. You could have an active NBA team on the court and remove all of them from the planet, and that would equal the number of lives squished out by these 2 women alone because of their... How broken is this? How broken is humanity? So far we've got celebrity, we've got, the person posting on Reddit, we've got Miss Thing here, that we've got pop stars, we've got some rando chick writing a story, and now your average TikTok influencer. Now this is from whatever podcast. They were talking about why is hatred of men accepted, allowed, and tolerated. If the roles were reversed and it was a man saying this about a woman, he would be canceled for misogyny and have his video account taken down. And that is correct. I can't argue with that. That's not the only part I want you to hear about this, but this is part of it. The constant male bashing that occurs on TikTok and X and all the rest of it. These accounts are allowed to stay up. They're allowed to be active, but if a man does the same thing, there's a brigade against him, and he's removed from Twitch, or he's removed from Twitter, wherever. Not Twitter, but he's removed from Reddit. He's removed from Instagram. He's removed from TikTok.
If I end up in the happiest, most loving, healthiest relationship, married with kids, whatever it is, I can promise you I will still hate most men. And that is something that I genuinely don't think will ever change, because there are so many men that treat women so badly. If I truly find one that is just like the outlier that genuinely treats me good and treats other women well, he's just one of the good ones. That's not going to change my outlook on the majority of men and the way that they go about their lives in society. I truly don't care that I feel this way about them, because I didn't create these feelings. They did. And before anyone's like, oh, who hurt you? Who hurt you? People hurt my friends. People hurt my family. People hurt my clients. I have been hurt. I have had my fair share of hurt from men, but I've also had so many stories and experiences from other women where it's very hard to put men in a good light. It's very hard to trust men.
I hate men. All the men hurt us. All the men are evil. All the men do awful things. All the men, all the men, all the men. They're never, ever talking about all the men. Do you think she would go out with me, you, most of us? Would she go out with us? No. You're too short, you're too bald, you're too fat, you're too this, you're too poor, you're too this, whatever. She's talking about the 5%ers. They all talk about the 5%ers. I'm not going to go down that diatribe again. We always talk about it. But all the men that hurt her are 5% of the men, and the rest of the men are invisible. Don't tell me they're not broken. And they hate you. They come right out and they just say they hate you. They hate you for nothing you've ever done to a woman. They hate you for what other men have done to a woman, but now they just see all men as a blob of human madness or something. I don't know. From French OG, and this, what are the results of all of this? Well, this woman's finding out. She says men aren't approaching women anymore. What are you doing? Why would we? What are you bringing to the table? You are broken. You are mentally boss bees. You are damaged. You don't want anything to do with us until you do, and then we're not good enough for you. I'm doing the hand thing that the women do.
Being is hard as a single woman. It is awful. It's honestly worse than I could have ever imagined.
What?
Honestly, it was easier being single at 19 than it is as a 25-year-old.
That's fucking crazy.
Wait, why though?
I feel like guys used to have so much confidence and they'd approach you. Like, I don't know, when you're younger, it's just so much easier, I feel like.
Being rejected as much.
Yeah.
She nailed it. She nailed it. Now, that went by very quickly, so you might not have heard it. So the young girl's saying at 19, I got asked out all the time. At 25, I'm not. And this chick right here actually called it out perfectly. Ironically, the woman got it right. She says they probably haven't been rejected as much, and that's exactly it. That's exactly it. The men at 19, you're in high school. You know, you're all kind of in the same swimming pool of dating. You're in high school. You've known everybody probably from middle school. You've grown up with them. You know everybody's story. You know who the girls that sleep around. You know who the good girls are. Like, you know, people will ask you out. They'll ask you to dances. They'll ask you to do things. Afterwards, what happens to a young man between the ages of 19 and 25? He hits the real world. He gets out in college. College girls hooking up with older dudes. College girls hooking up with dudes from another college. College women, whatever, right? And eventually those men find out, I don't have a shot at this anymore. I do not have a prayer. Why would a man keep banging his head into a wall over and over and over again when it's not working? Young men are wisely giving up. They understand what's going on. And this girl, and let's also face it this way. This girl might have been pretty good looking for her school. She is very mid at best in the rest of the dating world. So the guys that she may have had a chance with in high school, maybe she went out with a couple athletes. Maybe she went out with a couple of guys that were more popular. But now that she's in the real world and the pool of dating just got to be almost infinite, well, now she's not really that good a catch. And so the guys she's used to dating, the guys she wants to be with, they're with prettier, better women.
It's just so much easier, I feel like.
Being rejected as much.
Yeah, and now I'll go out and I'm like, woo, you know, I'm going to get some attention tonight, and no one speaks to me. Yeah. And I'm like, am I the most hideous human in the world?
No. Me and Cass always speak about this, though. Like, we've spoken about this a lot of times, and it seems like it's an issue that's getting more and more traction. Like, it's not actually getting solved.
Of course it's not. Of course it's not getting solved. Of course it's not getting any action. Why would it? You at the root of all of this, and this is why, you know, I'm always doing this content, and I try to show new people constantly. Here's something new. Here's something new. It's an ever-ending flow of broken people sailing through your life, our life, life in general. It's just a bunch of broken people, and my hope is you decide not to be part of that brokenness, right? That you decide, I'm not going to go buy a bunch of expensive clothes. I'm not going to buy an expensive watch. I'm not going to go buy a fancy car. I'm not going to worry about how much money I make. I'm not going to go to college to get a degree to do something that pays a lot of money, but I'm not happy with. My hope is that you actually say, I'm not going to be part of this rat race. And Joker constantly shows me how bad it's getting and how bad society is getting broken. And yes, it's not just me, it's all over the place now. But the point is to refresh your memory, to constantly remind you, look, you want to date? Go for it. Be careful how far you fall in love. Be careful how much of your life you're willing to give up. Be careful how deep into this you're going to get yourself. Be careful on it, because these women have a lot of issues, whether it's Hollywood actresses, whether it's BBC podcasters, whether it's the woman that you married at 22 who has 3 kids and she's been married for 10 years and now she wants to dip out on her husband, whether it's the woman that's getting married and she won't sleep with her husband. It always breaks down amongst all, from Hollywood all the way down to the girl next door. It always breaks down. And so as soon as you are aware of this and are aware of this battleground, then you're safe. And this is your daily reminder to say, stay safe, because very few of these women are ever going to come out of the hole. Me, have ex-boyfriend. He was really the nicest guy I've met, and took me to this, and it took me this long to realize what a positive influence he left. I wasn't ready for him back then, as personal life drama made maintaining relationships impossible. So she dumped him. Look him up for the first time in 8 years. Now he's with a girl and traveling to all the places he and I talked about traveling to. She's 12 years younger than him. Why do men do this? That is such a beautiful summary. It's a one-way dead-end street in every one of these instances. And sometimes the one-way damage starts very close to the end, but more often than not, it's starting way, way earlier. Way, way earlier. To the point at 22 years old, with families and mothers, they're broken. It can start early, or it can start late. But almost all of them end up single, alone, broken, and they all thought at one time they had the world. It's such a running theme on my channel, to the point where you guys are probably tired of seeing it. That's why I'm trying to expand out and do other content. But you still need the reminder that nothing's going to change for you. Nothing's going to change for society. Nothing changes. You think you're going to find that unicorn. You think you're going to find the wife, the mother of your kids. None of it changes. None of it changes. All right. Next, I'm going to be jumping into Grok. And Grok has done an analysis on our favorite train wreck of a dating coach, dating relationship expert, my sweet Yana Hawking. Do you know she responded to the last video I did about Yana Hawking? She went on her Instagram and posted just clips of my video. She didn't make any commentary over it. She just posted little clips of my commentary. And she didn't do that. There was no counter argument. She didn't say anything. She didn't really type much. She just posted it. So all her little simp vampires could come out and call me a horrible man and make her feel good so she could sleep at night. She would feel so much better because she was able to get all the love and affirmation from her little Instagram slugs that crawl out of the... I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. As a matter of fact, I find that hilarious and funny. But it does go to show you that for hating me so much and saying I'm so irrelevant so much, she sure is paying attention to what we say about her. And so for that, I'm going to say a little bit more about her. But I'm going to only do this over on betterbachelor.locals.com. Links are literally right below the comment, like, share that you see, right down below that, betterbachelor.locals.com. You can pause the video at any point. Go over there, become a supporter. It's $5 a month. You get to check it out. You get some custom content. You get movie nights. You get UFC fights. You're going to get football. We're going to do football streams where we all sit around, eat chicken wings, and drink beers and watch some sports together like men. Anyway, go over and check that out. In the meantime, I'm going to flip this over to locals supporters only in just a minute, and then we will carry on. So for you local guys, hang around, you local gentlemen, and we will be picking it up in just a moment And the rest of you, well, you're going to have to go pound sand, because we're going to do this for the supporters only.
Well, consistency is not exactly Donald Trump's thing. And so Donald Trump has more than one way of expressing how, say, terrified he is. He might fly into obsessive, relentless social media postings about the thing he's terrified about. Sometimes he'll do it about the thing he's terrified about, and sometimes not. Sometimes about, like, anything else, which is kind of what he's been doing. And the other way Donald Trump communicates his fear is silence, which is also what he's been doing. That's how Donald Trump treats things he's most afraid of, in my observation. And so, judging by his silence, Donald Trump is living in abject terror tonight of the Epstein files. Donald Trump spent the day in silence today about the Epstein files. The man who loves to have the cameras aimed at him while he plays with questions from reporters without ever actually answering them, didn't dare allow reporters to get anywhere near him today at the White House. Donald Trump said nothing on social media today about the Epstein files. Nothing about the person who for 15 years Donald Trump called a terrific guy, while the person Donald Trump thought was a terrific guy was raping children. The last time Donald Trump said anything about his now dead friend Jeffrey Epstein was on Saturday at 9:13 a.m. when he said nothing will be good enough. Donald Trump said, "I have asked the Justice Department to release all grand jury testimony with respect to Jeffrey Epstein, subject only to court approval. With that being said, and even if the court gave its full and unwavering approval, nothing will be good enough. For the troublemakers and radical left lunatics making the request, it will always be more. One of those radical left lunatics, I guess, is Marjorie Taylor Greene, according to Donald Trump's description. She's always been called a radical lunatic, but she is a Republican member of Congress who's always supported Donald Trump and built her short political career on supporting Donald Trump. Today, Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted, "If you tell the base of people who support you of deep state treasonous crimes, election interference, blackmail, and rich, powerful, elite evil cabals, then you must take down every enemy of the people. If not, the base will turn and there's no going back. Dangling bits of red meat no longer satisfies. They want the whole steak dinner and will accept nothing else." Marjorie Taylor Greene is making it very clear what would be good enough for her. She wants the entirety of the Epstein files released, not just the grand jury transcripts, which would be the least informative part of the Trump Justice Department's criminal investigative file on Jeffrey Epstein. While some Trump supporters who were complaining about Donald Trump's refusal to release the Epstein files last week are now going quiet, Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't given up yet. She said this tonight at 7:06 p.m.
I believe in transparency, and I believe the American people. This is a serious issue. I can tell you, for the past, more than a week, the highest volume of calls into my office have been about Epstein. People want the information. They don't want things covered up, especially when it comes to the most well-known convicted pedophile in modern-day history. It's important to them, and they really want the information out.
But Donald Trump says Marjorie Taylor Greene is a radical left lunatic, and everyone she claims is calling her Georgia office, all of them, radical left lunatics, and that nothing will be good enough for those Republican radical left lunatics. Donald Trump's silence about Jeffrey Epstein now extends, as it always does, to his complete silence about Jeffrey Epstein's victims. One of them was a high school girl who felt very lucky when she got a job working for Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And that was the worst lucky moment she ever had. Because when she was working in the spa as an assistant at Mar-a-Lago, she met Donald Trump's friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, who then lured her to Jeffrey Epstein's Florida home, where she was raped by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell at the same time, the very first time that she was there. Donald Trump has never spoken a word of sympathy for that girl who used to work for him. Donald Trump has never spoken a word of sympathy for that girl whose life was ruined when Jeffrey Epstein's criminal co-conspirator recruiter walked into Donald Trump's spa that day. Ghislaine Maxwell is serving a 20-year prison sentence right now for, among other things, recruiting that girl, sex trafficking that girl. Donald Trump has twice said in interviews, after Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted as Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator in sex trafficking, that he wishes her well. Quote, I just wish her well. Donald Trump has said that repeatedly about her. Donald Trump can't think of a negative thing to say about the woman who is in prison tonight because she lured those girls into Jeffrey Epstein's home, onto Jeffrey Epstein's plane, to Jeffrey Epstein's island. Ghislaine Maxwell did not testify in her own defense at her trial. She did not speak a word. Ghislaine Maxwell is appealing her conviction, as every criminal defendant with money always does, but very few of those appeals ever succeed. But if her appeal does not succeed, her only hope of getting out of prison is a pardon from Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has abused the pardon power beyond the wildest dreams of any other president, and certainly beyond the wildest nightmares of the authors of the constitutional power to pardon granted in absolute terms to the president by those framers of the Constitution, who would be horrified to see that Donald Trump used that power to pardon every single person who participated in an insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th to try to overturn the results of a presidential election for Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell has been absolutely silent about what she knows about Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Jeffrey Epstein himself, before he killed himself, and before he was in prison, Jeffrey Epstein, in 2017, in a tape-recorded interview, said, I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years. Surely Jeffrey Epstein discussed Donald Trump with his criminal co-conspirator, but she has never said a word about what she knows about Donald Trump. The Epstein files might have reports from FBI agents who interviewed other people who might have heard Ghislaine Maxwell tell them something about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. That's the kind of thing that could be in the Epstein files. It might not be admissible in court, but it could be in the investigative files. We know that the only person in the world who Donald Trump actually feels protective of is Donald Trump. And so the only person in the world he would be willing to extend himself to protect in the Epstein files would presumably be himself, Donald Trump. Donald Trump's place in the Epstein files might be completely innocent. It's possible. It might simply include press clippings that FBI agents probably have in their files of Donald Trump praising Jeffrey Epstein. The Epstein files surely somewhere there has a copy of the 2002 New York Magazine profile of Jeffrey Epstein, in which Donald Trump says, I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy, he's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life. That's the kind of thing that appears in FBI investigative files. Donald Trump's public dating history does not include underage girls, but truly weirdly and perversely in 2006, the year Jeffrey Epstein was first charged with sex trafficking, Donald Trump said something very, very strange when he was asked on Howard Stern's radio show about the ages of women.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely. I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah, do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
the
like
upper bracket
Foley with 12-year-olds.
Donald Trump was 60 years old. 60 years old. No problem with 24-year-olds. He was 60 years old when you just heard him say he would not want to be involved with a 12-year-old. And of course, Donald Trump is the only president of the United States in history who has publicly discussed anything like that. One count in Donald Trump's new lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal, claims specific defamation because the Wall Street Journal article described Donald Trump as being a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. The article also described a birthday letter that bears Donald Trump's name to Jeffrey Epstein on Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. And the lawsuit that Donald Trump filed the very next day, which he is very unlikely to ever pursue beyond just that filing, because it would force him to testify under oath about Jeffrey Epstein. That lawsuit of Donald Trump's claims that it is defamatory to say that Donald Trump was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's. That's what that lawsuit said on Friday. And the very next day, Saturday, the New York Times published a massive article under the headline, "Inside the Long Friendship Between Trump and Epstein." That's how absurd the Donald Trump lawsuit is against the Wall Street Journal. Donald Trump is not suing the New York Times for saying he had a long friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. And the Trump lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal says it's defamatory to say that he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. That New York Times headline proves to you how absurd the Trump lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal is, and the Trump lawsuit will go nowhere because Donald Trump will not dare to pursue that lawsuit. Donald Trump will not force himself to go under oath testifying about his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, because that's what the Donald Trump lawsuit would force Donald Trump to do. Rupert Murdoch, who Donald Trump is suing, can force Donald Trump to give a videotaped deposition under oath with unlimited questioning about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, and that's never going to happen. The Trump lawsuit was a one-day stunt, just to try to trick the news media, and it tricked a lot of the news media, and tricked Donald Trump's followers into thinking that Donald Trump was actually taking some kind of action against the Wall Street Journal. Senator Dick Durbin, the top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee with jurisdiction over the Justice Department, sent a letter to the Justice Department saying, "According to information my office received, you pressured the FBI to put approximately 1,000 personnel in its information management division, including the Record Information Dissemination Section, which handles all requests submitted by the public under the Freedom of Information Act and Privacy Act, on 24-hour shifts, to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records in order to produce more documents that could then be released on an arbitrary short deadline." This effort, which reportedly took place from March 14th through the end of March, was haphazardly supplemented by hundreds of FBI New York field office personnel, many of whom lacked the expertise to identify statutorily protected information regarding child victims and child witnesses, or properly handle FOIA requests. My office was told that these personnel were instructed to flag any records in which President Trump was mentioned. The letter asks Attorney General Pam Bondi several questions, including, have you personally reviewed all files in DOJ's possession related to Jeffrey Epstein? And who made the decision to assign hundreds of New York field office personnel to this March review of Epstein-related records. Well, the possibility of a relentlessly stupid person becoming president of the United States has been underexplored by screenwriters. And then Donald Trump came along and went far beyond what Hollywood could ever imagine in the presidency. Prior to Donald Trump, the challenge for screenwriters and fiction writers would have been, first of all, how could a profoundly stupid person be elected president of the United States? And then, how could a profoundly stupid person get through a day on the job as president? The fictional president, played brilliantly by Martin Sheen on NBC's Emmy-winning series The West Wing, was a wise and carefully thoughtful president for whom I wrote several episode scripts over 7 years of that series. And if I were writing the character of a stupid president in a script, I would simply have had the stupid president completely rely on a smart White House staff and a smart cabinet and just hide behind those people. And absolutely, and I mean absolutely, never talk to the press, because a stupid president's stupidity would be immediately exposed by the White House press corps. And on that point, I would have been very wrong, because it turns out the stupidest presidency in American history has the stupidest White House press corps in American history, as far as we can tell. And the press corps have become accessories, as they proved again today. No one could have imagined that if we get the stupidest president in history, we would also get the stupidest White House press corps collectively in history. But that is where we are. Some individual members of the White House press corps, and I want to stress this, remain excellent at their jobs. But they frequently don't get to ask Donald Trump a question in the elbow-to-elbow question competition that occurs when Donald Trump invites them into the Oval Office, or, as it was today, in the cabinet room. That was the first time the Trump cabinet has met since Elon Musk left his position that wasn't actually a cabinet position, but that granted him a seat at the table in Trump cabinet meetings, absurdly, which those Trump cabinet meetings have consistently been the most ridiculous cabinet meetings in the history of the cabinet. Today, Donald Trump's accessories were allowed into the room to ask some questions. The White House press corps have become accessories in more than one sense. There is the criminal law concept of accessories, and there is the fashion notion of accessories. Donald Trump turns White House reporters into both versions of that word, accessories. He treats them like handbags or cufflinks, ornaments that he flashes around to pretend, and only pretend, that he is openly communicating about what he is doing in his workday, when he never really answers questions. And so that is never true. And Donald Trump uses the press corps as accessories before and after the fact of his lies. Donald Trump uses White House reporters to evade questions asked by other White House reporters. He plays them for clowns, and they have no idea how to resist it. And I have to admit, if I were in the White House press corps, I'm not sure I would figure out how to resist it, except to maybe yell out some question about Donald Trump lying about something, and then I wouldn't be in the White House press corps anymore. I would be shown out the door, and that would be the end of that. There was a moment in Donald Trump's playing with the press today that shows everything all at once. It shows Donald Trump's colossal stupidity in an exchange that he thinks shows how clever he is. Imagine how stupid you have to be as President of the United States to think that when asked a question about something important that you're supposed to know, your answer is, "I don't know. Why don't you tell me?" There have been previous presidents who have been asked questions that they didn't know the answer to, which they should have known the answer to, and not one of them said, I don't know, why don't you tell me? Because none of them are as stupid as Donald Trump. Only Donald Trump could do that. And only Donald Trump has been able to beat down and humiliate White House reporters to the point where they take that for an answer meekly and shut up, which is exactly what happened today. When that White House reporter took that answer meekly, tried to mumble a follow-up, another White House reporter beside her immediately jumped in, performing his role as an accessory after the fact of Donald Trump's stupidity, to offer Donald Trump a complete change of subject, a completely different question, to run away from the question to which his idiotic answer was, I don't know, why don't you tell me? And the reporter who he asked, why don't you tell me, began to follow up. But the other White House reporter came in to rescue Donald Trump, and all of that happens in one flash in the cabinet room today. And not a single White House reporter is outraged. Not a single White House reporter raised a voice. And the White House reporter who got Donald Trump to say, I don't know, why don't you tell me, is the very same White House reporter who was always congratulated for being very aggressive, and that's the term they're always proud of, very aggressive with President Joe Biden. She never would have allowed Joe Biden to say to her, why don't you tell me, without an aggressive and very loud response to that, a raised voice, aggressive response to that. But it's Donald Trump now. So the White House press corps has changed its own rules of behavior in order to continue to be allowed in the Trump White House. They're not allowed to do their jobs in the Trump White House, but they are allowed to be there, which apparently is all that matters to most of them, who have exhibited no shame whatsoever in the diminution of their status, their reduction to accessories by Donald Trump. Here is that moment when everything all at once happened today.
Putin is not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. What did you tell me?
I think that's a question for the
Go ahead.
On immigration, the Secretary of the Agriculture did say this morning that undocumented workers would not be covered by any amnesty of working on farms.
And we were off to immigration. Donald Trump obviously thought he was being very clever with the why don't you tell me, wise guy question. There is not another president in our history who would think there was anything clever about that, because there isn't. It was a confident version of Donald Trump's rank stupidity. Why don't you tell me? Donald Trump thinking he's showing how tough and defiant he is of reporters with that response. Who ordered the pause of weapon shipments to Ukraine last week was actually the best question asked in the cabinet room today. And it figured into CNN reporting tonight about the paused arms shipment. CNN reports Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth did not inform the White House before he authorized a pause on weapons shipments to Ukraine last week, according to 5 sources familiar with the matter, setting off a scramble inside the administration to understand why the halt was implemented and explain it to Congress and the Ukrainian government. President Donald Trump suggested on Tuesday that he was not responsible for the move. Asked on Tuesday during a cabinet meeting whether he approved of the pause in shipments, Trump demurred, saying only that the U.S. would continue to send defensive weapons to Ukraine. Pressed again on who authorized the pause, Trump replied, I don't know. Why don't you tell me? 2 of the sources attributed Hegseth's not informing the White House to the fact that he has no chief of staff or trusted advisors around him that might urge him to coordinate major policy decisions better with interagency partners. Not another question in the cabinet room by members of the White House press corps today was worth asking. And some of the questions came from the Trump-worshipping reporters who have been added to the White House press corps by Donald Trump. And so the whole concept of a White House press corps has been corrupted by Donald Trump, even before the non-corrupt members of the White House press corps have decided to use their talking to pets voices instead of the screaming level that they could reach at Joe Biden directly and at his White House press secretary. And so that is how the stupidest president in history can face the White House press corps with ease. Once again today, the White House press corps played the roles of perfect accessories to Donald Trump's lies about tariffs. Nothing, and I mean nothing, has enabled Donald Trump's lies about tariffs more than the now overwhelming, stultifying ignorance of the White House press corps that they display day in and day out every time Donald Trump says the word tariff in front of them. Early in the discussion with the press today, Donald Trump said the tariffs, as you know, are starting to come in at record levels. Tremendous amounts of money are coming into our country. He said that, and not one White House reporter said zero money is coming into the country from tariffs. Not one White House reporter chose today as the day to demonstrate that at least that one reporter knows that the money Donald Trump is talking about coming into our country is already here. It is in your wallet. It is in your bank account. It is in the bank accounts of American companies that are going to pay the tariffs in American dollars in the United States, which is the only place the tariffs can be paid. And those companies are going to pass on the cost of those tariffs to you in increased prices of the products that have been delivered from foreign countries, products that you need. And a product that is going to cost you more money because of Donald Trump's tariffs. And so, no, tremendous amounts of money are not coming into our country from tariffs and never will come into our country from tariffs and have never come into our country from tariffs because that is impossible. And no White House reporter seems to know that. And the entire crew of White House reporters is stained now by the disgrace of White House reporters failing to point out that every time Donald Trump tells that lie, that it is a lie, and failing to ask him why he's telling that lie, failing to ask him why he cannot admit that tariffs imposed by Donald Trump are paid only by people in America with American dollars at the port of entry into the United States. That no foreign country has ever paid 1 penny of a tariff to the United States and never will, and it can never be that way, never has been, and never will work that way. No tariff has ever worked that way. White House press corps doesn't know that. At least, according to what they say, when they're given a chance, not one of them knows that. Toward the end of Donald Trump's discussion with reporters, Donald Trump gave them a history lesson during which, by their silence, they declined to reveal if a single one of them knows just how much dementia it takes to think that this Trump story is American history and this is what Donald Trump actually said. He said these words. They tried to bring back tariffs, but the whole thing was, this was after the Depression. That was one of the great misconceptions, is people like to say, oh, but it was during the country had a Great Depression, and then after the Depression, long after it started, they brought back tariffs to see if they could save it. No objection to that from White House press corps. No objections at all. That just sailed right through, sailed right by them. Viewers of this program know that the Smoot-Hawley tariffs were written by the Republican chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee and the Republican chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, both of which committees have jurisdiction over tariffs, and they got the tariffs in effect by history named after themselves, Senator Reed Smoot and Congressman Willis Hawley. They were signed into law by Republican President Herbert Hoover in 1930, and they caused and accelerated profoundly the Great Depression. The tariffs came before the worst of the Great Depression, and they worsened the Great Depression, and they were done and put into law entirely by Republicans. And Joe Biden, on his sickest day in the presidency when he had COVID and he could barely speak, could never have said anything as utterly ignorant of history as that lunacy Donald Trump spoke to the White House press corps about tariffs coming after the Great Depression. But Donald Trump can do it, and the White House press corps says nothing because they apparently know nothing about the subject of tariffs or the Great Depression, and who knows what else. The shame of the White House press corps and the Trump campaign press corps is their disgraceful failure to be able to confront Donald Trump about his lies about who pays the Trump tariffs. That is the simplest lie Donald Trump tells about tariffs, which has become a huge subject in his presidency that no White House press reporter is apparently capable of understanding. And Donald Trump has never been confronted on that lie by the White House press corps. If an individual member of the White House press corps does understand all of this about tariffs and has been unfairly blocked by the Trump people or colleagues in the room from being able to ask that question, I hereby apologize to that unknown reporter for lumping that reporter in with the genuinely disgraceful job that the larger group has done in their complete failure to penetrate that very simple lie. But the public knows. The public knows much better than the White House press corps that Donald Trump is lying about who pays the tariffs. On this, the American public, much, much smarter than your average White House reporter. A new poll shows 81% of Americans are very concerned or somewhat concerned about the impact of tariffs on their personal finances. And I have absolutely no doubt that 81% of the White House press corps do not know how tariffs work. And not one of those 81% of the public who do know, who are completely correct in their concern, have had any Trump at all, any help at all in comprehending the Trump tariffs from the White House press corps. What would happen? What would happen if Donald Trump turned on a White House press reporter and said, why don't you tell me about tariffs? Would they all be speechless? Or would Donald Trump's accessories finally find their voice? Well, Donald Trump said today that he will issue refunds of his illegal tariffs to every American business that has been forced to pay those tariffs. Donald Trump, being the most incompetent president in history and the president who knows the least about what his own government is doing, his own White House, at any given moment, means that it is very likely tonight that Donald Trump is learning this for the first time. It is very likely tonight that Donald Trump does not know, until I just said it, that he made that promise today. Donald Trump's Justice Department lawyers desperately begging an appeals court to pause the unanimous ruling last night by the United States Court of International Trade against the Trump tariffs, those lawyers knew what they would have to tell the appeals court to get the appeals court to pause last night's ruling that the Trump tariffs are unconstitutional and illegal. And so, Donald Trump's Justice Department lawyers put it in writing today that Donald Trump will issue refunds of his illegal tariffs if the final ruling in the case by the appeals court or the United States Supreme Court agrees with the real judicial experts about international trade that the Trump tariffs are illegal. The best way to hide important news like this from most people in the news media is to put it in writing in legal pleadings that very few people in the news media ever actually read. There are some newspaper reports about the appeals court decision today to grant the Trump Justice Department's request to pause the ruling in the case. But even those reports don't find the reason why the appeals court did that. The federal appeals court didn't give a reason why they did it. The federal appeals court unanimously granted a temporary pause in last night's ruling by the United States Court of International Trade, saying today, quote, the request for an immediate administrative stay is granted. These cases are temporarily stayed until further notice while this court considers the motions papers. And that's all the appeals court said. They don't have to say why they were doing that, and they did not say why they stayed the case until at least June 9th, which is now the deadline they issued for briefs from both sides to be fully submitted to the appeals court. One of the key factors in issuing a stay during an appeal like this is that the stay will not harm the other side. When you're asking for a stay, you have to make it clear to the court that the stay won't harm the other side in the case. And so, on page 25 of the Trump lawyers pleading to the appeals court today for a stay in the case, Donald Trump's lawyers put this promise from Donald Trump in writing to the appeals court. Quote, if tariffs imposed on plaintiffs during these appeals are ultimately held unlawful, then the government will issue refunds to plaintiffs, including any post-judgment interest that accrues. And a huge amount of interest could accrue on the tariffs that have already been paid. So there's Donald Trump's promise in writing that if and when he loses this case in the final adjudication by the appeals court or by the United States Supreme Court, all of the illegally collected tariff money by Donald Trump, all of it collected from Americans and American businesses, and only American businesses, all of the Trump tariffs will be refunded to those Americans who paid those illegal tariffs. The Treasury of the United States, where that money was collected, knows exactly how to issue refunds. They issue refunds to many of you, millions of you, every year after you file your tax returns, and you show that more money has been withheld from your paychecks for taxes during the year than you actually owe. The Treasury sends out millions upon millions upon millions of such tax refunds every single year. Treasury knows how to do refunds. And now, when Donald Trump loses this case, the Treasury will be busy sending out billions of dollars in Trump tariff refunds. And without Donald Trump's promise today to refund that money, it is very unlikely that the appeals court would have granted the Trump side of the case a pause in being subject to the ruling made by the federal judges on the International Court of Trade Court, who know more about international trade than any other judges in our federal system. The very first federal case in a federal court in the United States of America was an international trade case. Litigation of international trade became increasingly more complex over the centuries, and in the 20th century, Congress decided it was time to create a unique federal court with expertise and jurisdiction over international trade cases. In 1926, Congress created the United States Customs Court, and in 1980, with the jet engine having brought international trade to the threshold of true global trade, the Congress clarified and enhanced the standing of the Customs Court and changed its name to the United States Court of International Trade. Democratic Senator Dennis DeConcini, who sponsored the legislation, said the new court would be, quote, a vastly improved forum for judicial review of administrative actions of government agencies dealing with importations. The provisions make it clear to those who suffer injury in this area that they may seek redress in a court, and if they are successful, the Court of International Trade will be able to afford them relief, which is appropriate and necessary to make them whole. And so today, Donald Trump, through his lawyers, had to promise to make them whole, had to promise to refund all of the Trump tariffs paid so far, if and when they are found to be illegal and unconstitutional in a final court ruling. And so, as many humiliation days as Donald Trump has had since he started his failed trade war, Refund Day will be the ultimate humiliation day at the end of Donald Trump's disastrous trade war. Refund Day is coming, and it will be the most humiliating day Donald Trump will suffer in his losing trade war. Tonight, Donald Trump humiliated himself once again by showing how irreversibly stupid and flawlessly ignorant he is of the actual words of the Constitution and their meaning. He did that in a social media post that once again reveals the most severe mental weakness, not just in the history of the presidency, but in the history of federal elected officials in this country. The Trump social media post begins by saying the U.S. Court of International Trade incredibly ruled against the United States of America on desperately needed tariffs. Of course, the correct way of putting that is the United States Court of International Trade predictably ruled in favor of the United States Constitution. Donald Trump goes on to show his inability to pass a high school civics test by saying the horrific decision stated that I would have to get the approval of Congress for these tariffs. In other words, hundreds of politicians would sit around D.C. for weeks and even months trying to come to a conclusion as to what to charge other countries that are treating us unfairly. That is the constitutional design for how this country sets tariffs or how this country sets tax rates. Tariffs, the exclusive jurisdiction of Congress, according to the United States Constitution. Exclusive jurisdiction. And hundreds of politicians have been sitting around D.C. for weeks and even months now, trying to come up with a Republican budget for the United States, which the House of Representatives managed to pass by exactly one vote. And you never heard Donald Trump complain about the hundreds of politicians being involved in that legislation, hundreds of politicians deciding exactly how to cut Medicaid, how to take health care coverage away from Americans. That was the work of hundreds of Republican politicians sitting around D.C., as Donald Trump would put it, for weeks and even months. And while they were sitting around D.C., those hundreds of Republican politicians decided just how big a tax cut to give to Donald Trump and his family and to Elon Musk, to the richest people in the world. Donald Trump didn't decide that. He's just going to get to sign the legislation when it arrives at the White House. And in fact, international trade deals often take several years of people sitting around D.C. and sitting around Geneva and other capitals in the world, negotiating with other countries the specifics of trade deals and working on the details of international trade that then gets presented to Congress in a final bill that Congress votes on that sets all of the tariffs that this country has. Congress does that, not the president. And there is not a single high school student in America taking an AP government course this year who does not know that. Donald Trump goes on to say, if allowed to stand, this would completely destroy presidential power. The presidency would never be the same! Exclamation point. No, Donald. No, 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 Donald. If the Court of International Trade's decision is allowed to stand, that means the presidency would be the same, as it has always been. The presidency in which no president other than Donald Trump ever tried to randomly set new tariffs all around the world all by himself. No president from George Washington to Barack Obama and then Joe Biden ever did that. Presidents are empowered by law to make very minor, very specific, very temporary changes in tariffs for specific products for a very short period of time. But that's not what Donald Trump did. He put a 10% tariff on the entire planet. Congress could do that. They could pass an economically idiotic 10% tariff on the entire world. But even the Republican Congress isn't that stupid. The Republican Congress is not as stupid as Donald Trump about tariffs. And so Donald Trump has launched into his tariff madness alone, the only president in history to have done so. And with an exclamation point, the utterly lost occupant of the White House tells us that the presidency would never be the same if we actually restore, through sane court decisions, presidential power to what it has always been from the day George Washington took the oath of office. Donald Trump's permanently smiling and totally incompetent economic advisor who never achieved tenure in his brief career as a low-level economics professor before becoming Donald Trump's economics professor in residence, took his frozen smile to friendly television interviewers today by saying that the ruling by the Court of International Trade will not have any impact at all on the Trump team's so-called trade negotiations around the world, in which they promised to deliver 90 trade deals in 90 days and have not yet delivered a single trade deal, not one. And while the childish, by standards of the economic profession, Kevin Hassett, was publicly spewing his nonsense about a court ruling against the Trump tariffs having no effect on the countries that the Trump team is trying to negotiate with, of course, the Trump team was in court putting in writing exactly the opposite. The other point that the Trump lawyers had to convince the appeals court of today in order to obtain a stay was that if they didn't obtain a stay, their side of the case would suffer what the law considers irreparable harm, while insisting that the plaintiffs would suffer no harm because the government will simply refund to them the Trump tariff money if they win. The Trump lawyers insisted that Donald Trump was already suffering harm to his so-called trade negotiations by the ruling of the Court of International Trade, because it takes away what the Trump lawyers called the credible threat, that was their phrase, credible threat of Donald Trump's tariffs, which means that, quote, foreign counterparts will have reduced incentives to reach meaningful agreements. The Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, and U.S. trade representatives similarly explained that the trade negotiations currently ongoing with dozens of countries are in a delicate state and could be shattered by an injunction against the tariffs. So there was the smiling clown with Trump economic policy on television, telling you the ruling by the court has no effect at all on their negotiations with other countries, while at exactly the same time, the Trump Justice Department lawyers are in court telling the appeals court that the negotiations with other countries have been shattered by the court ruling against the Trump tariffs. Quote, those negotiations are premised on the ability of the president to impose tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Just another day in Trump land. The Trump clowns on TV saying one thing, the Trump lawyers functionally under oath in court saying exactly the opposite. And the goofy chaos agent at the center of it all, not having the slightest idea what he's doing or what the people on his team in court are saying. Donald Trump is lost in the White House tonight. He is lost in the madness of his trade war. He does not have and has never had the mental capacity to comprehend a single element of what it actually means to be president of the United States. Donald Trump makes every president who preceded him look better, including the criminal Richard Nixon, who was not half as criminal as Donald Trump, who, unlike Richard Nixon, has actually been convicted of crimes and Richard Nixon was supremely competent compared only to Donald Trump. Richard Nixon's worst day was better than Donald Trump's best day in the White House. And that is not something I said during the first Trump presidency, but the second Trump presidency has turned out to be much, much worse than his first presidency. Of course, the Trump tariff refunds won't make someone whole if their company has already got out of business because of the Trump tariffs. And so until the final adjudication of the Trump tariff case at the appeals court of the Supreme Court, the Trump tariffs will continue to harm the American economy and all of us who live in it.
Got my old account back. B.
tiny little indie games. Oh, not this. No, it's a really, really, really big deal. You know, I've talked about this before in the context of Tumblr or like what people's Patreons or PayPals or whatever. But after pressure from payment processors like MasterCard, itch.io has removed all not safe for work content from the entire site. I mean, we're talking about an enormous, like any piece of media or art that was you videos out or something, just the payment processors won't allow it now. Not the porn. No, I didn't say porn. I said any not safe for work content. Have you enjoyed Grand Theft Auto? Have you enjoyed the Witcher games? What about Baldur's Gate? Any not safe for work content. That was the line there. Now, mind you, and I apologize for being woker than now, but porn is art. I don't think that the payment processors should be categorically disqualifying websites from posting pornography either. That's insane. That's steps beyond what Texas is like directly doing, which is like using like age verification to go on Pornhub or whatever. Like it's just banning it outright, which is insane. Like it's just unfathomable level of control being exercised by a monopoly of payment processors who are trying to appeal to the political sensibilities of satanic panic type certain others. Yes, Steam is also trying to do something like this, or they're pressuring Steam likewise. Steam recently banned a bunch of they didn't ban all not safe for work content. They banned like games that were like porn games about incest or something. Which, whatever your opinions on that, I categorically reject this like creeping invasion of payment. Oh, you're right. It is on screen right now. Of payment processors dictating what will or won't be allowed on websites. It's like MasterCard and Visa. I mean, those are the big game. Listen, if you want to play a game, I think that's fine. I would just like it if Steam did that. It's in terms of service, not a bunch of evil corporate processing overlords saying, no, sorry, we've gotten too many letters written in from like suburban mothers. You're actually going to have to eliminate like 40% of the content on the site or something. That's absolutely terrible. They've done this with different kids as well, like people, for example, who make a living off of drawing not safe for art, like say they're drawing story porn or whatever, in some cases. There have been people who lost their income because the tyrannical crackdown is hitting them too. It's crazy. This is the bill that would affect this crowd. Well, it's not real. I mean, the processors are doing this on their own. It's terrifying. Oh, by the way, itch.io, they didn't just delist it. If you had the game in your library, in your account, they removed it. So they just straight up deleted your money, essentially. They didn't even like delist it from being purchased again. They just removed it entirely from, which is contrary to how itch.io typically functions. They're not Steam, itch.io is pretty like, they don't do the DRM thing. Isn't that straight up illegal? Arguably, yeah. They refund. My understanding is that wasn't that the whole selling point of it. By the fact that you actually own the games you download, yeah, this is very, very good. Like, talking about all like games like Grand Theft Auto 6 or whatever, or Cyberpunk, or any other big they're going to be allowed to have games. But this kind of, just because money, right? But this kind of cultural forced by payment processors, again, not even by the site that posts them, but by the processing, MasterCard, Visa, it's deeply totalitarian. Do you really want them to have the final say of what is or isn't allowed when you get to make your living off of? Because you can't even appeal, right? You can't even appeal. It's being done. What are you going to do? Send an appeal letter? It's not like you can message itch.io and go like, hey, look at the fan. We just destroyed like my entire category of games that I made. This is what their vote was done. They say that nothing was removed from people's libraries. I've seen multiple people say that they saw their stuff disappear from their library. So maybe it's country by country, or maybe I was just given wrong information on that. Visa is doing this because of pressure from an Australian Christian activist group called Collective Shout. It's an Australian group. It's from there, Why not just use alternate payment methods for not safe for work games? I don't think you understand. If it's hosted on itch.io, the argument from Visa and MasterCard is that they won't work with itch.io if the site hosts those games at all. It's not that you can go on and use like a different method, like a non-credit card, like you use direct billing to a checking account or something like that. It's that they won't host it. It's by an anti-abortion feminist, I kid you not. Okay, so swerve then, gotcha. I know the type. Same anti-porn group that can't be in Steam, our building process is critical. So it's just a group of Australian pseudo-feminists who are emailing Visa and MasterCard over and over? I think MasterCard had planned this for a while. Maybe, yeah, they might just be using a convenient excuse. Collective Shout is Australian pressure group claiming to be against the objectification of women and sexualization of girls for anyone against the pornification of culture. Its previous video game activities have included calling for a ban on GTA 5 and promoting a 2018 petition called Quantic Dreams. Detroit Become Human, arguing it depicted child abuse and violence against women. Those were bad. It's bad when those happen. Ban Tyler, the creator, from touring the country in 2015. I don't even know what that's about. Okay, the Detroit creator has a history of objectifying women, and in the heavy rain keeps David Cage? Yeah, but like, you don't have to see ground or do like a, well, you have to edit this totalitarian conservative nonsense, okay? You don't have like, there's something problematic about this media, therefore I support like the hammer of God coming down from the 3 payment processing companies that control the planet to categorically ban anything and everything about, like, you don't have to give them anything. Another source, they defended cuties. This quote-unquote activist group, fascinating. Why ban objectifying women in games when they don't even ban it? I mean, it's like a successful, which is terrifying, but like an implementation of the process, a person with so little media literacy, they can't tell the difference between media depicting a thing and don't. And by the way, even if media becomes a bad thing, and say earlier that should be marketing for censorship. Things like this, at the very least, I'd like to feel like the manifest website itself so you can deal with the website rather than the immortal, almighty payment process. I would get collective shout. You deserve praise. We won't be silent.
Steam's new rule changes everything, and Valve, at least from their perspective, have no choice to implement it. So here's what's happened. Last week, Valve quietly added a new thing to Steam. It's got one big matter of it. And this 15th rule bans content that payment processors like content. It's just content that Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and here's what this means. It means that Valve no longer controls what is on their platform. The payment companies control that. And if this kind of thing sounds familiar to you, it should. Countless platforms like Patreon have experienced similar. And then just after we finish the body of this video, well, we kind of look well into each as well. There's a lot going on. On Steam, though, to just stay focused on that for now, what just happened is that hundreds of games just got pulled. Developers got a $1 million credit as compensation. And this is just the beginning. You're going to see way more. The situation is that people impacted are furious. The fans are actually quite scared, quite furious. But the people who push the
Aslan.
stage, they are happy.
Aslan! Aslan! Aslan!
That news is TypeScript. You know what that means? You know, it's pretty huge. The entire backend learning path is now playable in TypeScript as well as Go. It's funny, Lane, the members tweet.
What are you doing, Aslan?
It's fine, you win, capitulate it to the way it's going because he knows. And if you're wondering why you're there, well, TypeScript is Microsoft's vastly more powerful TypeScript.
What?
Editor on the completion, what's exactly which is like Airbnb use it in production, and then you catch bugs while you're coding and so on. So it's fire. TypeScript's awesome. Now, we've got that. Perhaps all of it. That means quests, XP plus, real-time reports, and all of them. And I control that entire context, graphic APIs, one for the cloud, now doing all that with TypeScript. By the time you
Hey, Tony R, do you mind checking out a website I built? Like, I beg you, please. Please, can you check out this website I built and tell me what you think, man? I don't know, I think it turned out pretty fucking good. I coded it. coded it all myself, man.
https://kaleightmac
I mean, I had ChatGPT help me, so it's not like I can actually code myself, but all the coding was done by me and ChatGPT. I totally did most of the work. ChatGPT did like none of it. But yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit, we're fucked, bro. Oh shit, we're fucked, man. I'm telling y'all, we're completely fucked, bro. This is it. This is the end of everything. We're dead. I'm not talking about in the game, man. Whatever. Fucking shit. Oh, we're fucking dead, man. Y'all fucking did it to me. Y'all finished it off. You don't even give no fucks, though. You don't even give no fucks, though. Headshot, headshot, headshot. Oh, he didn't even die. We just got the straight, clean headshot. Headshot. Oh. There we go. We gotta try to get the headshot.
Guess what, guys?
Yeah, so pretty much what you gotta do is like there's something called Google indexing and Google SEO. You gotta learn these things, and if you want it to do the thing I will not mention. If you want it to do the thing, you gotta get into Google indexing, and that requires a little bit of coding. And you also just gotta just code the whole website yourself, and you're just like, you're there. Just do it. Once it's done, you're like fucking golden, bro. It's golden. Anyways, we will take that away for now, as we don't want to be exposing too much now, do we? We gotta be careful about what we expose around here, because there's certain things that aren't necessarily allowed. You know what I mean? Some things just aren't allowed.
Okay, let's talk about what actually happened. Steve installed 14 rules for bombs. We actually just worked on it recently in this video. Well, here's a 15th rule. So here's the new content that may violate rules and standards set forth by speakers, payment processors, organizations, networks, banks, or internet network providers in particular circumstances of adult-only content. That's, that we can't do. Now pay attention to the word may. Not does violate, just may. And what's key to understand is this goes beyond the existing rules. For example, Rule 3 already bans mislabeled other content. Rule 6 and 7 ban illegal content and shock value material. So, what's Rule 15 for? Well, it's for content that previously was allowed by the other 14 rules. Content that is now retroactively banned. Here's how the rule plays. We can't use to spot the change. Steam DBs from Google's list basically exploded overnight. Hundreds of applications. Especially things that, things are called not involving consent or involving family members. Setting up fictional link browsers is not illegal, at least in the jurisdiction, right? That's the bit that's interesting. So, yes, this is unpalatable content to some people. It's illegal in a few jurisdictions, which we'll address later. But here's what matters, right? Not all of these games are illegal. What this was a blanket removal. And you may say that in theory, Valve is complying with the law, except they're not. This is not about the law. This is about third-party pressure, not legal compliance. Why? It's game processors. The admission. Valve did everything escape from the center of Big Shotgun. They said this, quote, "We were recently notified that certain games in Steam may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processors and their related partners. Thanks. Again, not do breach, just a breach." It's a true line. So responding to this, Valve pulled all of the games. By the devs, offered the 100 bucks and called dead. They did. There's a reason why they just called it a day and played so quick. The brutal truth is that for every account to extra card in Steam, and it dies. For at least a lot of it. I mean, think about it. These control, to make this up, 69% of global credit cards, 35%. But they dominate credit cards in the US as well. And lately they've been flexing. They've been cutting off other businesses. And if they drop Steam, that would be game over. Valve can't just go and create their own payment network. Can you imagine doing with the infrastructure, the regulatory compliance for all regions? It would be a nightmare. So, Valve are trapped. But you may notice something left out. We know that it may be the guidelines of the payment processors. We know that Valve is worried. But who's actually dragging this issue? The agitators. The Aussies. Yep, the Aussies have done this. Thanks, lads. Basically, right? It's called a language shout, playing the big victory here. And basically, they sent an open letter on July 11th. It targeted PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa directly, and it got 1,067 supporters to basically email these companies, which is not a lot, which is enough. And they claimed then that they were subject to misogynist abuse online, all doing this campaign. What people looking at this basically just said, hey, this has to be go away. You don't get to just impose your values on the rest of us, especially not the rest of the world, which is basically doing the payment processes. Now, I am not making a claim that you should like all of these games, right? Or that you should find it out. No, I'm not. This is a policy discussion, one that actually does impact all of us. Now, what they're pushing for, I think to a lot of people, is overreach, certain risks, certain worry, as well as the ability to stay small percentage of people who go way, way too far from not liking something. That did they say, well, it's a misogynistic message, that's language. Just take all of these things and actually using this working through. It's online. This would just further the argument. Make it stronger. Less of it. Themselves, just worried about the press. Let's go through this with who are language. What should describe themselves as, quote, a grassroots campaign movement against the objectification of women and sexualization of girls. For the years 2000, their targets range quite widely. This is from actively illegal stuff, just content that they simply find to be distasteful. And they've taken on legitimately unsavory products. Take Brothers, for instance. They try to challenge sexist advertising, boycotts of films they like, shades of grey stuff, but also want to target the game, like saying, Australia. In that case, it was on the grounds of violence against women. And opening our game was a whole bunch of characters to beat people up. They say, oh my god, the game impressive. We also have but it's clear that, yeah, they're able to give them credits. This is not their first Steam platform. They've complained about multiple Steam games before. Some got pulled individually, but this July, things came different because they changed tactics, where instead of targeting Valve, they just went straight to the payment processors. Which, look, if you're a lot of people, I can say that's a smart move, right? Go above and above, and that's what they decided to do. These are companies that have paid before. As an example, take Tumblr. They found all of the the payment processor is threatened by PayPal. Got eBay sellers who will, let's just say, non-vanilla content. Non-vanilla content that is legal. That's the thing. It's basically the flavor. It's one that is just off the stick. Here's the thing. I'm going to just misled you. They did therefore what? Yes. But I still feel video was
I will conduct the fighting system.
Yes, that's pretty much what the achievement says. Discuss with successful actually illegal, just not everyone was essentially a secret. But Donald wasn't absolutely asleep at away. They did not do a good job of policing their own country. Because of that, I honestly can't say I'm surprised that payment processors wanted to go there and kill it, because the time were existed. The maps, they underpaid. Okay, that's going back to Steve. So, they can see the reports. She glad that it does actually go to the but they don't want to come there. They don't want to actually go to the fighters now, go to the night, so most people contact the all the things and say, one major step. If you're ever again, see, it's the picture of quote sexual domination. Family members, what you shout and mobilize against this game? 3,000% game you 70,000 petitions is active. There's virtual retail. That content was illegal somewhere, just not everywhere. Where it was legal, it might be given spread and actually morality laws. That doesn't mean its own rules.
I was totally acting in self-defense.
Yes, they only and the UK government they could just they could say we don't know that. The information was perhaps that black overhead claims in some regions with until they simply find this case. Never mind the basic fact that most of the removed games were not illegal in the territories. But the narrative stuff, the waters were not because of this processor that because all they do is fix a large company that's look, it's happening before. Again, pressure. So this well, this is like this is actually a rather different from real but here, 7 years later, they have done I would be happy to find a corporation. May, not does. We can think that may is just a very good specific word. I actually argue that here, oh no, may is a very, very specific word. They're using it because it's a word just over 1,000 minutes this game. Not proving, just alleging. That's a low bar, low number of events. Here's what really worries developers. Payment processors are weird. They don't get around this abnormal, disproportionate way. In some instances, as an example of YouTube, it can simply just be because of previous ignorance on the topic we're talking about, not necessarily what's in it in any way. Say it's just normal, basic hetero stuff with carbon rights. That's been awful and snappy. A lot of those people also it's not just, big team group who just wants to escape group. But guess what? That essentially meant they had to act as fast as they could, and then the page. And what's happening now is auditing their entire platform to content that stacked by these processors. So standard devs will have to sign off and sort of meeting all these requirements and all the pages. And again, these are not the requirements, these are just the rules of payment processors and the it's a page. It's a game that doesn't just mean nudity. It can be a lot of other things. Here's what's wild. The game count page went from 28,000 games to under 7,000 as of this morning. Right? But that's 21,000 games. Award-winning artistic titles are being hidden and being pulled, all while the devs impacted by this cannot pull their funds from the site while their accounts are under review. In a way, it's itch's fault, but they kind of feel like they have to do this. I mean, compared to Valve, itch is absolutely tiny. Percentage of Steam's traffic. But itch isn't Steam. As a distribution platform, many of their pages are for art, books, non-commercial games, right? Both digital and tabletop. And especially, they have pretty, good penetration into the LGBT side of things, who maybe can't distribute through other channels, so they're also disproportionately impacted by this. So basically, kind of no matter where you are in the spectrum, this isn't particularly good for you. And for the people making this, well, they are just in limbo, their livelihoods cut off. So it's not surprising that they're kind of not willing to take this shit. You know, it's funny, the internet is an extremely divided and divisive place, but if you're to make an Venn diagram, and you're put in a circle that just says, Homo sapiens that get kind of horny, guess what? That covers almost everybody. So I'd at least hope that this could be an instance where people who perhaps wouldn't normally be on the same side of an issue can maybe band together, because it does actually impact everyone, because it's about the shared rules of the game. And that's what leads me to developers of not safe for work games trying to fight back. They're preparing a petition to the United Kingdom government. One of our members from Games passed on this statement to us from the petition. They want
Sports cars?
Yeah.
Not really. Mostly copper. 88% copper. Ocho. Alright. How much is the Freddy? What's going on, everybody? Appreciate y'all for tuning in. And today, for y'all, somebody's going to win this 1 ounce Silvertown bar. But until we get to that, I hope y'all enjoyed this video. If you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Helps us keep going on here. I appreciate y'all, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hey, man, good morning. How are you? Yeah, I'm hoping you can see if I got ripped or not. I bought this last night, and I did it from a private basement marketplace. Okay. And you're a Cowboy fan? What? You're a Cowboy fan? Unfortunately. I'm a huge Cowboy fan. Oh, yeah. My dog's name's Zeke, and my other dog's name's Dax. Is that signed?
Signed by Michael Parsons.
There you go. Are you serious?
Yeah.
You saw it?
Nah, I'm not selling it. I got a few of them up there.
Yeah, man. So if you could not break my heart, that'd be great. So, so the crazy part is, there's just something off about it. But I did a trade at the pawn shop. They passed the acid test, but it just something. There's like $14,000 equipment in it. 19. Oh.
They're gone. You said you traded the guy for these?
No, I bought it.
Oh, you bought them?
Yeah, and it was one of those too good to be true, and it passed it. Is it passing right now?
Yeah, on these. I mean, it's a little outside, but as long as it's, right on that edge, one on the green, one on the yellow, so we can measure them. Did you weigh them?
Yes, sir. And they came out to 31. They all came out to 31.1 plus. So like some were like 6 and so. But I got a scale from Walmart, so I don't know if it's
might be the scale.
But they're coming out clean.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty much where they're supposed to be. Big deal. Maybe the engineer, whoever did them.
Well, Justin, do you think they're just old as dirt? You get the
Guy,
guy,
usually they'll wear if they're old, but I mean,
right?
they're like 31.3 on here.
Right? And then there's one that's 31.7. Is it just free silver or just I don't know.
Yeah, I mean maybe whoever made them, they're like whoever made them, they're generic.
Right.
They're good. I mean, I buy them because how confident I am.
Oh, seriously? Yeah. And then is platinum worth it? Is that real or is that even worth it? That's awesome, Justin, man. Thank you so much, bro. What do I owe you for this? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I was like maybe 20, but yeah. Seriously,
Nah, you're good, man.
Justin, I appreciate you, man. You just made my whole day, too. I kid you not. I think I called your store at 7 a.m. a couple times last night. That's how I knew your voicemail on the circus, dude. I was stressing.
I gotta change that voicemail back.
Man, you just made my day. Because it was, Justin, it was one of those, honestly, man, too good to be true type things.
Oh, yeah, you got it for a good deal?
Justin, I got all, just like, all this, Justin, 300.
Oh, damn, you're good.
I was like, it was just too good to be true. So we met at a pawn shop in Lake like that.
Okay.
And the guy just started opening and testing it. And what freaked me out the most, what threw me off this guy, is that the guy started opening these to test them, scratch them right.
Yeah.
The guy freaked out. He goes, don't open them. And he was like, and the guy was already opening them, right? I was like, oh my God, why'd you open them, blah, blah. And then I was like, that's a little weird. Because it's not the only way, besides the gun, it's not the only way to test it.
So I'm not going to lie, if I get stuff like that, I usually open it.
Oh, you do?
Only because it's better for me to know it's pure.
Yes, sir.
And better for me to sell it in a package and not be 100%.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you lose a couple bucks on opening it, it's still a gram of gold. It's still banned, but still.
Yeah. And just that being said, did I lose value by doing it? I kept all the packaging, but yeah.
Not really. I mean, some people might want it for that, but I mean, if you ever go to sell it or shop it around, somebody should give you milk for it. So,
really? Right, milk, right.
Yeah. So
that's awesome.
What I try to do is when I open them, I try to keep the package like really clean, and then try to put it back on a little bit. Yeah. Sometimes they're like that, but I would rather be 100% sure and open it up than. How you doing? How's it going, man? All baseball cards?
Yeah, man. I have a few football.
Full all of these?
About my full, so on 3. Some of that stuff off the rank, sure it's got.
Some of them.
Yeah,
much as the Freddy.
His problem is he always says he's going to sell them, then he just keeps everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just keeps them. Oh, I better hold on to this one.
I'm a Braves fan. Too bad it's not World Series year. That would have been cool.
Oh, I think that was World Series.
2021. Why not? Why not? Thanks, Lucy. All right, thank you. See you later, man. Yeah. Dude.
You take that stuff?
Oh, like sports cards?
Yeah.
Not really.
How about monies? If it's worth, they just, my dad collected it and did it. I don't know if that's money.
That one not too much. This one might be. Yeah, this one. I mean, condition means everything on these.
Right, it's a silver certificate.
Yeah, that one I'd probably do like, I don't know, that one probably like $30 on it.
I have so much stuff. I just started. It's hard to know.
Oh, no, not for me, no.
And then that's just the story.
Yeah, this is all just foreign stuff. I don't really mess with foreign stuff. We just really do American.
Oh, and do you know anybody that does?
I don't. Not really. I don't know what the shop's about. How's it going? See, that's them right there. Because I didn't know really what they sell it for, but in better condition, one went for 40 and one about that condition. Maybe this one's a little bit better, one for 20.
So that's $50.
What I see on this one, 30.
30.
Yeah, I do like $50 on them. Do that. Do that. Alright. You have an ID with you?
Yes. I'm going to go through the rest that I have at home.
Yeah, any coins that are American stuff, we'll buy all that. So,
I do have like quarters that he kept in booklets.
So, yeah, those, so really they have to be 1964 and older. Then those are silver. So anything from 1964 to 63, 50s, 40s, all that's the stuff that's more valuable than just the average quarter.
Okay.
But yeah, that stuff, I'll take a look at it. Cards, if you have cards that are from like old, like 30s, 40s, 50s, that stuff in the 90s, they just so mass produced it. It's like even the great players that of that era, cards just aren't worth a lot because there's just so many of them out there. One copy is yours. Just showing what I bought from you. That one's yours.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but anything else you come across, you can bring it in anytime. We'll look at it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
How you doing? No.
Mide para empeñar.
Is that Auto?
Hey, sí, por one month. Y por one month.
All in one month?
Ajá, sí.
Pero right now, today.
It's no auto.
Esto. Ay, Dios mío. Siento falta de deducible. Y con mi familia de Puerto Rico. Que hay una forma de
Copper.
No son de 6.
No, they're not.
Toca ver este, papi. Estos son
Copper.
Esto.
Mostly copper. 88% copper. Ocho. Copper.
We know English, right?
You know a little bit of Spanish. Do you know what you were saying?
I know regular Spanish. There's like beginner Spanish and then like their Spanish where you have to know.
It's a good thing I know gold, auto, silver, plata. That's it. That's all I know. I know I can count to about 8.
100 is not that. After a while, it's just the same thing. Like,
So you know what she was saying?
I want to hear what he was talking about. It's like 80 is like ocho or like it's something like that.
That's why I try to tell her 88% copper. Hope y'all enjoyed the video. Nothing too crazy coming off this week. We had the Whatnot show, so we're busy with that, shipping everything. I was gonna say the next Whatnot show is gonna be crazy. Like, I got an idea for the next one that's gonna be even better than the next one, better than the last one. But while I get this set up, grab the comments from this video. This video was the guy that brought in the gold brick, so there was a lot of comments in this video. But this video, like I said, nothing too crazy. We had the Freddie Freeman card, which I'm a Braves fan. The 10 went for $250. I don't know how quick it sold. I gave the guy $150. I think I did pretty good. I probably could sell it and make like $50, but I'm gonna hold on to that. The first part, I put that in there just because, like, I have a jar of stuff right here. I'll show you real quick. I just started doing this, but like I haven't had it this long. But this is a jar of stuff that people bought off Facebook Marketplace that's not real. 1 ounce gold, not real. Carson City Morgan dollars, not real. Pamp 10 gram, not real. Like, I just started this jar not that long ago, but I put that in there just because you have to be so careful on Marketplace of all that stuff. The fakes out there are crazy, so that guy got lucky. Did end up being real, so just be careful when you're buying this stuff on Marketplace. Just wanted to show that. There we go. We'll get this giveaway anyways. So we got link to the video. Like I said, this was the guy that brought in the gold stepping stone. 1,186 comments. Oh yeah, this is what we're up for. I showed y'all this earlier. 1 ounce, Silvertown, nice bar. We're going one winner. She's going to run for 10 seconds. Appreciate y'all so much. When y'all share the video, like the video, subscribe, that helps us out, helps us get in the algorithm. Silver P. Scott. So Silver P. Scott, call the shop. I have you do what I need you to do to prove to me you're the winner. Can't think of much else. Like I said, I appreciate y'all so much. Everybody that supports the channel, cannot thank y'all enough. The next Whatnot show is going to be crazy. The gold gram, I got an idea. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be at least 50 gold grams under spot. We're going to flash sale them. If you use that coupon, you get a gram of gold. It's like $110 in milk, $85. So we're going to do that. Our next giveaway is going to be gold gram giveaways. The next show is going to be big. We'll go into detail with that. Appreciate y'all. But the next time you'll see me, I'll be on a boat.
You guys buy knives, right?
It depends on what it is. We buy like case knives or.
Do they have to be in cases?
Especially these games, man. I think I don't know much about. My son does all the games, but man.
I was expecting it earlier that I had.
That's $5?
Yeah. Okay, I have this necklace. Just trying to see what I can get out of it.
Hey, good morning. What are you doing, Little League? What you guys doing? You going somewhere? Mississippi. You have a pretty good team? All right, I'll get with you before I leave. I'm just going to look real quick. All right. All right. How good you guys do this year? You did pretty good?
Yeah, we won a championship.
Hey, and now you're going where? Best of the best. You're one of the best of the best? Got to help you out. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll put that away. Give it to your mom or something. You're welcome. You're welcome.
What's going on, everybody? Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Hope y'all enjoyed this video. That very first part of the video, I put that in there just because that's mainly just because of y'all. Because y'all support us. We have the YouTube platform, the Whatnot platform, all that. We're able to do things like that. So we appreciate y'all. And really, that $100 donation wasn't from us. It's because of y'all. I appreciate y'all, and I hope y'all enjoy this video.
Hey, good. Is that Emerald just the box, or is that the game?
The box.
I've been a collector for a while, but you got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. And you got all like good stuff too. I don't know much about. My son does all the games. Man, you don't think that son's gonna start warping it, do you? Yeah, I was gonna say it probably won't. It was in on before.